Well, hello. Yo, crypto. Should have got me a Dr. Pepper before starting this. I'll go get it now.
Tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all,
Dr. Pepper acquired.
shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost race speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome Dung Eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. Whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
I'm just a tarnished of no renown. I will slay all the gold. Ain't got to worry about getting 14 faith, because I already got 14 faith. The broadsword hits harder than the longsword. Scales better with strength. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Yoink. We'll come back for this boss all at the same time. Oh, I hear somebody. Hello? Chicken butt.
Fuck. That was right, actually. That actually is what I was gonna say.
I knew it.
I just feel like you're not gonna believe me because you got it right, but that was what I was gonna say.
I mean, that's the only thing I could think of when it comes to, hey, guess what?
I was thinking about how I was gonna say it, and then you said it, and that's why I was like, oh.
Yoink. Continue on your path there.
Ooh, sheesh. Playing Fall Guys right now, fucking killing it. Of course, they added ranks in since I last played, so now I'm like ranking up. It takes 5 wins to get to the next tier. Or, if you get like a second place runners up kind of thing, it takes like 8 times that amount. So 40. So you could either win 5 games or second place 40 games. Now, the benefit is the second place goes to like 7 people. So, you know, you just play well and you'll climb. But I try to kill people too much. I've said this many times. I get distracted by murder. Yeah. As soon as I see the chance to murder somebody, oh man, I just go blind. I think it's because it's not really murder in this game. It's what you're actually doing is you're just fucking them over, and that's just so much better. It's really like beneficial to be a troll.
You're eliminating people.
Exactly.
Because
exactly.
It doesn't say you died on the screen.
Or sometimes I grab people and I die too, so it's more like I'll just drag them to hell for no reason. I've done that quite a few times. Let's stream this finale. I'm off for the next 2 days because I'm just choosing not to work tomorrow. Unless somebody calls me. If I get called, I go. I am like in first place by a mile. I was placed with people who are like really bad. Oh no. They'll catch up eventually, or they won't. I'm gonna wait for that. Holy shit, that was terrifying. Yo. Yo, I won.
Hey, good for you.
I mean, I was a mile ahead of everybody else. I don't even like that game. That's the first time I've ever made it to the end there. And the finisher doesn't even make sense because I'm not Pac-Man. You get like lots of rewards at the level that I'm at, right? Because I'm like pretty good at this game, you know what I'm saying? G. But one of the rewards I got at some point was a cardboard crown taped to my head. So that's just what I stuck with. And then at some other point, I got a towel with a crown on it. So I have a towel with a crown and a cardboard crown. And I don't think that describes me any better, you know? Like there's no other costume that's more me. Are you playing a new game?
Yeah.
If you're gonna be on for much longer, I'll get on and I'll farm some remembrances if you tell me the order in which to do so.
I mean,
are you good?
Do them any way you want to.
No, because you missed something. You go straight to the end.
No, you just make it harder on yourself to get them. Because you can't lock yourself out of you can only lock yourself out of one of the remembrances, and that's if you flat out just don't do Ronnie's quest line. That's it.
When do you have to have it done?
Honestly, I think you can do it all the way up to when. I think you got all the way up to before you beat Malekith. I've never attempted to do Ronnie's questline after beating Malekith, so I don't know if it locks you out of it once you beat Malekith. Because once you beat Malekith, that's when Lindell turns to Ash, and because I know once you beat Fire Giant and you set the Erdtree ablaze, Fia automatically goes to the depths. But I've never attempted to do that quest line after beating Malekith. Because you have to have Ranni's curse mark from her Divine Tower in order to complete it. Which means you got to do.
I've killed Morgott and Godric, I think. I think that's it.
Yeah, Godric's the only remembrance that you have from what you said.
Yeah.
But from there, I would go kill Renala, the magic
That's what
one.
I'm thinking.
I would
Right.
go kill her next. You know, get the levels and all that stuff. And then make your way to Radahn after that. Because he would be he's generally that's the order that they kind of, I'm assuming they want you to go, since or get both the Dectus medallions and go to Altus first. But I would also either buy the necklace for Raya while you're in Altus or in
I don't know where
Liurnia.
both of the Dectus medallions are.
Did you already go to the
I'm pretty
Fort
sure I
Height?
have one. The one with the blood slash guy. I think I
Yeah.
have that.
okay. Then the other one is at I'll be going to it here shortly anyway. But you either, when you get to Liurnia, you either want to kill the crab guy with the iron balls, or you want to just buy Raya's necklace from him and go ahead and give it to her. So that way when you go up, when you use the Dectus medallions to go up the elevator into Altus, it automatically starts Radahn's fight. So that way you don't have to fight the Crucible Knight and the Misbegotten trying to get to him. And then have to quit out and start doing Jiren's questline to force Altus. Or Ronnie's questline to force Radahn. To force the Radahn Festival. Like, it's crazy stupid how Ronnie's questline can kind of force quite a bit of things by progressing it. But the easiest way to get Radahn to jumpstart the Radahn fight is just go to Altus and get a grace, and it opens it up to where you can immediately go into his fight. And then if you gave Raya her necklace, she gives you the invitation to Volcano's Manor, and she's literally standing right on the other side of the elevator. So when you get up to Altus, she's standing there waiting for you to instantly teleport you over to Volcano Manor. So you don't have to do any of the running around or anything like that to get over there. You just take her hand and warp over there, get her grace, and then you can warp back.
After this call, guys, I will get on Elden Ring because I feel bad for not being able to listen to anything besides once
you're
you're
good.
down there, she'll be waiting. I did, as soon as I realized that I was missing it, I listened to you saying, as soon as you're done, she'll be down there waiting to send you to Volcano Manor so you don't have to run around. But I don't know what the running around was.
Well, you could take the long way to get to Volcano Manor if you don't.
Oh, you mean teleports you inside it? Yeah, I remember doing that.
That's what I was saying. Like, when you get to Liurnia,
that
that's one of the easiest ways to get over there.
Yeah, I think I have the blood stuff too, the blood fire. I need to kill Renala. Which means I have to kill the dog, right?
Yep.
That person fucking died. Yo, that was almost me. Yo, that was definitely a person who died. Yo, whoa, whoa. Okay, yeah, that shit gets hard.
Give me my horsey. And then I'm gonna go kill the
You okay,
dragon
Coco?
with the starter weapon.
You alright? What's wrong?
Just for dominance.
Kiki, why are you sitting down there? Leave her alone, puppy.
I can play turning Ru to aid you.
Oh shit, this is a finale.
Then it summoned me up.
I mean, it's just a regular finale. Let's see if I can get 2 wins in a row.
It will summon
I want it!
treat him with
I'm against Captain America, though. The black one. With wings.
Falcon.
Yeah, Captain Falcon.
It's just Falcon.
Yeah, the black Falcon.
Okay.
There, you know what's really funny? There are superheroes that are all of those names.
Yeah.
There's only one that I always remember. The one that comes to mind is Static Shock. Not to do with any of the other ones. Static Shock is like just the fucking
Him and Batman Beyond was awesome.
Oh yeah, dude, it was. I love Static Shock.
Get over here so I can kill you.
Oh
Thank
man,
you.
they're really dying over there.
Get over here, you little fucking squirrel. Haha. I killed a squirrel. Alright, right here.
No, I ran out, dude. Those other guys are lasting forever. Oh, my heart was beating a mile a minute. I almost had Captain America. Who's this other witch? Just a sandwich. Oh, did Sandwich win? Oh, Sandwich won!
And we kill the dragon for style points.
Damn, that's crazy. Oh, it's 4 times, so you'd have to do like 20 wins, as opposed to the 5
That is
regular.
winning
No, no, no,
first
no.
or winning second.
Yeah, winning first gets you 200 points. Winning second, like I said, like 6 or 7 people get second place. They'll all get 50 points, but if you win, you
Oh,
get
okay.
200. Also, you can get 25 points for getting third. You lose points if you lose in the first round, though, I think. Alright, let's load up some Elden Ring.
Grab that. Come around here.
Talk to the fucking guy.
Grab that. Get the fuck out of there.
I might... I don't know. Did you see that I killed the jar guy for his shit?
Yeah. I mean, that's typically
Oh,
what people
okay.
do.
I think I rage quit the last time.
You did.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And that's pretty funny.
We grab that. We talk to this guy for 10 free mushrooms.
Alright, I don't even know if I care about the number of souls that I had. Oh, how do I get to the tree thing? The thing with the tree seed?
Where, what? What
I'm in
tree
the
seed?
I'm in Stormvale Castle. Pretty sure.
Oh. So if you're at the Grace that's right next to Godric's Arena, just turn left.
Oh, okay,
You'll
I'm fine.
see a giant and 2 other guys that are out there. If you kill them, the golden seed is literally straight ahead.
Wait, the who that are what?
So,
I was looking for my souls. I don't know if I can find them.
nah, the Grace that's right next to Godric. If
Okay.
you, instead of turning right when you walk out the door to go into Godric's Retreat, just turn left. You'll see
Okay.
a giant and two other guys there. If you defeat them, and then just continue straight after that,
No, I
you'll
meant
see
the
the golden seed.
no, the one that you get for killing the thing.
What thing?
The
Oh,
worm.
the you gotta drop down to the lowest parts of the castle.
Where do I do that?
You know where the courtyard is, full of everybody. There should be a Grace next to an elevator,
I think I'm there.
and there should be a body that was on the ledge. You can
Shit.
safely drop down from where that body is to the parts below.
I did have a good amount of souls. Is it this one? No, I'm pretty sure that's the one with the other stuff. I don't know where to go. Ow. Ow. We're gonna go in here. This is with the Revenant, I think. I think the Revenant's this way. Slice! Bitch!
There's
Fuck
no
you.
Refidan in Stormveil. There's a Grafted Scion though.
Oh, fuck. That's worse. What's this? What's this over here? Oh, hey, what's... Are you... Is this a bad guy? Is this not the guy? It's a bad guy! Fucking prick. Give a shit about that. Alright. That was dumb. What's over here? Oh, I don't want to fight you though. No!
Change your game.
You changed my game.
I don't wanna. But
I don't want.
there is
Ow.
the wet blade to make weapons heavy, keener qualities over there by that guy.
Fuck.
Let's go get the.
Yo, that was big damage. Alright, I'll change the game. Game 6, no, 7 of 7. Final match. Game point. Set. Run it down. With at Art Data Misfits. Total time.
Ooh, and I got a dagger.
Was it? Mine was 50. Yours was 49. So mine's 50, like 11, I think. That's what I'm gonna put. Or 50, 21.
Mine
I
was
think yours
46
was 49,
something.
20. Oh, mine was only an hour more. So I don't care which one it is. We just need to make sure we both set it correctly, and we'll do the math properly later. So I'm gonna say 47-21, and you say 46-21, and I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's what I came up with or you did, but as long as they're both the same, otherwise they'll think we're lying. I forgot to change the game.
Well, I got a command for mine, so.
Oh well,
I-
if that's
Because I punched all my. I literally went in and updated the command every time I completed a game.
alright. Staunching boluses, nice. Is this? Am I close to anything here? Nope. This is taking me up.
Yeah, that's an elevator. But if you go back down, there should be another doorway that leads you outside.
Oh look, here's a grace. I'm gonna sit at this grace real fast. Well, actually, I'm just gonna activate it. I don't give a fuck about it
Doo-doo-doo.
for anything more than reference. Actually, no, wait, I have a bunch of levels. Fuck. God damn it. No, I've got like 2 levels. I lied. Where do I go? This way?
No, turn back around.
Oh. It's bad.
That right there completes the chick that's in Stormhill Shack. The item that was up there.
Oh, what was the item?
Some box thing that she asked you to grab. In there is the iron wet blade to make your weapons heavy, keener quality. And the misery cord is in there too.
Can I fall down here? Oh!
I mean, I wouldn't suggest it.
Would you die?
That would be why I wouldn't suggest it.
That's bullshit. Alright, let's go this way then. Is there no way to get down from here? Where did I go wrong?
Go back out to the main courtyard.
I thought this was where I was supposed to go. I just
Nah.
wasted a stone sword key.
I mean, you didn't, because,
Oh, the main courtyard? I don't want to go out there. Those people are dickheads.
yeah, it's behind
Alright.
them.
It's
Or-
behind them?
Yep. Because it's
Alright.
by the grace that was by the other elevator, past that courtyard.
Alright, so
I
I
mean,
gotta
you could
go
warp
like...
there if you want, if you have the grace.
Damn it. I probably do have the grace. What, the one that's over here, or
Yep.
up? Like, do I go up or
Up.
inside over here?
Go up.
Up. Alright. Alright, where's this other grace?
Left.
Left. Got it. Left
mean,
and up? There's like a little tiny
you-
stair?
No.
No, this was too early, I think.
No,
Let's just
it
jump
was
down
way too
again.
late, actually. Just keep running that direction.
Keep running this direction?
No, well, I mean, that's good. You're going to get there's a golden seed over there, unless you've
I
already
already
got
picked
it.
that one up.
Yeah, then turn around. Go all the way back the other way, to the other end.
Oh my god, leave me alone. Stop. You guys are dickheads. You guys are dickheads.
Okay.
Night Rain is better. Fuck you. That way? By that body? Where do
Yep.
I go in? Oh, let me. Oh,
And
over
there's
here.
the grace.
Yay! Yeah, I had this grace the whole time.
Alright, then you're going to go to where that body is with that item, and you can drop down there.
You can drop down here.
Yep.
Wow. That's insanity. Okay. Yay. Parkour. Fuck. Fuck you, rats. Fucking rats. Bitch. Whoa, big rat. Night Rain is better.
The fuck knocked
is
you
it?
down?
Oh, did he see me? What does he have? You have like a big spell or something?
No, there is a spell
Right.
down there, but
It's a pretty good spell. It's good tracking. I don't know about maybe not in this game. This feels different.
alright,
Ow!
the worm's gonna pop up out of the ground.
Slice.
It has a trimmer's entrance.
Oops. Uh-oh. Slice. Ooh. You're so mean to me. Dang, you have to roll through that, I guess. Ay. Oh, he like totally followed me. I did not know he could track you that well while he
Oh,
was
yeah.
doing his big slam.
Because if you go down the very first grace you get after you get teleported from the Grafted Scion, not the one by Rick, but the one that requires the Stone Sword keys, there's another one of
Yeah.
those guys down there.
Yeah,
He drops a golden seed too.
yeah. I'm gonna go get him. Maybe not if I don't have any more of the keys.
You could always purchase them. Almost every merchant, early merchant, sells them.
Right. Let's.
But yeah,
try
that-
this again.
So if you look at mine, that chick right there asks you to grab an item from Stormville, and if you bring it back
Yeah.
to her, she gives you a golden seed as well.
I think I already got the golden seed because she left it.
If you went to Liurnia, because you got Bloodflame Blade, so you went to Liurnia early, she automatically teleports to the round table, and she drops the seed there. But you can still give it to her, and she gives you like the jellyfish ashes, which is weirdly part of her weird quest line. Alright, we're going to go this way around everything. Hopefully not activate the dogs. So that way I can go kill the knight over here. And at least have Golden Bow early.
Shit.
We'll pick up all those butterflies.
Gotcha, bitch. Alright, now do I have enough? I do, I have 2, and I have the other Deckness medallion. Hey, there's a Stone Sword key, cool. Alright. Who's this guy?
Oh, that's the one that Ronnie killed.
This is the what that Ronnie killed?
That's the god that Ronnie killed.
The god.
Yep.
And Stormvale is built on top of it. Why does it look like a Bloodborne monster?
I don't. No one knows what he actually looks like, because that's the only thing. That's the only reference to his appearance that's in the games, or in this game, because it's the same one that Fia is sitting in front of.
He got vagina eyes.
Oh, I at these. I just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's well.
Let me do speech chat real fast.
One I beyond upon this. I'd hurt doesn't no.
Let's go.
Alright, we'll keep you alive. Let's go back to this one.
Okay, cool. So let's go back to the strand. Is it up? It's down, right? You gotta go down for this boss.
For what, boss?
The one that I'm about to kill.
Yeah.
Use 3 golden seeds. Damn. I'm already up to 3 golden seeds. What's the maximum?
14 flask.
What an odd number.
14 flask at plus 12. Yeah, I know.
Still,
Both
what's
of
an
those
odd
are
number?
weird.
Anything important in here?
There is a seal There's a Dragon Communion Sill on the when you go
No, I
down.
don't care about that.
I mean, it's a weightless sill, so it's a free sill that you can have on that doesn't weigh anything.
Oh, oh my god.
But other than that, nah. I mean, unless you want to kill the chariot and get
Yeah.
the Erdtree Great Bow.
No, I don't care.
There is a talisman guarded by 2 grafted scions that increases your carry weight, stamina, and health.
Seems pretty good.
It doesn't give you that much for it. Or at least not
I
for
don't
the
think
trouble
they have
of getting
anything
it.
right now. Ooh, I just barely got that shit in time. This way? Do I have... I guess I have skills and charged attacks right now, so I don't really need it. Can I just drop down somewhere?
Yeah, drop next to the bridge.
Okay, and then I can just drop down here,
Yep.
and then through this hole.
That will take you to a, there's going to be a Banished Knight.
Yeah. Do I even have a bow? I'll do it if I have a bow. I might have a bow. I think I do.
Because you don't need to
Yeah, okay.
actually, you don't need to be able to wield the bow to be able to fire it.
Yeah, okay. I'll do it because I have the bow.
What you
I guess
want
I
to do is
prepared.
you want to wait for the chariot to come back up to you, and then shoot the hanging pots. Because generally it times it better that way.
Fuck my whole shit. That was scary. No balls. Boom! I just did it. I just fucking...
Oh, nice.
I mean, I knew I had 3 chances, so I just figured, I was like, wouldn't it be cool if I did it on the first try, no ball?
Yeah, I hate trying to time that thing.
Yeah, I've done it. It usually takes 3 tries for me. That was pretty impressive. I could have skipped all that shit too. At least now it's dead.
Well, I mean, yeah, you don't got to worry about it tracking you down. So
don't
you
get
got
that.
free reign to run around through there doing whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'll just grab everything. Why not? The dragon things are so... I think they're super fucking fun and awesome. But the problem is, you gotta have like 99 intelligence. Like, it costs so much mana.
You mean
Also,
mind?
Liza P, like New Game Plus, just doesn't seem worth it because I've already fucked it up. So now, and I keep thinking this, it's like, even if I want to get all that secret dialogue for being human, I would have to play it a 3rd time.
Did you not get the translator from Vanini?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I don't know why I asked that. You had made a comment about the Watchman and his dialogue after you fought him. But yeah, it's the way that they set that up. I honestly think is interesting to encourage you to go to NG Plus because
Yeah, but it's like, only if you do it right.
well, no, because you'll get all the you'll hear everything that they were saying, like all the
Oh, yeah, sorry, I got confused with the human thing again.
yeah
Yeah, the New Game
but
Plus
turning
voice
yourself
recorder
human
is pretty
again
cool.
is annoying.
It's definitely super fucking annoying. I think you know what I looked up all the stuff you got to do. I think I know what I fucked up, and that's like, you get humanity for being able to pet the cat,
Yeah.
and
Well,
I never pet
when
the
you
cat.
pet if the cat lets you pet it, that's how you know you're human. The cat won't let you pet it as a puppet.
There's like I just didn't pet the cat at all, and I think that's a big portion of it.
Like, because I've done the secret ending and never pet the cat once, and that's because I knew when I was actually human. And generally, when your hair turns gray after saving Sophia or doing what you're supposed to with Sophia there before you fight Menace, it will turn your hair gray. And generally by that time you've already made it to being human. But it's all the other stuff that you have to do along the way to get the correct ending. Telling the right lies to Geppetto and all that crap. And I won't lie, I will occasionally mess up on one of them myself. Because it's just a lot that you have to do throughout the course of the game that impacts that secret ending.
Oh fuck.
But I do like the one where you turn the ending where you turn everybody into puppets.
What?
Yeah, you can turn everybody at the hotel into a puppet.
Why didn't you tell me about that?
I thought you knew about it because you said you've done
No.
it. Yeah.
No, if
I
I
can't
said
remember-
anything like that, it was a joke.
I can't remember which ending it is because you got the trophy for doing it. Because it's part of the trophy. It's a trophy in order to get the platinum. So if you got the platinum, you did it.
I don't have the platinum.
Oh. I thought you platinumed.
Last night when you were in the chat, I exclaimed that I was like, "Oh my god, I just got another achievement! Wow!"
Oh, well, after you, I can't remember which ending it is that you have to get, but it's obviously one of the 3 endings.
Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember if it's
I've
the
got
bad ending
one
or
of
the
3
middle
endings,
ending.
Trying to get 2 of them, and you're like, "Oh, also there's this 3rd ending."
Well, no, because it's one of the 3 endings, but what you do after it is you go play the piano, because you know how she gives you the special the thing to open it up to get down to Black Rabbit Brotherhood 2.
Yeah.
She gives you the certain keys to play. Well, you go back and it says play a certain key. You play that, and then when you go back around, all the humans that are there will be puppets. Vanini will be a puppet. The blacksmith will be a puppet.
So you don't even have to do anything special.
Well, I don't know which ending it is that requires it. I don't know if you have to do this special ending or if you have to get like the ending where you murder
that's like
everybody.
a New Game Plus thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you do it after you beat the game.
What do I do? What am I doing? I came here to buy great runes.
You mean
You need to take me
rune
to that
arts?
place. Yeah, you need to take me to the place with the ants that have all the great runes.
Well, you have to beat Radon first.
Oh, fuck it.
Because you beat Radon, then you go into the hole that develops right there.
That's not great. Alright, so I got all that bullshit.
I mean, there's
Where-
2 great runes in Liurnia that are free pickups.
2 great runes? I gotta get...
Or not great
I remember-
runes, rune arts.
No,
I
it doesn't
mean.
matter. I don't care. I already bought them. Also, I made an executive decision that I will be using the remembrances for their boss souls, for their souls.
Son of a bitch. So you mean tell me the 12 I have sitting in my inventory, I could have popped
Yeah,
already?
and you know what? I don't even feel bad about it. Because I was thinking, like, how many
just-
levels is that for Art Dad? It's
I mean,
probably, like, a lot of levels.
I
and
mean,
when
all you gotta
got
do
them,
is go,
You gotta go to the grave sites.
well, you gotta go drop the little fucking things, but yeah, you can just replenish them. Because I was thinking about doing that myself. Honestly,
If
I was thinking about
yeah,
going,
you
dropping the
absolutely
ones,
should.
if I popped one, go do the, go drop them, and get the, remembrances back that way.
What do I do for the
Ooh.
quest?
I got a rare drop from a rat. I got a free rune arc from a rat.
What, you bitch?
Yeah. Just like how the rats could drop like humanities and stuff in Dark Souls 1, you have like a 1% chance of them dropping rune arcs.
That's crazy. Alright, what am I'm gonna go get Renala's bullshit?
Yep.
Alright, so do I just run up to the door?
Do you already have the key?
What's the key?
The key that's behind the dragon?
No.
Yeah.
Can I kill the dragon?
You can.
Is he hard?
No, he's magic.
He's magic.
He does
magic. Does a lot of damage.
Well, I mean that depends. It depends on you, because if you have stuff that boosts your magic defense, then it's not going to be that bad. But he is stronger than the Limgrave dragon. He doesn't just shoot fire. He does shoot.
You're running at me.
He does shoot comet, the spell comet from his mouth, and like crystal shard or shattering crystal.
Touch grace.
Oh,
Touch. Map of Liurnia North. Great. I think there's like a shard over here somewhere. And a book or something.
there's a golden seed over there.
Yeah, I don't remember where. I think it's over here. By the bridge? Yeah. Alright, now let's go fuck with the dragon. Nice, got it. Excellent. That's like 3 seeds, right?
I mean, once you get the key and you get through the door, there's another golden seed literally right up in there.
Nice. Then I'll be able to get 10 flasks. I feel good with 10 flasks.
And
9
then-
flasks is like a bad omen.
And then if you
Who's this fucking guy?
go into the ravine, if you've already picked up the sacred tear from one of the church on the way to the Dectislith, there you could go down into the little ravine there, and there's another golden seed at the very bottom of it.
Where's the dragon? Is it this little...
Pull up
this
the map.
forward?
Nah. You got to
cannot.
run through that area though. Just keep going straight.
Is it...
Yeah, just
Is
keep
this
going
guy?
straight. No, you're going right. Keep going. Just keep running that way.
Where is he?
He's going to be off on your left, the route that you're taking. Like you'll see him, you'll just have to veer left once you get around all these.
Here he is. Let's see how much damage I do to this little boy.
Forgive mine intrusion, tarnished.
Uh-oh, I missed. That's not bad damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm fine.
Fighting
Oh,
it at
hey,
the...
buddy.
He takes bonus damage for hitting him in the head.
I know what he does. It's scary hitting him in the head.
Ah.
Uh-oh, I missed. Oh, I barely got him. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh
Plus-
no. Oh no. Okay.
Always run to the opposite.
Panic.
Oh, there you go.
Panic. Jesus Christ! I missed. And then he got me.
Cool.
get him.
Here. Pick up this golden foul
My depth
foot.
perception is bad. I got him. I finally got him. Ooh, that was a good hit. Ouch. Good thing I have 8,000 flasks. Oh, I didn't make it.
Done? Well, you again. Done? Well,
Do.
Why do I suck?
Yeah, I was watching some guy on YouTube. He made a video about the dragons. And he was going on and on and on about all this nonsense. And I'm like, and he was talking about how one of the dragons, he goes, yeah, this builds up Death Blight and da-da. Talking about the Ghost Flame Dragon. I go, no. They, Ghost Flame Dragons don't do Death Blight. They do Frost.
They do.
And he went on talking about one of the dragons that you fight, one of the ancient dragons that's a boss in Altus, how you can interact with her in her human form. Now, there's nowhere. Wait, I didn't set it up. God damn it.
Oh, okay. Now, if I give this key to the other guy, what does he
No.
do?
You can't give that key to him. He literally has his key is literally called Thob's key.
Oh, okay.
And you have to go through you have to actually go through you have to run through all the rooftops.
Can I just run straight to the Renala?
Yeah, you run straight there, kill Red Wolf, and then you take the path with the falling ball.
Okay. I trust what you're saying.
Fuck,
Ooh, a
I didn't
graveyard.
grab the
I
thing
never
for
know where
the.
these are, but I like running across them. Take your stuff. This game encourages grave robbing. All games do.
I grave robbed the shit out of these places.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, tons of Rune 3s. Heck yeah. Rune 5s.
Can't believe I forgot to grab the goddamn thing for the Asher Wars.
Oh, ow. Oh, no, oh, shit. Oh, fuck balls. Oh my god. Alright. Goodbye. Goodbye. Tons of stuff.
We just sneak around everybody, drop down.
Is there a risk of dying if I just go straight up there?
What do you mean?
It's not like a great risk of dying, right? Oh, this is not how you get up there. Cool.
I mean, if you get out of combat, you can just warp to the Grace that's right there in front of the door.
Oh.
I mean, you could just run up there too. There's a chariot that's up there that breathes fire. Yo, Jazz.
How are you
some
supposed to fucking kill the chariots by falling on top of them if you cannot jump off of their heads?
You hit 'em
like
in the
in
back.
Night Raid.
Because you can backstab the guy that's inside of it.
That's right. Yeah, but that takes forever. Oh.
I'm sorry about you being an agile, Jazz. But have a good night. Get you some rest. It's nice being out of jail, ain't it?
Me? Yeah, I guess.
I will.
I haven't been to jail in several years.
It's been like 6 for me.
About 6 for me as well, yeah. Maybe 5.
I've been detained once or twice and taken in, but I got released right after they sorted everything.
Alright. I have all of that. So now I can use the Blood Flame Blade. That's great. That's great. What's better, Dex or Strength for the Bloodhound?
25, 20, 25 both, and then Dex all the way.
25, 25, then Dex.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Its scaling is like the yeah, I used to get I got in trouble a lot, Jazz. If you find that hard to believe, then I've done good at hiding what I used to be, or how fucked up I used to be. But yeah, it's like the Saw Spear from Bloodborne. Like the scaling doesn't get, like, it has decent scaling and strength, but it scales better with Dex than anything else. But it's like you can turn it into a quality weapon too, but the scaling and strength just kind of starts to go down after so long. You get less out of it than you do Dex.
Yeah, there's a golden seed over here. Put it up, 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 put it up. Hey, there's a bunch of walking monuments over here. 2 of them, at least.
Yeah, one does the minor remembrances, like the Moose, Estelle, the dragons, and then one does the actual the demigod remembrances.
Touch the grace. Touch.
Then I'll introduce. I have a matter in the beast. Of not, it will lead you.
I miss my wife and child.
She finally left you.
Yeah, literally as soon as I got home, she's like, I'm going to my mom's. I was like, okay. Said I'll bring back chili, and I was like, I guess.
She's gonna come back with a chili ring around her chili ring.
Ew.
Mm-hmm. Tasty.
Okay, so where's the dog? Where do I go?
Run straight past the Burger King impersonators, and when you open that door, if you go right and hit the wall, there is a rune arc in there for you, a free rune arc pickup.
Wonderful.
Alright.
I'm
When
gonna
you
do
leave
this.
there, run straight to the wall, directly in front of you. And then as you got to go right, but go through that doorway, right, and then left.
Okay. Playing it by ear here. I'm outside now. Cross the bridge.
Yep, run down. You can cross the bridge, or if you want, or you could drop down and go the back door. There's going to be 2 dogs up here, and then some marionettes shooting at you from the top left.
Gotcha. Skipping them all. I'm skipping them all. Fuck
Alright.
you guys.
And then you can jump over the guy sitting in the dog right here. Or that works too. You found the little gap there. There's going to be the lift that's off on your right there.
Okay. Relax, puppies. Please! Holy shit, I'm moly. Do you want me to go up on the lift?
Yeah.
Alright. That was scary.
Alright. Look to your left. The ledge is going to be on your left side.
Alright. And then inside?
Yep. There's a grace there. You can sit.
Great.
And then once you leave that room, it's going to be a right. You're going to run down. And then when it opens up, there'll be another right. And then take the stairs to your right.
This. I know you said go right. I'm going to go left because there's a
Go
pretty
ahead.
item.
There is a cookbook in there. And if you go out, there should be some smithing stones down below. And a headpiece that increases your intelligence.
Nope. Not for me. Hello, excuse me. I'm just returning a book. Don't bother shooting lasers at me. Uh-oh, where do I go, Art Dad? I'm gonna go up.
Yep, and then right.
Oh, and then right? Okay,
Yep,
well, I went up more.
Immediate right.
Nope, I found the boss room. Oh, shit. No,
Well,
stop.
that's why I
You're
told you
hurting
to take the right side of the stairs. Or it would have been the... yeah. It would have
Okay,
been the
got
right
it.
side of them. Because you would avoid that one sorcerer right there. And then there's Red Wolf right there.
me. Excellent. Shit. I don't remember that from Night Rain.
That's because they took away his moves. They made him more of a ranged thing instead of instead of a close combat one.
Okay. He's dead. Whew, that was close. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. I should sit.
Alright.
Add my charge to the flask. Level up. Alright, what is it? What was I trying to do? I'm trying to get my endurance up so that I can carry the shield.
Well, you're
Without being all fatty bobatty.
goodbye for now.
Medium load no matter what. Where do I go now? I go up the stairs?
No. Run along the edge right there, and you'll drop down to those cross beams.
Yeah, up the stairs.
Well, it's not stairs, it's a runway, but sure.
I guess.
Just try not
Where
to
do
get
I
smushed
stand
by the ball.
to dodge this. Nope, I got smushed. I thought maybe I could. Alright, that was good. We dodged that one. Where does this lead me? Does this lead me... Wait. Is this the boss? Who the fuck is this guy?
Moongroom?
Is he bad news?
I mean, he will parry everything you throw at him.
What?
Or he can parry things. But he is really annoying. So, best thing to do is just take him out. Because he can follow you up till Renala's arena.
Prick. You prick. You little pricky bitch. Yeah, you go suck my dick bag. Is there a shortcut that I need to activate before I go up?
Nah. You literally took the shortcut.
Okay.
I mean, the only other door that you can open there requires you to run by like 5 or 6 mages. And then
I'll
2
just
more.
go up the stairs. Yeah.
Yeah, like the easiest way is the path that you took.
Pretty sure this lady's a bitch too, so
Alright.
I just beat the fuck out
Buff
of her.
everything, 2 steps into the room. Do all your buffs 2 steps into the room.
I don't have any mana.
Oh, well, then don't worry about it. I was going to say because it's just one of those things.
I could do some blood grease instead of the other stuff.
That works.
Does she
She
bleed a lot or
bleeds.
fire damage?
She bleeds. You can bleed her. As
Let's
long as
not
you ain't
use-
using anything magic against her, you'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'll be fine.
She's 80% magic resistant.
Oh, wow, I was like 1/2 of a step away from activating.
Yep.
Alright. Who's the bitch? Which one is it? How can you tell again?
They'll have the circle around their
never
head.
That was pretty obvious. Who's breathing fire? What kind of magic is that?
They're blowing into
mean-
a candle.
I guess it is magic. Who threw a fucking book at me? Is she gonna break now?
Did you break 3 of the bubble heads?
Yeah.
Yep, she'll come down and break. If you got the blood grease on your weapon, just R1 her to death.
Almost. Whoa, what's she doing to them?
All the ones you killed, she's replacing them.
Oh. Well, now these bitches are all over the room.
Yep, be careful because they
They're
will
all
drop.
paralyzed.
They'll drop a chandelier on you if you're not careful.
If I'm not careful, I
Yep.
feel like they're the ones not being careful if they're dropping chandeliers.
Yeah,
They do a
but
lot of damage.
the chandelier can one-shot you.
Whoa, whoa. Are there lots of chandeliers?
There's like 3 or 4. I mean, it's RNG based, which is why no-hit guys really don't. Why the no-hit runners never fight Renala. Because of the kids. Because it is
Alright.
RNG based.
Alright, what? I just run at her, right? I just need to run at her.
Run at an angle because she's going to fire Karma de Zor at you from the start. Jump R2s will micro stagger her. And everything she summons has a time limit. So you can either wait it out, or you can kill it, or just chase after her.
I just kill him. I just kill her. She doesn't have a third phase, does she? No. Okay, cool.
Nah.
Why? Wow. Fextra Life says you should be level 55 to fight her.
Yeah. I think the people playing Fextra are just fucking pansies. Or the
They're
people
probably
that update
really
it.
bad at this game. Oh my
That's what I'm
God.
saying. Like,
I beat the fuck out of her. Like,
well, you got to think
Without-
about it. With Godric's Great Rune, that's 40 free levels.
that's true. I was about to say that.
Like, you
But,
got
like,
the
there's
Great
not
Rune
much
on.
of a difference.
I
I mean, there's like the health and the strength. The dex will add a lot of damage. I'll
not
say
just that, but you got the stamina. You got
Yeah,
the
okay. That's quite a
other
bit.
perks. The other perks from leveling up, like your
I don't think I
strength and
bled
all
her,
that
though.
stuff. You got to bleed on her early.
Did I? Oh man,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
If you got one bleed on her when she was laying on the ground, then you procced one more while she was at least standing.
So Radon now, right?
Did you already get the go back to Third Church in Limgrave and take the teleporter to Did you go kill Mama Dragon?
Who?
The dragon that gives you 50,000 runes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, did you go to that grace that's right there beside her?
Oh, okay. Oh, is that where the other medallion is?
Yeah, it's in that fort.
I think that's right here. Fort Faroth, yeah.
Yep. Oh my god. What the fucking fuck was that?
Oh no. Were you not paying attention because of me? I'm sorry.
No, I got fucking stun locked. I don't know what the fuck happened there.
Oh, I hate this place.
God, that is so annoying.
Ooh, with the weatherman comes. Is this it? Yeah, is there the Radagon seal or something over here? What does
Yep.
that shit do?
It gives you 20 free levels, but it increases your damage taken.
Oh, maybe I don't want that.
The damage taken to the levels giving not that drop down if you're going for it. It's the other one. If your vigor is not 38 or more, level 38 or more, then the damage taking, the levels gained are better than the lower damage negation.
Well, I have 30, and I was planning on leveling up my strength and dex, so I'll grab it.
Yeah, because that's...
I might not put it on right away, but I'll get
because
another...
it's 5 free levels to strength, dex, endurance, and vigor.
Fucking punk. Better back off my steez, bitch. I need a torch. Alright.
The beast repellent torch will keep all the rats from trying to attack you as well.
Nice. Forever?
Yeah, as long as you don't even got to have it in your hand. Just have it in your offhand, even if you're two-handing.
That's crazy. Alright, where do I go?
It works on all beast dogs. Go to
This way?
Liurnia. I mean,
Oh.
you want to activate the Radon fight, and you need to go to Altus to activate it. Or else you
okay,
got to
well,
fight a boss there.
Should I do the quest for the lady?
Yep. That would be the best
All
thing to do.
Alright, where is that? Over here?
Yep, that grace with the blacksmith. The giant blacksmith. Up.
Okay. Oh, I had the wrong one?
Yep.
Okay, I'll go right here. I talked to him already.
I mean, you don't got to talk to him, but that's just the easiest grace. Because
Is
from there,
this-
it's straight up.
Right spot. Oh my god, I'm still not the correct way. Road to the manor.
Yep.
Got it. Silly goof. Alright, so now where do I go?
Just run through that manor till you get to the top of it.
Yo. I thought I
it's-
had to go through I had to teleport with like a rune key, right?
No. That's to get back, to Grafted Scion.
Oh, there's some fucking punks. Alright. Now what am I doing?
If you got anything with fire damage, I would put Blood Flame Blame on, because the fingers are extremely weak to fire. But you can literally run straight. Just run straight along the path. And it will take you to the next point to where you'll be able to get up to...
Whoa. That was scary.
Yeah, that will paralyze you in place.
Oh, we don't want that. You gotta try to fuck with me, aren't you? Just cut that shit out.
Good.
I love the stop, drop, and roll they give.
Now, let's begin.
Nope, I don't want to talk to you guys. Right. Now, this is... Where do I go? I keep going same path?
Yep. Just
This
continue
way?
straight. Yeah, this is all phantom human enemies, so you ain't got to worry about them. Or you can just
Do I need
run
to
right
roll
by
off?
them all. Nah. You're going the wrong way, but I mean it works. There's a rune arc
What?
at the end of this path.
Damn it. Am I supposed to go up there?
Oh, you're supposed to continue straight down the one you were running on.
And I just turned right?
Yep.
Whoops. Ah! Fuck a duck. That hurt. Can I have my horse up
Nah.
here? No? Ow. But they can shoot me with lasers and magic. Bullshit. Is there a boss up here?
Yep, Blue Loretta.
Oh no.
It's
Not
not.
Loretta.
It's fucking hey. Let me dodge. Stupid wolf. There is a golden
Hey.
seed once you exit that room to your left. But you're wanting, once you pick it up, if you turn to the right and start running, you'll see the stairs to go up. There is a side path you can take to the left to avoid the 2 sorcerers, or the 3 sorcerers and the giant troll that is on the stairway, and you can circle it behind them.
The giant troll.
Yeah, there's a troll, magic troll there.
Alright, I'm going the right way. You said something about avoiding them, but I'm just gonna dodge like a pro. Whoa! Okay.
There's a page on either side.
Oh no, it's paid!
Yeah, there's a page on either side. Once you run into the where the boss fight is, they leave you alone.
Oh, thank God.
Alright, if you're going to buff, do not run past the chairs. Once you run
I did the wrong buff.
once you run into past the chairs, it activates the boss fight.
Ouch. Whooshed. Oof, that hurt.
Just think about it. At least she ain't firing the 4 at you. And she's not as
cheesing
tanky.
right now, dude.
And she's not as tanky.
And,
The problem is with Blue Loretta, she you can't bleed her or anything.
doesn't take bleed damage, yeah, so
Yeah.
I could have done the other buff that I had and that would have been better. Where do I go?
Die,
Oh, there
old
it is.
man.
Can I get on my horse yet?
Once
Is there a dragon here?
Once you leave, yeah, it's the one that you fight to half health then disappears.
Where's this little prick?
To your left.
To my left? Over here?
Yeah. Left. Just
There he
if
is,
you
you
follow,
little
I was about to say,
Skyrim
if you follow the path, it leads you right up to it. I think we saved everybody the last Bloodborne run. So now we just say fuck them.
Alright, he's gone. So now what do I do?
Go into the tower that he was guarding, run all the way to the top, and talk to Ronnie. And then she will tell you, she will tell you about trying to find all the crap, blah, blah, blah. Enter into her service, and then you can go back to the very first grace when you entered in through the once you got the key to go to Renala. There's a golden seed that is behind you from there, and then you can take the teleporter that is there to the other side, which leads you to the Dectus lift, as well as a sacred tear.
Okay. Wait. What do I do now?
Go down, talk to her Goonies.
Talk to the goonies. Got it. I'm gonna get something to drink real fast. Oh, my ass is sore. I had 3 inspections today. And I gotta tell you, it's for some reason, the last couple of weeks, standing up on like the slant, the really big slants, it's hurting the fuck out of my glutes. Should I also make something to eat? I feel like I can wait. Alright, talk to the goons and then what?
Once you talk to all 3 of the goons, exhaust their dialogue, then run back up and talk to Ronnie. Or run back and sit at the grace. Once they disappear, you can fast travel.
Okay.
Damn
Where
it.
are all the goons?
They're on the first level.
Got it. That guy's also going to Nokron.
Yep.
What's up, Big Hat Logan?
I reside in another tower close by.
That guy's a piece of shit, right?
Yep. He's the one turning people into puppets. He tries to plot to kill Ronnie and all that crap, and
Is Ronnie not turning into a puppet?
she is a puppet. She
was not.
So the reason you need to do Ronnie's questline to do Fia's questline, or to complete Fia's questline, is because Ronnie stole the death mark from Malekith, or part of it, and engraved it into her flesh. And that's what she used to kill the octopus guy with the pussy eyes. That's what she used to kill his soul. She killed her flesh, but killed his soul.
Where do I go
You can fast travel again?
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. Go-
Use
Go to the very first grace at the pull up where you fought Renala out.
the main academy gate or the South Ray of
That
Lucaria?
one. Main Academy gate.
Am I gonna go fight the Draconic Tree Sentinel now?
Nah.
Is it
Turn
this?
directly behind you. If you run all the way down that bridge, you'll get another golden seed. But you're
I
going
already
to...
did that.
Okay, then take that, touch that thing, and go to the other side.
Oh, excuse me.
Along your path, if you follow along the path, you'll end up coming across another church. You'll come across another church for a sacred tier. If it's nighttime, there'll be a Knight's Cav out there.
Yeah, it's a Knight's Cab. Let's get him.
He drops the glaive and giant hunt, which is a decent Astral War.
Death. Death to the Knights Cavalry. Where do I go now?
Just keep following the path. The church is going to be on the left.
And where do I go after the church?
Follow the left edge, the edge of the cliff. You'll come across a free rune art, and then there'll be an encampment that you got to run through.
On or up?
What?
Do I go down?
Nah, stay up.
Up. Okay. This way?
Yep. You'll see a
I'm
body.
looking at-
You'll see a body over there with something glowing. It's a free rune art.
Oh, okay.
And then there'll be an encampment. If you stick to the left, it's the safest because there's a chariot that's in there. There's catapults and stuff like that, so you can jump up from the rocks on the left side.
Nice.
And then, yeah, just continue straight. You'll come across the path that leads you up to the Dectus.
Excellent work, Art Dad. That would have taken me the whole 16 hours. Or, what did you say you're at? 12 hours?
Yep.
All of everything we've done up until this point is like, I'm pretty sure that would be a 16-hour mark for me. No lie. Like, getting to this point with both medallions and the Remembrance Lady, that's a 16-hour thing. So...
Hold on, before you take that lift, did you already get the invitation to Volcano Manor?
I don't think so, and I don't know if I've touched Fia yet.
It would be under the key items. You don't need to touch Fia yet, that's fine. It'd be a key item.
No.
No?
No, no, I have not.
Go to Crabman. You can either kill him, which is usually what I just do. I just kill him and take it. And then you go find Fia, or not Fia, Raya, and give it to her.
Where is he? Is he north
hold
of
on.
this?
Pull up your map.
North of Rose Church, right?
Scroll down.
Over here, or is I think
Not
it's
that one.
Is it this one?
Nope. No, right there.
That's the one. Okay.
That right there, and then put a marker there, and then put a marker. Pull up the map again.
She's like over here, or
She's
is
at
she
the
over here?
one with the magnifying glass. She's at down and right.
Got it.
She's at the one with
Got
the
it.
magnifying glass. That's where she's
Alright,
at
who do
right
I
there.
talk to first? The guy?
Yeah, kill him
Alright,
and then
I'm not
go
gonna
talk
kill
to
him,
her.
because he
Because if
gives
you,
you boiled crab eventually.
well, you get his bell bearing.
Yeah, but if you take the bell bearing, you can't get the boiled crab, can you?
It still sells it.
He sells the prawn, but who sells the boiled crab?
He does, but you got to do his quest line if you want it.
Oh, I'm not
Which
doing
means-
a quest line. Never mind.
Which means you have to
I thought
talk
he
to
just
him.
sold it.
Which means you have to talk to him and then go talk to Raya, then come back and talk to him in order to buy the necklace. That's why I said it's easier just to kill him.
Yeah.
It saves you
I'm
the
sorry.
time.
Yeah, I always forget he has a quest line.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I do perfectly remember that he will fuck my shit up if I give him a chance.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. He's dead. Iron ball.
Shit, I forgot to put Molotovs.
Alright, now
Full set.
here. Oh yeah.
Oh well.
You forgot to get your Molotov ready?
Yep.
Oh, the dog got you. That's bullshit.
Yep.
I thought you had it.
It was the.
I was literally
the
like,
dog
oh,
that,
damn.
It wasn't the dog that was with that group. It was the other
No,
one.
I know. It's the dog that's like guarding the 6 blood vials.
Yep.
That's unlucky.
And then she's in that pavilion.
You are a creepy bitch.
Well, I mean, she's also a snake too, so.
She's a snake?
Yep. If you do her quest line, she turns into like the snakes at Volcano Manor.
Alright, now I've got the invitation.
Alright. Now, you'll go to that grace that's right by the Dectus.
Okay, cool. When do I fight Radon?
Well, once you get up, you're going to fight Radon within the next 5 minutes.
Okay. Right here. Hoist the medallion. Skip the scene. Is there 2 more medallions I gotta get?
Yeah, for the Halig tree.
And do I take this one as well?
Nah. Different lift. Like, you don't need to worry about that till after you beat Morgat and get up to where Fire Giant is. Alright. So if you go straight, you're going to see her slightly off to the left. But you want to touch a Grace and Altus first.
Okay. There's like...
Alright. There's a Grace.
Right?
Turn around. Turn to your left. Other way. Alright. Go that way. There's a Grace sitting on the rocks that's in front of you to your right.
Oh, there we go.
All you gotta do is touch it. You don't gotta rest at it.
Excellent.
Alright. And then go talk to her and she will take you to Volcano Manor. And you can get
Great.
the Grace. And you can get the Grace that's right there. And then Radon is now activated because you activated that Grace and Altus.
Alrighty. And the guy upstairs spawns with the blood thing, right?
With the chainsaw, the pizza cutter.
Yeah,
Yep, he's
Yeah.
upstairs.
I want it. Yo, I'm 4 souls off of being able to level up. This weapon's pretty good, right? If I suddenly switch to it?
I mean, you gotta have a shitload of poise so you don't get knocked out of the stance.
Ow.
Which means you would need the armor you get from Patch's questline, and the poise ring.
Yeah, but I don't always need to be in it.
You would only need to be in it if you plan on using the Astral War. I mean, it's a colossal weapon, so.
Pretty good weapon, right? I'll just keep it in the back of my mind. Probably I won't use it. Alright, so what do I do here? Is there some stuff outside? Oh, no, the Radon quest is activated. Okay, so now where do I go?
Go to...
Third Church?
Yep.
Third Church is the closest?
It will be, yeah.
You take me to get the other great sword, the lava rock one. Where do I go?
What do you mean the lava rock one?
The scale sword, the magma scale sword. I want a power stance.
That's in Liurnia, and if you're gonna power stance with the Bloodhound's Fang, you would do best with Morgoth's Cursed Sword.
Oh, okay.
Because they both do bleed.
Hey Siri, call Bree. Nice, dude. Those jumps are saving so much time. Hello? Are you home? I was just wondering, when are you coming home?
Never.
Oh, okay. All of the locks are locked, so you wouldn't be able to catch us anyway. Oh man, I was getting fucked right there, pretty hard. That bitch hurts. Hey, there's no tier here. That's bullshit. Alright, well let me go unlock the doors for you.
I'll sneak out the window.
Okay, I love you, bye!
The fallen leaves tell a story.
The longest way to tell me that you could have had that you're 2 minutes away. So now what? Do I just run to the castle and just go up, and then I'm good?
Yeah, pretty much. There's a
Right, so then what?
there's a teleporter you could take at one of the forts that's right around here. That will teleport you right in front of it will teleport you right in front of another teleporter that will take you to inside Radon's castle.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal.
And around the castle, around the fort, there is the Flame Grant Me Strength incantation,
And in the night,
as well as the Strength Talisman that gives you 5 strength.
Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
I think for now I'm good with the improved charge attack, improved skill attack power. But whenever I get the next thing,
But
I don't know when you actually get all the pouches.
well, your third pouch is actually active now. All you gotta do is go talk to the
Oh, that's
remembrance
right.
bitch to get it.
And then the next pouch you get after defeating Morgott in
Gold,
the Lando
you
capital.
get it at the after beating the gold Godfrey.
Golden Godfrey. Okay. Then I'll have all 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I had to pee so bad. Should I be able to kill the rot dragon at this point, or this dickhead down here?
I mean, it's a pain in the ass. You can
Pain in
try
the
if
ass.
you want.
No, I don't want to. It's a pain in the ass. I mean, I guess I could try once. I mean, I could try one time to kill this douchebag. Let's see, how much damage do I do? I one-shot that guy. This guy's got to be like at least. I don't know. Hopefully, he doesn't fucking one-shot me. Shush up, child. Ow.
Oh, that tree avatar is not going to kill it. One shot you. 2 shot you maybe, but not 1 shot you.
Oh shit, that hurt. Oh shit. That's gonna hurt. I'm about to get rotted. Ooh! Boom! Alright, we're done with that. Wanted to get that fight out of the way real fast, and now I'm gonna go get my wife and child from the car. That's not bad. Oh, they are already in.
Man, what in the fuck was that?
Okay. You just want to wait. All right. Didn't really care for what he dropped, but he did give nearly 10,000 souls. Huh? If you're just gonna wait for him to go to sleep because it is 9 o'clock, yeah. So. Beat her up! Beat her up! Throw her!
Beat that pussy up.
Throw her!
Throw her into a deep fryer.
Throw her like
With
that.
some fried rice.
She's like, what the fuck was that, bro? And then instantly you're like, no, god damn it, I'm not sorry. Oh, well, you have such a pretty face, too. At least you didn't scratch your butt.
How do you know I didn't scratch
Where's
my
that?
butt?
Where's that guy? Where's that dude?
What dude?
That, you know, the general guy. Not Radon.
Jaren?
Jiren. Who the fuck is Jiren?
I mean, you're on the way. You're running the wrong way to the castle.
Where am I going?
You need to cut left.
Okay.
Because if you follow the... There should be like a road coming up here soon somewhere. If you just follow it, it will run you all the way there.
Isn't this place up here? Isn't there a seed or stuff up here? Next to this castle up here?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Is this not a non-important castle?
That's the one I was... That's the one I was telling you about that has the flame grant me strength on one side of it. And... But there's also an arrow sniper guy. Yeah, that does that. He will shoot you all the way around.
What?
Yeah, he will shoot you all the way around the castle. Or that fort. That item down there is flame grant me strength.
Was shattered.
Alright, I got it. Let's get the fuck out of it. There's a church over there. Holy spit.
Yeah,
I want to go get that church, I think.
at the top of that fort. Yeah. What is it? At the top of that. At the top of that fort is the teleporter that teleports you right in front of the bridge that's in front of Radon's castle.
Oh.
I need you to stop
Is there...
doing weird shit.
Am I
Rapid
hit...
Scion.
I'm heading towards a, what's it called, right? A tier at some point?
There's only one tier that I know of over there, and that's at the church with the bitch missing her arm.
There's only one tier in this whole place?
Yeah. Several seeds, but only one tier.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm about to run up on the dragon dickhead.
Yeah, because if you're trying to run, or because that church over there is where you get all the dragon incantations from. That's the Dragon Communion Church.
What's up, bro? Okay, that is a lot of damage for this guy to not be taking. Oh my god. Oh, that did not plan that right.
Yeah, because every time he stomps, or when he goes to do his roar, he will leak out rot. And then, unlike the other dragons, his rot bounces when he does his breath attacks. They yeah, that shit.
No. It's not getting hit.
Yeah, the area that they have this guy in sucks ass.
One more bleed. This guy's mighty susceptible to the bleed.
They're all the dragons are. But because of the headshots and stuff like that, they take with the bonus damage. It helps.
Oh shit.
Pull that up. We click that. I click on that link. Pull up stream elements. I go here.
Come on.
I go to chatbot. Go to counters. Haha. Okay. We pop
Woo!
that up.
Alright, I'm gonna die.
We pop that guy up.
Alright, Dad, what do I do?
Rest out of grace. Warp to the closest grace.
Got it, warp. Got it, warp. Okay.
Yep.
Alright, Dad, with the clutch.
Warp.
I love how you panicked a little when you told me that.
Well,
Like you looked
I
at
did
my
know
screen
you were.
like,
I
what kind
did.
of situation are you in?
That's
and then you
exactly
saw
what I
was
did.
doing. You're like, warp. Gotta warp. You gotta warp to do that.
warp out. I did not
I
know what
would've
was going on.
died without you, our Dad. I would have died without you.
I had no idea what situation you were in. That's why because I was just
I was
redoing my
panicking. That's
boss counter.
That's what I was doing.
I had just reset my boss counter, and you're like, "What do I do? What do I do?" I'm like, "Wait, okay, let me get off one screen and onto another." And I look over and I'm like, yeah, warp. If you
I
had
was
the
like,
ability to warp,
I had another warming stone.
it removes all of your
Yeah.
all your status effects.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. Like it. Oh,
Ooh, I started panicking real bad.
yeah. The warming stone kept you from dying a lot faster.
From immediately dying. I don't. Even with all the time left on the warming stone, like, I think I still would have died not figuring out what to do.
Yeah, because the rut is just it ticks so slow,
It's just scary.
but it's just fuck. It's like it's the toxic of Elden Ring,
Yeah.
and the worst one is the one from the Lake of Rot. That's the worst rot.
I gotta kill that guy, right? That guy that's up there in that tree, the general dude guy.
Nah. All you gotta do is go fight Radon. That's it.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go fight Radon then. What's up, dude? What's this? Rot bone arrow? I'll take some of that. Crack pot? I'll take some of that. Where do I go? Is it this way? Do I need to go up this?
Nah, just follow the road.
Through this?
Follow the road down.
Follow this road?
Yep, because it's gonna take you by a golden tree.
Okay. Are these people used to be people? Or these puppets used to be people?
Radon's got like everything in the world. What the fuck did I get? Oh my fucking god.
Oh no.
Wrong road.
What?
Yeah, you're following the wrong way.
Alright, I'm going back. Fuck you, you puppy dog. This was the only road, I thought.
Nah. Next to the
Who's
merchant.
this?
Next
What's
to
this?
the nothing. It's just a
Stop by the shack.
yeah. It's just that's for
Alright.
side quest. Next
What
to the
road?
merchant, you should have seen the thing for the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to
picked
follow
the
the
map
road
up.
that's right there, next to the map. So when you're going this way, you'll make a left on the road where you picked up the map.
Okay.
And follow that all the way
This-
down.
This looks like a shortcut. Uh-oh. It's the giant crow dogs.
Yep. T-Rex birds.
Fuck you, giant crow dogs.
See, there goes
Birds.
the golden seed. Now, if you stay slightly to the left off the road, you avoid the dogs too.
No, I want them. Ow!
I mean, you did want them.
I want them though. I wanted one, and then a different one came out of nowhere. It scared me. Yeah, now fight each other, you big buffoons.
Alright, there's a Grace right behind that tower. And then you'll take that teleporter. That's on the other side.
And I'm pretty sure, from what I read on Fextra, Radon's a pretty easy boss. So I don't even need to rest or anything. I should just be able
I
to kill
would.
him.
Because he still hits hard. And if you don't know... If you don't know his stuff, he will still wipe the floor with you.
I'm gonna one-tap him just like all the other Remembrance bosses. If I
Right.
die, our dad will be because I died to fall damage. The greatest enemy in any Dark Souls game.
If you manage to die to fall damage in a arena that has no fall damage, that says a lot about you, sir. I mean, you can fall into the water, but you have to go out of your way to get to the water.
Threatening cry. Okay. Huh.
Did you talk to him and get the cutscene?
Yeah, I think I skipped it.
Oh, okay. There's a Somber 5
What?
and a Smithing 6 in that place.
Sure.
All 2 of them? 3. You said the monster.
He's a monster. Where's the somber 5? I don't have a 5 yet.
It's outside. Run back out to where, and then make a left.
Tell a story.
Where? Oh,
Down
there,
there.
boy. Somber 5.
Was shattered.
I don't need a 5 though. I'm just gonna go kill him because I'm really good. I'm not even gonna summon anybody. I like to summon them to watch them die though.
I mean, I usually always kill him at phase 1, so yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to do that.
But I also know the setup for the stagger to get it all. I also know the opening that I need to get a good amount of attacks in, and all that other crap.
I'm just gonna kill his bitch bash. This guy's gonna rue the day he ever decided to fight me. I did the wrong thing. Ow.
Two screams.
Oh, you know what? That would be helpful.
Yeah, I know how to cancel that phase too.
Die! Uh-oh.
What happened to the one tap?
I don't think that's gonna happen. Almost, Art Dad. I almost did it.
Did you get the stagger?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because usually once you get the stagger, you also get a bleed proc.
I did. That is exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Too many attacks. Just one attack. Oh! Oh! Oh, that was so close, our dad. That was really goddamn close.
Yep.
For bullshitting, our dad. That was pretty fucking close.
It was. I'm not denying it. It was a good first attempt.
Let's just do that. And what's worse is if I didn't change over my mana to my health, I think I definitely would have got it.
Well, you also got lucky in that phase 2. He didn't do the corkscrew attack on you. Which is
Also true.
fucking crazy to dodge.
Oh, he got me. Oh shit. Oof. Don't kill me, don't you kill me, you bitch. No, I missed it! I bet you I fucking killed him if I didn't miss that shit. I didn't have enough stamina. Where'd he go?
Yeah, probably right on top of you.
Next time I probably just run around and not sit and wait. But honestly, I want to try and get that one phase. You know what I'm saying?
When you take the teleporter into this fight, if you do a 180-degree turn and then run backwards, hop onto it and ride back, there is a little monument thing that's all over the arena, and it will cancel out his bow shooting phase and immediately make him charge at you.
Okay. Oh. Let's try that shit. Just on torrent and then ride the opposite
Yep, right.
direction.
Right, do a 180-degree turn. Like as soon as you get in, already hold down
Ow.
on the analog and immediately start riding back. And when you turn around, he should have phased out. So when you start running, when you load him back in, he'll immediately be in the melee phase. So go ahead and go back, go ahead and heal. Oh, I forgot to mark the other two.
He's firing the wrong direction now.
Yeah, keep running towards him.
Yo! Nope, he's still firing.
You waited too long.
Alright, let's try and go back. Ow, you dickhead.
You get
Alright, I didn't
iframes.
touch the monument.
You get iframes when you get on and off torrent, by the way.
Okay, so touch the monument.
You don't even gotta touch the monument. You just gotta. There's a certain thing that's behind you that you generally just gotta run past, and it deloads them. Now just keep running straight.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Hell yeah. Good job, our dad. No, I didn't pay attention to my health. Damn it, I was gonna get him that time. It's so exciting to try and kill the bosses in one hit when you know how.
Because that opening that you've been getting, that's the opening you want to get the one cycle.
Yeah.
When he does that,
Seems like it's
yeah.
pretty
When
easy.
he
Oh, did I lose all my souls?
did
Shit.
you not pick them up?
No, of course not. Not on that second try.
Oh yeah, then yeah, you lost them.
That's alright. I just leveled up, so we might have lost like a couple thousand. Kogo, quit drooling on me. What a prick.
All right.
I hate that guy.
Respawn. So you can turn around now and run back.
And
So
he'll shoot one
that
off
little thing
arm
that's on your
direct.
right there that you just passed, that's as far back as you need to run to despawn them.
Oh shit. The bleed proc brought him down super fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Where'd he go? Oh shit. Alright, we're fine. Haha! Suck a dick, Radon. Oh my god, Radon. Please die, Radon. Oh, did I get that in time? I don't know if I did. Do you normally get 91,000 souls for killing him?
Yeah. No, 80.
I got 91.
Then you got
80.
yeah, you got a bonus from somewhere.
Oh, I mean, I did activate the little thing.
The foul foot. Then
Yeah. I don't know if I got it in time. What am I?
Well, if you
I
got
can't tell.
91,000, then you got the bonus.
Oh, I don't know how much he drops normally. Where the
Well,
fuck
that's
am
what
I
I'm
going?
saying. He drops 80.
Alright, now what?
Touch the grace, and then you can warp out. Or touch and rest at the grace, so that way you can warp. And then
Alright.
from there you can complete, you can do Ronnie's stuff, because you can get to Nokron from there.
Okay.
Because you got the hole
What's
open in the
Ronnie's
ground. All you would have to do is get the Finger Slayer blade. Um,
Right
and
here.
that Fort Height. It's that red mark. Yeah, because that opens up to the Moose Remembrance.
Yeah.
That gives you access to the Valiant Gargoyles, so that way you can get down to Deep Roots to Fia's to beat Fia's champs, and then complete Fia's quest line.
You're doing too much. You're doing too much.
Well, no, I was saying like Radon holds the key to like it's 3 remembrances. Yeah, that's behind him. Like not just his, but 2 others.
So if I go down now and get the severed finger for what's her face, right?
The Finger Slayer blade. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can give it to her, and then that opens up the path to get to Estelle. That opens up the path to get to Estelle, and then it also, because she gives you the inverted statue after you give her the Finger Slayer blade, which you have to go do that to get the curse mark to give to Fia to get to complete her quest line to get the Death Dragon Remembrance.
This
The
is
Lynch
becoming cumbersome for my mind. Ah! Oh, I'm so glad I jumped for no fucking reason other than the idea that I just jump off cliffs all the time. But thank God I do. Yeah! Epic pro gamer fuck a duck. Oh god, I did not. I hate this place. What's the ghost flame torch do? Does it keep ghosts away?
No, it's a frost torch.
Huh.
It'll build up frost.
Golden Ruin 6. What's this item up here? Is it worth grabbing? Looks like it. It says it's a purple item. Nascent Butterfly. That does not even remotely sound.
You use
Okay,
it to
where-
craft something. I think it's sleep grease. I think.
Where am I going?
Just keep running straight. You'll run into the Mimic Tier fight here in a minute.
Nice. Okay. Just touch Grace. Is there anything important here?
Nah. I mean, the bell bearing for the summon items, the stuff to upgrade
I
the
don't care about
summons
this
is a pickup that you literally run by.
Oh,
But
I'm not gonna pick it up anyway. Fuck it.
yeah, other than that, no.
Is it down here? Do I go this way?
Yep.
There we go. Is this it?
And you turn right.
Oh, 7. Fucking bitches. What's this? Another Golden Rune 7. Is it this? That's a larval tier. I think I missed it.
Missed what?
The bearing or whatever.
Yeah, you did. You already ran by it. It was up top.
Alright, let's Whoops. Not the right one. That's not correct either. That's not right. Where the hell is it?
Have you they, sir? But you, I can play turning wood to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. You, it will some torrent.
Bitch ass. Damn, she died from the stuff and got. It's like a terrible death noise. All right, now where do I go?
Left.
I can fight the moose now too, can't I?
You gotta light all the things, but yeah.
Is it the big moose that I'm supposed to kill?
Yep.
Good. Let's kill him. Does it matter if I kill him right now?
Nah.
Good. Get that shit out of the way.
Him, Estelle. It doesn't matter when you kill them. Like I said, I've never attempted Fia's questline after killing Malekith, just because of the fact that the world changes after you kill Malekith. So I don't know if you could still complete it after beating Malekith. So I generally go ahead and take them out relatively early.
Alright, there's one. Where's the rest? Here's another one.
Where are
This
you
is
on?
two.
Oh, nope. I'm not fighting you with you being on a mountainside. Nope. You're going to get your ass back down here.
This is where I go for the thing.
Yeah.
And this is where I go for... Oh, this is a pretty important place.
Yeah.
There's lots of stuff here. Oh, you know what else I should do? I should put on some fucking armor. Kill this dickhead.
Oh, you stalling son of a bitch.
Death to you, homie. That guy was worth nothing.
Nah.
Alright, that was another one. And then there's one over here, right? Like, way off over there.
There's two that are way off.
Is there one in the ruins over there, or is that's just the little spray mist head
That's
thing,
the spray
right?
mist thing. It's on the other side. Just keep running along the edge and you'll come across it. Like, you don't got to drop down. There it is.
Nice. Got it. Enchanted shot. Don't care. Alright, I think there's like two more. One of them's up here, maybe. Is one of them right here? I
Yep.
guess one of them is here. Alright, how many
The
more?
fuck?
How many am I missing?
Just one. And it's
Don't
in the woods next to where you first dropped down.
Next to where I first dropped down.
Yep.
Over here. Over here. Yeah. I want to say that this wouldn't be another 16 hours, but I feel like it probably would be.
Yeah, because I could see you getting frustrated and starting to kill everything.
Oh, I could see myself
And
getting
then-
frustrated with not
and then-
finding it.
And then fighting the red wolf, which is unnecessary.
Is this the one?
Yep. You're missing... Oh, no, it's glowing. I was about to say you're missing one because it's not glowing.
Alright. Do this. 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 Let's just beat the shit out of him. The Regal Ancestor Spirit. Come on, bitch! No horse, so could you just speed up and get over to me, please? What a dickhead. Wait, what? Leave. This shit is gonna take forever.
Get timed out, dude. Oh, just wait till he heals himself.
Heals himself.
Yep.
Oh, you prick.
Got a new follower. It's a bot, but got a new follower and immediately timed it out. I love it.
Whoa, whoa! He is healing the shit out of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Does he bleed?
Yep.
How many times does he heal himself?
As many times as he's gonna.
I thought there'd be like a build up to the heal.
No.
Ow! Come on, you prick.
I do think that his heals are limited. Because I think it's after he eats so many or kills all the animals, they don't respawn.
Don't you heal up, you piece of shit.
Because the only other way he can heal when he does that is by if
What
you're
the
taking
fuck
damage.
is he doing? Why did he make the rabbit noise from fucking?
Just wait till he
He's gonna heal
starts.
again.
Just wait
He's
till
gonna
he.
heal again. Ah! Fuck you.
Just wait till
You
he does. Oh, you ain't got to deal with it.
I almost had to deal with
On
it.
mine, he started doing like the Ram Astro War, rolling around.
He did that. Yeah, he was doing that.
Yeah, that shit's so annoying.
That's not what I was like afraid of. He was doing like some kind of jumping little hoppy bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, so he's done. What was I doing before this? Oh, I need to go through the city, don't I?
Yeah. Go get the Finger Slayer blade. And then
Now
you
after I
take
get that,
And then you take that to Ronnie, and then you do the inverted statue stuff. Because once you get the item at
Oh,
the
I have to do the inverted statue shit?
Yep. Because you need the item at the
Oh.
top of it.
At least now I'll have all this stuff. I think that's normally what the problem I have is that I can never activate it. Did I immediately go the wrong way?
No, you're going the right way.
Jumping, going rooftop jumping, I'm rooftop jumping. Do I just keep going down? All the stuff that's up is bullshit, right? All these guys are bullshit too, so I'm just gonna leave. Fuck you guys.
I mean, but they pay decent, so
Do they? I'll kill them
yeah,
if
it's
they pay
like two.
good.
It's like $2,000. Okay, that was weird.
Ah! That one hit me kind of hard.
You did?
I might not be able to keep playing. I hate this city and I hate the other city that you have to do this with. And I fucking really hate that upside down bitch place. That's with the guy who shoots at you, right?
Yeah.
And the chandeliers.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that really well because I die a lot because I don't like that place.
I don't like it either.
Oh my god.
You can't run by them though.
Oh, why? Why am I? Okay, yeah, I'm done. I didn't activate my Great Rune. Listen, I made a lot of progress today. That's pretty good. What is that?
3 remembrances.
Like total? 4 remembrances?
3. You got
4
Renala.
total, though.
Oh, 4 in total, yes.
Yeah, so that's the next time I play, I'll get another 4. We'll just go see what we're at real fast. Oh, 4 hours and 15 minutes. If I take about an hour per other remembrance, then I'll be where you're at.
You
So as
You'll be
long as you're
longer.
here to guide me,
You'll be longer than
long
where
as
I'm at. Just because it's the actual fights that's what's going to make the difference.
well, I think I'm pretty good at the fights, but I'm not. I can't do it without you here, and I still, even then, I can only do it so much because I don't want to get fucking ragey.
But yeah, once you get that, yeah, you got to do the tower things next. So have fun with that.
What's after the tower?
Once you get the mark for the tower, you can more or less continue on, just taking stuff out. You just need that curse mark. You need to have it because, like I said, once you set the Erdtree on fire, I know Fia automatically moves to where she is downstairs. But I don't know what all interactions that go on after that with like Ronnie and stuff after you burn the tree, which is why I go ahead and just do the Ronnie stuff right after I do Radahn. Because I go down there, I kill the Mimic Tier, I kill Moose, and then I continue on. I take out the Valiant Gargoyles, I kill Fias Champs, and then make my way down to the next part of Underground, run through all that, run through the Lake of Rot, and then go kill Estelle for the last remembrance that's actually underground. That's not Moog.
collect and play all records? I guess I haven't. Decipher all cryptic vessels and claim the rewards. I'm pretty sure I've done that.
Nah, because in order to get the last one, you have to get Victor's boss weapon. You have
Okay,
to
well, I'll
get
just do that
Victor's
this time,
boss
then.
weapon, and then you have to go back to
Find out the last story of Geppetto and the last story of Sophia. I haven't done either of those, really.
yeah, because you got to talk. You got to constantly talk to him every time you go back.
Okay.
Like you got to constantly talk to him, and because sometimes after certain things, their dialogue expands, or when you have certain items in your inventory, it expands their dialogue. Like the only one I have left to do to actually platinum Liza P is talk to Geppetto. Is just talk to Geppetto. And I keep forgetting it when I do play to run through all of his dialogue. But you got to run through all of Sophia's dialogue, everything like that.
Okay, I'm starting up a new game.
Have
You
fun.
just tell me what to do.
Just talk to him. Every time you go back, just run up, talk to them. If they don't have nothing new to say, just run through their dialogue anyway, and then go on.
It's deathless. This will be deathless.
Okay.
I forgot my go live notification was Liza P has sent you a message. I got mad when you sent it to me, when you put that there the other day, and I clicked on it so fast. It said Art Dad and the Misfits has sent you a message, and I was like, oh, what did he send? And then I clicked watch, and I was like, this fucking bastard.
Yeah, it works.
Alright. The Crescent is technique based, okay.
The
This guy's outfit
the glaive,
goes really
you mean?
hard. Huh?
The glaive,
Yeah, what did I say?
crescent.
That's a glaive.
Yeah, I know, but you said crescent. That's why I was like,
It's called
the
the
glaive.
Crescent glaive, you bitch.
That's actually what Reapers look like. War Reaper.
I don't know what that is.
Like instead of the scythe, like
No, I
The
don't know what a
Grim
War
Reapers?
Reaper is.
well, the War Reaper is what they called it, War Scythe. It didn't have the inward curved blade like a farming Reaper or a farming scythe had. It had a
Oh yeah.
it had a curved kind of what like the Black Knight Halberd or like that one had to it. It had a blade like that.
Yeah, fuck all of you. That was unfair. Running around at New Game Plus is like easy because you have all this shit that makes you so much stronger, and then you get to the boss fight and it's like, damn, this boss hits me twice and I'm dead.
Yeah, there was somebody in one of the late night overnight guys I watch. They were bitching about how NG Plus was so easy for Liza P. And he goes, well, it should be. You're starting off overpowered in it. But
Yeah,
the boss
turn
is,
off all the P organ
like,
shit and
they're like,
and
but
then
the
see how
boss
easy it
is
then.
stronger. The normal enemies are not because you already have a maxed out weapon. Your stats should relatively be high. Like you should be one-shotting
I think the
everything
boss
on
is-
NG Plus.
Or no, I think the regular enemies are still strong, but they're just not as they're just not that strong
because
to begin with.
he went
you know?
on. He was like, "Well, he goes when you're gonna do games that have like NG plus cycles, right?" He goes, "Here's the thing that makes a game with an NG plus cycle good and bad, in my opinion." And he literally said, "In my opinion," he goes, "You can either what I find." For stuff like that, and he's not a big NG plus player. He says you make the enemies, you scale them slightly. You don't scale them to where it's a whole new level of fucking difficulty, where you're dying like you would in a new game, where you're getting hit and they're doing like half your health already, because that means the boss is gonna one shot you, right? So you make everything just slightly more difficult than what it was in the base game. I go because you got other NG Plus games where they ramp everything up so much to where it's no fun to do NG Plus. But as you get later on into the game in NG Plus, yeah, the difficulty can scale higher because guess what? As you get later in base game, the difficulty gets higher for things. So, I mean, it makes sense. But you don't just start off with like a late game with enemies hitting you like they would do in late game.
Yeah.
And the
I
guy's
agree
like,
with the point.
yeah, and the other guy was still arguing with it. He's, oh, no. He's like, well, how far have you gotten in NG Plus? He goes, I haven't even fought the Watchman yet. And he goes, go fight the Watchman. He goes, go fight the Watchman and then come back and tell us how hard the Watchman hit.
Oh, man. The Watchman was the guy I had like most of the problem with, and then Flame King. I don't know if those are right after each other. They might be.
They are. But
okay, well, Parade Master didn't do that much damage, but the Watchman guy two-shot me if I wasn't careful, and then Fuko could fucking instantly annihilate me with his flames if I wasn't paying attention. Like,
and it was funny because the guy
takes the boss fights to another level.
Because the kid comes back. I want to assume it's a kid from the way he was arguing about shit. Came back in like 30, 40 minutes later, and he goes, I guess the bosses are skilled better in NG Plus. We're like, you dumbass. God damn. That dude got the angle on me. Well, I mean, they're scaled more appropriately for NG Plus than the basic enemies. And that was more or less what he was. And that was more or less what he was getting at, was the basic enemies in NG Plus for up to the Parade Master and the Scrapped Watchman were too easy because he was one-shotting them. Well, yeah, you're going to one-shot them.
That's every New Game Plus, though.
Yeah.
That guy's just not a New Game Plus player, then.
Because he was just sitting over there arguing with. He goes, well, that wasn't like that in Elden Ring. I was like, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was.
Because if you kill everything in Elden Ring and you do everything, by the time you finish the game, you're level 150 to 200. And that's popping all the boss souls, getting all the golden rune pickups, all that stuff. And not farming anything. Just, killing everything once, killing the bosses, popping their remembrances, popping all the golden rune pickups will get you between level 150 and 200.
Smoker says hi to you through my channel.
Yo, Smoke.
Not gonna lie, the introduction of this glaive weapon has made this game a lot funner.
Oh man,
I tried out the weapon, like it made the game a lot funner.
When they put the umbrella weapon in Wulong, which is also free in the PlayStation Plus. when
I have
they
to wait for it to cycle.
what do you mean wait for it to cycle?
I don't have the New
Oh,
Game
you don't
Plus
have
where you
the
can
second
download
one?
them. No,
The
I
second
just
tier?
have the regular version.
Oh.
So if it cycles around, then I'll download it. Or you don't even have to download it. You just have to claim it, and then you can download at any point after that.
But
I saw these games and I just never saw the point because I was like, oh, I'm never gonna play them. I play it for somebody else, and now here I am streaming.
when
This
they
guy's gonna
when
fuck
they
me up,
did the
doesn't-
collab with Wulong, and they put in the puppet saber,
Fucking asshole.
that thing was so fun because it had the exact move set that
God,
it
what a
has
prick.
in Liza P. So it was fun to play with because I really enjoyed using the puppet saber. Because
That hurt.
my biggest habit was taking the great sword blade and putting it on the puppet saber and turning it into a quality weapon. Because honestly, even though a lot of people put the technique crank on the glaive, you actually lose damage by doing that instead of just leaving it where it's at and pumping both strength and technique.
Huh.
Yeah, the Grave's a better quality weapon than it is a technique weapon. I have tested it with the because you can put the motivity crank on it, the strength crank, and all it does is switch from a B in technique to a C, and from a C to a B in strength. But the damage stays the same. And when you go to throw the technique crank on it, you actually lose some damage. You lose some damage for the drop in the strength scaling.
This game is so long. Like, when you think about Bloodborne and Dark Souls, you think they're long games because you do a lot of exploration, you go back and forth.
Oh, I don't
It's a
think
good amount of
Bloodborne's long.
content.
I don't think Bloodborne or the Dark
Actually, yeah,
Souls games are long. Dark Souls
Bloodborne's
2
not
is
long.
long.
Dark Souls 3 can be...
Dark Souls 2 is long.
The first couple times you play Dark Souls 3, it's not a small game.
Well, I mean, first
Once you
couple
get
of
to, like,
times you
once
got
you
you don't know where anything is. So I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
there's
same
a
thing
lot
with
of exploration.
like that's
A
the
lot of
same thing with
difficulties.
Bloodborne. Like my first playthroughs for all of the Souls games, outside of Elden Ring, which took me 200 hours my first playthrough. All the other ones took me on average anywhere 25 to 40 hours to get through. Dark Souls 2 was the longest of the playthroughs at 80 hours. Like Sekiro took me 45, 50, or I say 40 to 45, not 50. I was fucking around in NG Plus after I beat it, seeing what it was like.
Alright, let's see how clean I can do for this fight.
Dark Souls took me about 40 hours. Dark Souls 3 took me about 30 hours. And that was because the first time I attempted playing it, I got halfway through it, and then I couldn't figure out where to go after beating the Aldridge. And
He breaks that shit like it's nothing.
what?
That gate, he breaks it like it's nothing.
Oh, yeah. I wish they had a poise system in this game. I hate that you can get micro staggered out of your attacks so easily in Liza P. That's why it's not staying on. There we go.
That was a pretty clean fight.
Did you phase one them?
No, I almost did. I almost got his ass. So like you know how.
So it's
the
three
final,
counter.
like,
It's 3 counter R1s. Like you do 3 counter R1s, a charged R2. Counter him
It's like-
again with a heavy counter. Or the deflect with the heavy counter. It breaks them. Get the riposte, and then then after that charge R2 as he goes to stand up, and then pop the thing to refill your blue bar, your Fable Art bar, and then the big old spin generally kills him before he finishes the phase transition.
The spin would have killed him on the phase transition, except I on the like the last hit, the big hit that would have done the damage to kill him, he got into his transition and it only took like half damage. But I was like right there. I almost got his ass.
So the big key to it is buying one of the electric blitz, the electric grindstones from that merchant right there, and putting it on at the
that
start
would have
of
done it. That would've-
and put it on at the start of the fight.
yeah, that would have absolutely
Because
phased
you
one
would
to
have,
shit.
yeah, because you proc it while he's you proc it while you're attacking him and stuff like that. So by the time he goes into the phase transition, he is still procced. It's still procced on him, so he takes bonus damage because it's procced. And then that's when you hit the big spin to win.
Almost. Watchman's always gonna give me trouble. Cause he does that thing where he pretends like he's gonna hit you, but he grabs you, and that pisses me the fuck off.
Dodge into it.
I know how to dodge it,
Oh,
it's just
okay.
that I can never fucking dodge it. Like, I always sit there, I'm like, oh, it's block, perfect guard. No.
This is where we'll quit out
Crap.
here.
Are you at the same spot as I was?
No, I'm where Moose Jr. is,
The other
but
spot.
it's a different run. I'm working on the all bosses deathless run again for Elden Ring.
The Moon Phase Pocket Watch. I will level up twice, and I will level up my vitality. No, I won't. I'll level up my technique. Fuck everything else. Alright, and then you, lady.
$10 hours, 9 minutes on that race.
You're at 10 hours and 9 minutes on your race?
Well, I mean, that was the Liza P rate, the Liza P one. 10 hours, 9 minutes. And that was with using that same character to teach P some things. Going out of my way to help P.
Yeah, I tried my hardest and landed at a very modest 16 hours.
Yeah, I went out of my way with that character to teach P some things. Because I went to the boss rematches and was showing her my setup for how I fight them to make it relatively easy on her.
How to fight who?
Romeo and the Black Rabbit
Is she
Brotherhood.
stuck on Romeo?
I mean, that's where she's at now. But I know the quick phase one. How to get them to transition real fast, and then the key to fighting them in phase two.
Did that work? Was that close enough to fuck with that? Did that lady give me her whatever she was gonna give me?
I don't know. Check your
Do I have
inventory.
to not wear a top hat?
Nah, the top hat doesn't matter. It's just the
A dim
school
ergo
uniform.
fragment.
All you gotta do is the school uniform and. Alright.
I think I did it. I'm just gonna say I did. I'm gonna get out of there. Where's my weapon? Oh. Why didn't I fill up my art charge?
Lies of penis.
Alright. We'll talk later when we're safe, he says. You're attached to me at the fucking hip, bro. What are you talking about?
He's literally danging on your bouncing off your ass as you run.
Yeah, like, you could just talk at any point and I'll have to listen. You could whisper or yell.
You can go into the settings and turn the character's voice volume to off. So you don't hear none of them.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna.
I do when you take the train ride up and he starts going on about Saint Frangelico.
Yeah.
I go in and I turn it off every time.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a clip of me that I made where you get to the top and he's like, "Is something bothering you?" It's just me yelling at him. It's like, "You didn't shut up the whole fucking train ride." It's like the first time I freaked out at him. He would not shut the fuck up the whole time.
Alright. That's everything dead. My 3 Fable arts are full. Give me this catalyst. Catalyst there. Titanite. We go ahead, open that door. Run R2 back, charge. I missed. Charge and then bam.
You guys are punk bitches, and I've memorized this game. Not well, but I have memorized it.
And switch that out.
This race has been very fun, to be honest. The Lies of P playthrough was a little bit rough, but it was still pretty fun.
Oh.
Oh. I fucked up. All right, we're good. Oh, and then I wasted it. I'm stupid. I'm good, but I'm stupid. Fuck.
Kill them, then we come over here. I kill you. Take y'all out, grab that.
No.
Kill that.
Fucking punk. If I don't go down this alleyway now, I can go down it later, right?
Which alleyway?
This first one with the guy that's shooting at me with the sharp pipe.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have to at some point anyway, so.
So it's kind of pointless to go down there right now. I think. So I'm just gonna skip it.
But you can drop down. There is a ergo pickup and the 6th stone for regular weapons. It's down there as well. Because you can have a +2 before you fight Mad Donkey.
Is a +2 better than what my weapon would be?
I mean, it hits harder, but you would have to have it on a, judging from your technique being at 17, I think I saw what you upgraded it to.
Yeah.
You would need it on a weapon that scales well with technique.
Holy shit. Yeah, there's not a lot of early game technique weapons.
Nah.
And then
Outside
there's
of the
even
one you
less
start with.
early game technique weapons that are good. I don't like these guys at all.
What? Puppet string them.
There we go. I don't have any more. I wasted it by accident.
Yeah, those guys, you can either run R2 them.
That is what I do, though.
Yeah, the running R2 or the puppet string interrupts it. And then you can fuck them up. Alright, let's redo. Get weapon back up to full.
I normally use throwables on this guy. I feel like I'm probably good enough to not do that, but why break the cycle? It's also really fucking funny to do that to him. Cause that guy has given me a lot of issues in the past before. Before I saw you do that, or I don't know. I think I saw
I've done it. I've done it in how to make the game easier
Yeah.
thing with Liza P. Like how to cheese certain enemies to make it easier if you're struggling with this one.
He doesn't respawn, does he?
Nah, he doesn't. He's an elite.
Yeah.
It's like
It's kind of worth.
the puppets in like the puppets with the white coats with the axes. They don't respawn either.
Oops, I forgot I was supposed to buy stuff from this guy. Oh. Should I pop the Parade Master's Ergo?
That's your call.
I mean, what's it for?
It has the.
What's the ring that it gives you?
I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Hmm. Do you normally pop it?
I generally pop them all. The only one I don't pop is the nameless puppet one.
The one for Victor's weapon?
The one that gives you the immunity to the three basic status effects. But generally, I pop them all.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, then I think I'm gonna do that.
Give me one
We'll
of
sell
those.
the Parade Leader's Ergo.
And then we sell all those.
Buy
Sell that.
Buy all 3 of those.
Sell
All
that.
5 of those.
Sell
And I'll buy
that.
this. And I still have enough to level up too. So let's do.
As we all gather at the
Do that. We'll have.
And then shoot vitality up to 15. And then we equip the electric abrasive.
Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. When do you get the first hidden moonstone or whatever? No, you fucking... Oh, I didn't die. Whoops. I did waste a throwable. Okay. Holy shit, that was scary. Man, and I'm like nearly dead from all of that. Whew.
Bye bye, parade puppet.
Not yet. Hold on, Josh, not yet.
The first stone for the glaive or the special weapons doesn't come to after you beat Furoku, the Flame King. And then after that, you get a, there's several of them after that to be able to go to +2.
I'm about to fight the donkey.
Okay, the timer is going.
It says there's some choice to be like to tell your dad that you were scared and you get more humanity. Is that true?
I mean, you don't meet.
Donkey?
I've skipped that dialogue so many times, so I can't remember.
I didn't even know he talked to you.
Yeah, he talks to you after.
Thought it was just like a hey, meet me at the place.
He talks to you after. But I don't know. Like I said, I skipped the dialogue so much that yeah.
Fucking hurts. All right.
Those traps I use the sawtooths for.
Yeah, I'm about to reset everything, so I use my puppet string to save it. Yo, I've been farting like a madman.
You know what I can do?
All I had was
change the category from Bloodborne to Liza P.
Wow, I actually did do that. I do this every time. I come over here, I fall down, and then I think to myself, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to go that way. No, I wasn't. You fell, stupid.
Been waiting for you. Searched all over the city of Krop to find you.
About to go whoop this guy's ass for throwing shit at me, you fucking prick, you stupid dickhead, motherfucker. Virginie's crack.
Run through all her dialogue.
Why does playing the piano turn everybody into puppets?
I don't know. I think it's like something secret that they put in for it. But after you beat them all and everything like that, you go back to it and play the certain key, and then it just turns them all into puppets.
Oh fuck, there's a fucking guy down here. Shit.
Grab that.
Oh man, this is gonna be bad.
It suits you. For a moment there, you look just like. But forgive me.
Okay, I definitely I might have overused there. I used all the thermite and the electricity that I had, and then I used the 3 Fable bars because I was afraid of that guy.
And jump capacity. And then get out of this fucking school uniform. Put my dog mask back on.
Woof. Alright.
Vigor at 15, capacity at 15. Let's go kill things.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We'll bring the capacity up, or not capacity, we'll bring the life up to 15. Once I kill the mad donkey, I might have to take a break. Fuck these guys up. Blam, 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 blam. Ayah. Yeah, you took too long. You should have just hit me, you dumb piece of shit. Fucking idiot. Vaginal repair tool. Pretty sure that's what it says. Alright, let's see if I can, let's see how clean this fight is. Because it's never once been a clean fight for me.
Elysian Boulevard was a regular rich people row. You wanted fancy boutiques and shops. It didn't get better. But that was long ago. Before the puppet frenzy.
Okay. Can't we just stick with the I can't sneak past you? Uh-oh. This ain't gonna work. This guy's gonna kill me. Oh, this guy's definitely gonna kill me. His fucking weapon flew out. So that guy was kind of like he knew. Right? Like that he's not wrong. He did do the puppets. The puppet frenzies. This is Geppetto's fault, right?
Yeah.
So the donkey guy is like,
Well,
he knew.
the puppet frenzy is not Geppetto's fault, actually. Geppetto's actually gave the order to fight against the petrification disease, to fight against what Simon was doing. So the puppets were actually protecting people, and the ones they attacked were the ones that were infected that were going to possibly turn into the carcasses.
Oh, that's what the puppet frenzy was?
Yeah. But because nobody knows...
It wasn't really a frenzy.
Because nobody knows what's exactly happening, because of... As you go through the game the first time, you can't understand them. But when you go through the game the second time, even... like, it even comes from Romeo. Like, what's actually happening, why they're doing what they're doing, who gave the order, and all that stuff.
So, what's the carcass thing again?
The people who were overflown with Ergo.
Why did that happen? Is that like...
It comes from the experiments that they were doing with the Ergo. Like how they made Victor. Them trying to evolve evolution, man, trying to force evolution in man to be like a god. It led to the petrification disease that turned people into carcasses.
That was a weird backstab that I just had.
Alright.
What?
That there. Then we get the backstab here. There goes the toss. Running R2. Kill him. Pick up this way. Running R2. There goes that. Drop down.
I don't even have to go that far. That's bullshit. I don't want to have to go sit at that stupid thing.
Put the Legion magazines there. Head, grab that.
Fucking douchebag. Fuck you. Suck my big fat balls and dick. Suck my balls and dick. Who gives me the quartz? Is it the old lady?
What
Baby
old
lady?
No, she gives you a record and a.
I get it. How do I get the secondary quartz?
You beat the Scrapped Watchman for 1.
Oh, that's I beat the
Scrapped Watchman, Parade
that's right.
Master give you 2, and then you can buy the other 2 out of the shop.
You buy 2 more, yeah. Yeah, that's a nice big ol' upgrade. I think I'm gonna do charged attacks this time. Oh, why am I fighting this guy? I have nothing. Oh my god. There we go. I now kind of really do have nothing. Now the Watchman's going to be a little bit difficult for me.
Don't worry.
Is the cricket a puppet?
Yes. Or at least that's what it...
He made a tiny cricket puppet.
That's what I'm led to believe.
I get mad when I think about the game. I always thought that it was just like a box that talked, right? Because that's what makes sense to me. Like, it's a lamp that talks, you know? We have those. We could do those. That's not that... No. I read the description. It said there's a cricket inside. These guys are dropping the attribute resistance ampules.
If it's the one in the round bottle, they're worth keeping. The other ones are not.
The other ones are. You're a crazy person. I use those all the time.
The ones in the
Mostly
round
'cause I don't
bottles are worth
upgrade the
keeping.
other natural ones.
Because they
Because
flat
they
out,
get rid of it. If you
yeah, they
have it.
remove the status. The other ones just
Yeah, but
boost
the
your
other
resistance, which doesn't. They don't boost it enough to make any difference.
I disagree. I don't know. Maybe it's because my guy had a different. Like, I level up my guy differently, but it's like twice as much.
Nah, you're just not getting hit with it as much as you think. Then I've tested
No,
it.
it's
I've tested them out.
Whenever I do the robot in what's the big robot in the Vagina Works?
You mean the future puppet?
Yeah, that one. Whenever I go fight him, I make sure
That's
that I
a
have
different
the
status.
resistance.
That's a different
Make sure I
status
have
one.
both.
That's a special.
Oh, okay. Then
That's a
never mind.
special.
Oh, yeah, for the special ones.
Yeah,
the
that's a
orange
special
ones?
status
Yeah,
one.
I don't. Okay, yeah, I agree. They're useless. I don't use the orange bottles unless
Like,
I'm just.
It
getting
would
rid of them.
be. You would need, because you get one of the ones that remove that status as soon as you beat the Scrapped Watchman. It's in a corner, kind of hidden off, but that's the only ones that are worth it in because they remove the status effect and kill you from it if it's already procced. But
Fuck.
the ones that just raise the resistance levels, they don't raise it enough to protect you from it, nor do they cure you from it if it's already procced.
Oh my gosh. It's a pretty clean fight. No! I dodged the wrong way. I didn't dodge into it. I'm so close. No, I fucked it up and I lost it. No! Oh, I was so fucking close to God fucking damn it. Fuck you, you motherfucking piece of shit. Oh, I was right there, our dad. I could have staggered him, got the free attack off, and then killed him, and I panicked, and I just... Oh, I was doing so
It happens.
well. Does electricity even work on this guy?
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That sucks. I almost had him. A little butt scratcher. And then I fucked up and I was gonna use my triangle dodge to get some extra attack before I L1 did the little spinny slash. If I would have just waited to do the little spinny slash, that was it. Alright, let's do it this time. Let's go. Let's go. You ready? Do it again. Do it a third time. One of the cleanest fights all day. One of the cleanest fights you'll see all day. Ouch, he hit me.
Okay.
Ouch, he hit me again. Ooh, I dodged the grab. I dodged the grab, our dad.
You know you can deflect that little electrical blast, right?
I think I did.
Not that time. I didn't know if you knew.
Whoa!
It looked like you did it in the first fight. I couldn't tell if you did it. I saw you do it. I thought I saw you do it the first fight. At that time you got hit.
That was a clean fucking fight.
I mean,
it wasn't the cleanest fights, but that was a clean fucking fight, dude. Ooh. I only had to heal one time, and really I didn't have to heal. I would have been fine. Oh, that was just so smooth. I looked over, honestly expecting to see you in like the same spot. Like you just killed the guy.
Oh, I'm on my way. I'm on my way to
What?
take out the puppet. Or the donkey.
Take out the donkey. Well, the donkey's not far behind the puppet.
No.
The puppet. Where do I... There we go. Where's the guy? The kid's over here? Where's the kid? Where's the kid that I'm supposed to talk to? Is he not over here? Oh, he's over here. I gotta do the whistle, right?
Did you pick the whistle up?
Yeah, I should have.
Oh, that was bullshit.
Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already.
Yo, bitch! Throwing shit at me like that? Fuck you. Every once in a while, I love hearing my cats through my microphone.
It's a dream, I understand, but
She's a cute baby.
I want you will catch
Yeah. Alright, now let's go back to the hotel. Close your eyes. Holy shit, you killed him really fast.
Mm-hmm.
That was really fast. Come with me. I think so. The last two times I went for other things. I think this time I'm gonna go for extra health and increased stagger window. Skip. That was almost really bad. Enhance a fatal attack. I think I'm gonna enhance the charge stagger. Oh! Ow. Increases enemy, or increases ergo upon enemy. What was this one? Increases the maximum number of charged fable slots. See, I don't think I need that much. I know it's good. This one also increases the stagger duration. So increase stagger plus increase stagger. This one enhances fatal attack. Oh man. What else am I gonna go for? Lowers the charge. Perfect guard, fable, charge, enhance. I think lower charge attack is probably what we should go with.
Give her that baby puppet.
And then I think we also go for another increased stagger duration because that's just good in my opinion. Yeah, that's really good. I gotta pee, and I'll be right back, everybody.
Do.
Welcome. Welcome to the status. Welcome to
love that it's not skin. Have you worn it?
Yeah.
It's
Tried
not
it on.
skin. It's the shoulders aren't fucked up.
I think,
Oh, it's so nice.
didn't I try it on before you?
You might have. Yeah, because you brought it home. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No.
I miss Zach and Sophie and Emma. I wish we could all play.
not going to. I heard he. I know my way. A pistol. If you don't look, Misty. I heard.
You saved. He's on the.
Come to me. Feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out. Close to you. I feel good.
Ah, always. Speaking of my friend. Remember, be careful, be wary.
Close your eyes. Come to me. Feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out. Close to you. I feel good. Just no feeling of you. Give it to me, baby.
You can get from the city. Ask me. Vin rescue. The thing, and if I don't know what I mean. Rosa, I believe, especially. Vinny knew.
Just want you step with me, dance with me.
The city asked me any questions.
I feel good on you. Alright. Make a groove all night. Close your eyes. Come to me. Feel alright.
Now that we have him, we can last. Nobody knows. That's why I'm both here. That's all I can say. I'll use my power.
Close to you. I feel good.
That sounds very to you and your better.
Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just walk your step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you, alright. To make a groove all night. Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me. Feel alright. I feel close your eyes. Close your eyes.
better info.
Close your eyes. Come to me.
I know my way around.
Feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out. Close to you.
I'll use my power.
I feel good. Just don't let it of you. Give it to me, baby.
Takes place in Florida, pretty much distance. If the name similarities aren't good enough.
Hello.
Here it is. The Nemo
Hello.
box.
Yes.
Belongs to the Nemo.
Okay.
That's
Still
the
there.
classiest playboy
Cool.
and most brilliant inventor
All right.
brought. Just ask him.
Let's see.
Puppets. Almost every
Minimal.
machine and tram and
Ugh.
car is supplied from here. Got curious about the guy. What kind of
Level up one more time. Do I talk to this bitch again?
that is? If he's still kicking.
Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe that's how you get the secret to the thing. Every time they got those little purple, or it's blue. I know it's blue, and I keep saying purple. Maybe every time they have the blue things around them, and then you talk to them. Why 15 health, by the way? Is there any special reason for that?
No, that's the first thing. So before I fight Puppet Master, I'm able to get to 15 health from the get. And that's exactly what I go to, because immediately after that, I immediately up capacity to 15.
Yeah, Acid's real shit.
Like, I don't bother leveling no damage stats till after I get vigor to 20 and capacity to 20.
Where you at?
Working on my way through to Venini.
Oh, okay, I see. You're like, what is that? Halfway through now? Or you're about to enter into the place.
Yeah, I've already.
Was I not gone for that long?
I mean,
it's usually 30 minutes.
Could have been. But I wasn't
make sure.
far behind you to begin with, and I didn't die to scrap the Watchman.
I truly. What is this robot to assume my feelings and tell me what I'd be interested in? You gotta wonder where it came from. What kind of person is he? I bet he's an asshole. It's that born yesterday attitude I don't like about him. I want pancakes with peanut butter and jelly. Oh, this is not a great place to fight this guy. What's up, buddy? Oh. There we go. That guy's dead as fuck. Suck a dick. Yo, bitch. She's a spitter. Babe, you know this girl? So, okay, so why are the puppets attacking me? If they attack everybody who's like infected.
There's a reason behind it, I just can't remember at the moment.
Feels like it's like probably just because we have Ergo. Like anybody who's injected with Ergo, the puppets don't like it. But the puppets are also made out of Ergo, right?
Yeah, but
Now
they were told to protect all humans. Or protect all humans who are not infected or something along those lines. Whatnot, and I don't know if they see because I don't think they can distinguish between, because you're also not bound by the laws that the other puppets are bound by.
Yeah, that's true.
Which it could be like they could sense that you got a different reaction, or like you got the awakened ego, like Arlecchino has, and you're able to make decisions based off of what you want to do.
Do you go kill the big puppet right away?
Which one? The one down there? Yeah, I kill him, but I do it after I drain the swamp.
I'm gonna do it. Whoops. Whoops. Boom. F. Alright. I feel like I fucked all that up. I need to sit down and redo all that. Probably should. Probably will. Have the 3 though. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Is he weak to electric?
All puppets are weak to electric, unless they are unless they're like the Scrap Watchmen where they're covered in it.
I don't know how to tell those apart.
Well, I mean, they would be covered in electricity, like the Phase 2 Watchmen. And shield guy is destroyed.
You remember when I was like, "Hey, is he weak to electricity?" And you said yes.
Yeah.
And then I put my electric shock on my bar, and then I didn't use it at all. Because I'm really good at this game.
Or are you just really forgetful?
Don't touch me, cat. That should be enough. Oh, you know what I could also do? I could just... Most recent gazer. Now I don't have to come down here later. I also like that weapon that you have, but the problem is I don't like investing in it because I like the circular saw better. And you get it pretty early on. By the way, the achievement that I got last night was the one for getting all normal weapons. I beat the game like 5 times at that point, and I'd not gotten all the normal weapons.
I've beaten the game numerous times, and I still don't have that one.
You don't have the platinum in this game?
No.
I was missing the one that's like in French, like, is it, I don't know, the place where the cogs go back and forth? You know what I'm talking about?
Like
you
in
gotta,
the cathedral?
Like, climb up to the top of the bullshit. I think it's the cathedral, yeah.
Yeah.
And you get to the top, switch the cogs, and they bring you up, and you gotta fight that shieldy, gross guy, whatever the fuck he was. Yeah. So, in my head, and on stream, I was thinking, like, out loud, I said, oh, my gamer attitude and my knowledge that I've grown up with is, like, screaming at me to go get on that and ride it the opposite direction, and something good will happen. And I was like, but the person who's played Lies of P the last, like, 4 days in a row doesn't want me to do it and is begging me not to. But I did it, and I opened it up. I don't even remember what the weapon was. Some bullshit weapon. Nobody cares, Gemini. Gemini. Where's the first technique crank?
The first one you run across is a motivity tank. Technique is in the rafters. Once you get in to where Vanini is.
I shouldn't do it, you said, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't. I don't.
If I just level up strength, I'll just...
Yeah, just take them both to 25. And you'll do more damage with that than you will
turn 30 the max.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're 25, 30. But 25 is more realistic if you're putting... Because you're not just putting your souls into just those 2 stats.
I'm getting gains. That's all that matters. Belford shock charge. That doesn't matter either, because I'm not getting that. Oh yeah, this little pricky guy. That little animation kind of is silly. Oh, ow, fuck you. What a dick. I'll just outdamage you, punk. Yeah, you bitch punk. Fuck you, dickhead. Where do I go? The Trinity door, right?
Grab that, hit that.
There's the motivity.
Then go back this way. It's going to be the butterfly that's in that area.
What's this slop garbage over here? Is there anything worth it over here in this alleyway through this tunnel?
I mean, there's some upgrade stones at the end of it, but nothing that you're going to want.
Yeah, I'm good on it. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. You made it. Go, 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 go. I'm not gonna make that. Why do I never make that shit? Oh, fuck. That was scary. What's over here? Is this a weapon over here?
No, there's a weapon at the end. You got the fireman's axe at the end.
I don't think the fireman's axe is that good, but I'm gonna grab it.
Grabbed it.
Is it what's the club handle do?
What club handle?
The one that you're holding. What's the L1 triangle
Oh,
combo?
big Thor slam. I'll be using it here in a minute.
I gotta kill this guy. Did you skip this part or am I too far?
What? No, I go the other way.
What's the other way?
I go drain the swamp first.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Take out this guy.
Yeah, yeah, you take out the fire guy. Great. I forget about that every time. And then you go kill the guys down there?
Yep.
Do I need to buy the things from this guy? I mean, I'm gonna do it anyway, but... Thanks, thickness. Why do you always kill them later on?
Kill who? Them?
The red
Oh, you don't have to.
Whatever the fuck.
They're
Yeah, I'm asking
optional
why you
bosses.
always kill them.
If you don't agree to help them when you get to where the the first Black Rabbit Brotherhood fight, and if you don't give them a golden coin on your way to the swamp, they become hostile.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you have to
No, I'm
give them
saying
that.
like you
but
are dead.
oh, for
You
their
always
stuff.
fight them. Oh, for their stuff.
Yeah.
I love the.
Like, you get.
I love
you,
that all the other stuff was like kind of sophisticated. You're like, oh, I killed them.
I just want their shit. Because I like the Black Cat mask. I like the way that mask looks.
It's pretty cool.
But
I was afraid of the answer.
I've literally
being,
killed them
I like
just for their
stuff.
shit. That's it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die.
And because they called me a dumbass. So.
That's true. They were rude as fuck the whole game. Damn, that fills up my. That fills up my health so much. Whew.
I'll grab that.
Let's do
Over
this.
Here.
Let's do this.
Touch that. Let's go ahead and take everything out in here, then go kill the 2 field bosses.
There we go. Ow, you dickhead. What's the swordsmanship thing do?
Lowers the your weapon
Durability,
doesn't.
that's.
Yeah, your weapon durability is better.
Where's the Trinity guy? Is he gonna be up? I desperately hate. What did he say? He wants a bottle? Yes. Yes, my prince. What's up? Do you have a poopy? Let me check. Night night. Yeah, there you go, buddy. I love you. Night night. I love you. Punk ass motherfucker. That was pretty good. Oh, hi. You don't actually get anything. Mom just told me to call you. And I needed a sustenance. So we're gonna get hot dogs instead. You know, I say I don't need that extra Fable Art slot for like 4 slots, but if I get it, I can do a nice little combo of dodging in and using a strong attack, and then following it up with like the spinny slash.
Yep.
Which would probably like definitely break everybody's stance.
It does help.
Right. We're back at it.
Two. And he's dead. Then I switch back to the glaive for the survivor.
Right. I'm gonna die to the survivor, I bet.
I mean, I only got 1 health flask left. But I cleared out the entire area except for the 2 bosses. 2 field bosses.
You can't. All puppets must die. Kill the puppets.
Start off with the backstab.
I can't tell what's blood and what's oil.
Ooh, that was really close. That was really close.
And puppet dead. Or survivor down. And then we homeward bone back to the hotel.
And then we copy Art Dad.
What?
It's running somewhere.
Welcome to hotel.
Come here, sell both those, sell that, sell all 5 of those, sell that, sell those, sell that. Enough to level up 12 times. Sell those. And I'm not going to sell the weapons this time. that to 16. Take that to 16. Recharge Fable.
I know my way.
Okay.
I know my.
So, as of right now, with my strength and dex both at 16, if I was to make it, like if I was to make my glaive technique 8, upgrade the technique scaling, I already start losing attack power. It's 2, so it's minor, but I already start losing it by going to upgrade. Or going to change the handle scaling.
Huh.
And like if I was to switch it, like make it a motivity crank, it stays the same because all it's doing is swapping the scaling for the strength and dex. But that...
Where is the stupid Trinity door?
The what? You had already ran by
Where's
it.
the Trinity?
It was back to... Like you're going towards the furnace guy that had the ring.
Oh, yeah, okay. Fuck. This? Nope.
Activate P organ. We go over here. We do link dodge. We do increase.
Why do you like
stagger.
link dodge?
Link dodge is a necessary one because it allows you to dodge in the middle of motions. It gives you 2 dodges, pretty much back to back.
Where's the... I don't see the door.
Make a right. Not that way. See, now you just got to take the long way back. Make a left up here. You make a left and a right, then you'll make another left.
I don't know where I'm going, Art Dad. I can only go left.
Right. No, you can go right. That's left. Yeah, it's behind you at the back of that other room.
The back of what room?
The room you were just in that you turned around and went left in. You said there's no other place for me to go. You run to the back of that room. There's a door on the left-hand side of it. A hallway, and you run down it.
This way? No, there's nothing over here. This way?
No. Back
This
where
way?
you were. Run through there and go straight and make a right. Not there. Why do you keep turning left?
I don't know. This way? Over here?
Oh my god. No.
Oh,
you
I
keep
found it.
turning left when I tell you go straight and then turn right.
I found
Alright,
it.
Run straight, then turn left at the end of that hall.
I got it.
God, you need a fucking GPS. You tell you say turn right
fun.
and you immediately cut left. Like the fuck?
Yeah. I did. Alright, now let's go upgrade our P organ. Did you skip that whole room?
Nope.
Did you pick everything up in it?
Yep. And that's a phase 1 Flame King.
Does he have phases?
Yeah. He goes into phase 2 right when he goes to spit the fire on the ground. That's his phase transition.
Oh.
What do we have here? A broken butler puppet. I seem to remember someone on the second floor. Think it belongs to him?
We grab that. We go talk to him. We get the grinder modification tool.
You think it's
No one, Papa. No one. I am certain.
I know.
Welcome.
Audience? I am now. Audience?
Move that to that. We'll put Tom on there. Listen to Mitch play Lords of the Fallen because he's getting to the part where it's really, really sucks. Down I go. Capacity to 18. That drops my carry weight down to 49.
Where am I supposed to go? This way? I might be too tired to play.
I mean, you did work today. I have not. I have slept majority of the day.
Didn't really work today. I mean, I did. I did a lot of roofs today, but like, it's not really that hard of work.
Yeah, but you still had to be up while I slept majority of the day.
I mean, how long did you sleep? What time was I awake? You woke me up at like 11?
Oh.
What time did you wake me up?
I don't know what time you woke up.
Okay, so like 10 o'clock. So I still slept in pretty long.
Yeah, I turned around when I got off that first stream. I went right to sleep. That, then this way, grab that, backstab this jackass. Ooh. Man, why are y'all only dropping star fragments? They're useless. Recharge that. Hey, get over here, big boy. Alright, we got the upgrade stone. We go make the glade +1 right now.
I know my.
Close your eyes. Come to me. Feel
Welcome
alright.
to
Just dance with me all through the night.
Huh. The radiation converter will do really well.
Not going to use any of those. Those can get lost. Don't need that.
There
Don't
we
need
go.
that. Don't need that. Alright.
I'll use
I'll go ahead, throw those into that. That's 20 capacity. Now to Moonlight Town I go.
Alright. What are the chances? What are the chances that I fucking kill this guy, our dad?
Which one?
The Flame
Oh, I mean, you got
King
the you got the defensive item.
That I do it.
You got the defensive item so that way you don't take as much fire damage. I mean, I would pop that on because it does help. But it's just going to depend on your skill.
Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. Suck. Off. Whoa, did it take the electricity off my shit?
You cannot buff before you go into boss fights. If that's what you tried to do, then yeah, it took it off.
That is trash. Oh my god, I'm taking so much damage.
Oh yeah, it's L3 to jump. To do the running jump.
Ooh! Alright. That was risky. But I didn't want to waste the time. Now we put the acid one on. Oh, are you okay?
Pick that up, step to the side. That was some bullshit. He didn't actually hit me, but okay.
I'm gonna get off for the night.
Grab that.
I'm super tired.
Alright, later.
See ya.
that. Gonna pop that. Gonna go that.
Do you want to know if you believe in it? Only the worthy may pass.
Tone did. And we don't gotta hear Jiminy. Such a wonderful thing.
Well, not bad, huh? Oh, I really am good at this. When in doubt, let Gemini be your guide. You look annoyed. What I do? I'm sure it's fine. Let's get a move on. Oh, something's off. Do you see that over there? I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected. What is that?
Come on, let's stop staring at Fred.
No idea what those things are, pal. Approach with caution. What's their problem? Wait, their bodies are strangely altered. I don't know what's going on, but keep those eyes of yours open.
My name is. I was sorry. The gold. The people of the high. It seems there's a new threat. I'm heading to the St. Frangelico Cathedral. You can find me there if you.
The fuck? Yeah, I'm not counting that shit because there's no reason for why I fell the way that I... Like, it pushed me forward as I dropped. Why did it push me forward? Yeah. So weird. Stop walking onto him, please. There you go. Shit. I forgot to activate the... Damn it. Oh well. Oi, 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 oi.
done everything. I can't die.
Share and leave. Oh, sure I don't know. Do you know? But I have a lot. Since you're so helpful, I'll give you a. As it is. What until then.
I shall.
Close your eyes.
Welcome.
Come to me. Feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it up. Close to you. I feel good. 'Cause I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me, give me feel alright.
What I try your way? May I? What?
I know my.
That is learn from life. I'll use
I don't get how I missed the final hit on that. That most definitely was some bullshit. So I don't get how my last one missed.
I want to go back to the old crowd. The old me. Before the green overtook me.
Oh well. Fucking reindeer. Fuck you. Literally just getting in the way, making shit more unnecessary and difficult than what it has to be. Who the fuck just shot me in the back?
I at these. I just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all. Ah, oh, that's well. I.
You here as a cousin? I must apologize.
Why in the fuck would I want help? And who the hell do you think you are to pop in here asking? Especially for a first time chatter.
A pleasure I am the witch. I'd heard tell of, and upon look at talk, thou art possessed, call forth I was entrusted by torrents. 'Tis of summon them with a spirit, now it is thy. Forgive my...
And I can also see that you're not off. Then why not? I am Carly.
No, I'm not an asshole. Well, I am an asshole. But you have no idea how many hours I have in this game, whether or not if I struggle with the bosses or not. So you don't see how your comment for a first time chatter is rude? I'm going to assume not. You have no idea what I'm even trying to attempt to do on this run, do you? Nope. I'm not. I just asked you who the hell you think you are to come in asking stupid ass questions. Maybe when you go into someone's chat for the first time, how about you be like, hey, how are you doing? Maybe act like an actual person. Like, jeez. Y'all people are so fucking stupid with shit. Y'all pop in automatically assuming somebody needs your help. And half y'all ain't even fucking good. What do I want to do now? We'll do this. Nah. You're the one ego farming by coming in having to ask people if they need help. To boost your own damn ego, buddy.
Goodbye for now.
But we fix that shit real quick. Have a good one. Bye-bye. I didn't kill. I guess not.
Oi! You there. Could you help us out, Cully?
Doink.
come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true. Well, what do you... Now, how did I took you for an innocent... Well, water. I'm Pat tarnished, like only for now. In exchange for... Honestly, frankly. So don't be... I'll be ready to weep. No, I'll be ready to... Don't forget to... I'll be ready... Well, all a bit and welcome. You won't need them. Cheers for that.
To see whether, and it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering place. Very let my hand.
Do 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 do.
reach the... Well, but of course.
The gates! Open the gates!
Be proud. You're a fine warrior. You're running well. Tarnished. I am Nefel. I'm here by decree. How utter this graft is tainted them. If I ask you call upon me, the winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain Father would. Apology as fellow down whatever.
do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Are you here? Does your despite takes me back any interest? All I know now's the time. Not floating well, but there. Not
Until it was tragic across the far, but the great so brave seek to become
Okay.
oh, I can't remember very well. It is sick. I love you, the house cat. Remember your Desmond.
Alright.
I thought you'd risk the felly, Lou. I'm glad to see you. I found it in God. You were the one to make good use of it. I don't intend to.
Fuck you, dogs. It's amazing how much help I need. No. Real amazing. Then it shoot. Pop. Then it shoot. Pop. Okay. Did you know I need help? About that. Ow. Turd. Forgot he had those combos. Boy. Let's go kill this bitch. Let's go this.
Keep thinking about the gardens of Teal'deri Hall, and I'm sure you will be fine. Arya permitted the contact between them to endure for almost a minute, a time not of heat or passion for Aragon, but rather of quiet companionship. He made no attempt to press his suit with her, for he cherished her trust more than anything besides his bond with Saphira, and he would sooner march into battle than endanger it. Then, with a slight lift of her arm, Arya let him know the moment had passed, and without complaint he withdrew his hand. Eager to lighten her burden however he could, Aragon glanced about the ground nearest him and then murmured so softly as to be inaudible, Loivasa. Guided by the power of the true name, he sifted through the earth by his feet until his fingers closed upon what he sought, a thin, papery disc half the size of his smallest fingernail. Holding his breath, he deposited it in his right palm, centering it over his Gedwe Ignatia with as much delicacy as he could muster. He reviewed what Oromas had taught him concerning the sort of spell he was about to cast to ensure he would not make a mistake, and then he began to sing after the fashion of the elves, smooth and flowing. Eldrimner o Loivasa Nuanan, daughter Abr Deloy. Eldrimner nen ono Weonatai med solus unthringa. Eldrimner unfortha o nrp and bara. YLALLRS John. Eldrimner o Loivasa Nuanan. Again and again, Aragon repeated the same 4 lines, directing them toward the brown flake in his hand. The flake trembled and then swelled and bulged, becoming spherical. White tendrils an inch or two long sprouted from the bottom of the peeling globe, tickling Aragon, while a thin green stem poked its way out of the tip and, at his urging, shot nearly a foot in the air. A single leaf, broad and flat, grew from the side of the stem. Then the tip of the stem thickened, drooped, and, after a moment of seeming inactivity, split into 5 segments that expanded outward to reveal the waxy petals of a deep-throated lily. The flower was pale blue and shaped like a valve. When it reached its full size, Aragon released the magic and examined his handiwork. Singing plants into shape was a skill most every elf mastered at an early age, but it was one Aragon had practiced only a few times, and he had been uncertain whether his efforts would meet with success. The spell had exacted a heavy toll from him. The lily required a surprising amount of energy to feed what was the equivalent of a year and a half of growth. Satisfied with what he had wrought, he handed the lily to Arya. "It's not a white rose, but," he smiled and shrugged. "You should not have," she said. "But I am glad you did." She caressed the underside of the blossom and lifted it to smell. The lines on her face eased. For several minutes, she admired the lily. Then she scooped a hole in the soil next to her and planted the bulb, pressing down the soil with the flat of her hand. She touched the petals again and kept glancing at the lily as she said, "Thank you." Giving flowers is a custom both our races share, but we elves attach greater importance to the practice than do humans. It signifies all that is good: life, beauty, rebirth, friendship, and more. I explain so you understand how much this means to me. You did not know, but I knew. Arya regarded him with a solemn countenance, as if to decide what he was about. "Forgive me. That is twice now I have forgotten the extent of your education. I shall not make the mistake again." She repeated her thanks in the ancient language, and, joining her in her native tongue, Aragon replied that it was his pleasure and he was happy she enjoyed his gift. He shivered, hungry despite the meal they had just eaten. Noticing, Arya said, "You used too much of your strength. If you have any energy left in Eren, use it to steady yourself." It took Aragon a moment to remember that Eren was the name of Brahm's ring. He had heard it uttered only once before, from Islandzadi, on the day he arrived in Elsmera. "My ring now," he told himself. "I have to stop thinking of it as Brahm's." He cast a critical gaze at the large sapphire that sparkled in its gold setting on his finger. "I don't know if there is any energy in Eren. I've never stored any there myself, and I never checked if Brahm had." Even as he spoke, he extended his consciousness toward the sapphire. The instant his mind came into contact with the gem, he felt the presence of a vast, swirling pool of energy. To his inner eye, the sapphire thrummed with power. He wondered that it did not explode from the amount of force contained within the boundaries of its sharp-edged facets. After he used the energy to wash away his aches and pains and restore strength to his limbs, the treasure trove inside Eren was hardly diminished. His skin tingling, Aragon severed his link with the gem. Delighted by his discovery and his sudden sense of well-being, he laughed out loud, then told Arya what he had found. Brahm must have squirreled away every bit of energy he could spare the whole time he was hiding in Carvajal. He laughed again, marveling. "All those years, with what's in Eren, I could tear apart an entire castle with a single spell." He knew he would need it to keep the new rider safe when Saphira hatched, observed Arya. "Also, I am sure Eren was a way for him to protect himself if he had to fight a Shade or some other similarly powerful opponent. It was not by accident that he managed to frustrate his enemies for the better part of a century. If I were you, I would save the energy he left you for your hour of greatest need, and I would add to it whenever I could. It is an incredibly valuable resource. You should not squander it." "No," thought Aragon, "that I will not." He twirled the ring around his finger, admiring how it gleamed in the firelight. "Since Murtaugh stole Zarok, this, Saphira's saddle, and Snowfire are the only things I have of Brahm, and even though the dwarves brought Snowfire from Farthandur, I rarely ride him nowadays. Eren is really all I have to remember him by. My only legacy of him. My only inheritance. I wish he were still alive. I never had a chance to talk with him about Oromis, Murtaugh, my father. Oh, the list is endless. What would he have said about my feelings for Arya?" Aragon snorted to himself. "I know what he would have said. He would have berated me for being a love-struck fool and for wasting my energy on a hopeless cause. And he would have been right too, I suppose, but, how can I help it? She is the only woman I wish to be with." The fire cracked. A flurry of sparks flew upward. Aragon watched with half-closed eyes, contemplating Arya's revelations. Then his mind returned to a question that had been bothering him ever since the battle on the Burning Plains. Arya, do male dragons grow any faster than female dragons? No. Why do you ask? Because of Thorn. He's only a few months old, and yet he's already nearly as big as Saphira. I don't understand it. Picking a dry blade of grass, Arya began sketching in the loose soil, tracing the curved shapes of glyphs from the elves' script, the Lijuan Kavidi. Most likely Galbatorix accelerated his growth so Thorn would be large enough to hold his own with Saphira. Ah, isn't that dangerous, though? Oromis told me that if he used magic to give me the strength, speed, endurance, and other skills I needed, I would not understand my new abilities as well as if I had gained them the ordinary way, by hard work. He was right too. Even now, the changes the dragons made to my body during the Agati Blodrin still sometimes catch me by surprise. Arya nodded and continued sketching glyphs in the dirt. It is possible to reduce the undesirable side effects by certain spells, but it is a long and arduous process. If you wish to achieve true mastery of your body, it is still best to do so through normal means. The transformation Galbatorix has forced upon Thorn must be incredibly confusing for him. Thorn now has the body of a nearly grown dragon, and yet his mind is still that of a youngling. Aragon fingered the newly formed calluses on his knuckles. Do you also know why Murtaugh is so powerful, more powerful than I am? If I did, no doubt I would also understand how Galbatorix has managed to increase his own strength to such unnatural heights, but alas, I do not. But Oromis does, Aragon thought. Or at least the elf had hinted as much. However, he had yet to share the information with Aragon and Saphira. As soon as they were able to return to Dueldenvarden, Aragon intended to ask the Elder Rider for the truth of the matter. He has to tell us now. Because of our ignorance, Murtaugh defeated us, and he could have easily taken us to Galbatorix. Aragon almost mentioned Oromis's comments to Arya but held his tongue, for he realized that Oromis would not have concealed such an important fact for over 100 years unless secrecy was of the utmost importance. Arya signed a stop to the sentence she had been writing on the ground. Bending over, Aragon read, "Adrift upon the sea of time, the lonely god wanders from shore to distant shore, upholding the laws of the stars above." What does it mean? I don't know, she said, and smoothed out the line with a sweep of her arm. Why is it, he asked, speaking slowly as he organized his thoughts, that no one ever refers to the dragons of the Forsworn by name? We say, Morzen's dragon, or Kielandi's dragon, but we never actually name the dragon. Surely they were as important as their riders. I don't even remember seeing their names in the scrolls Oromis gave me, although they must have been there. Yes, I'm certain they were, but for some reason, they don't stick in my head. Isn't that strange? Arya started to answer, but before she could do more than open her mouth, he said, "For once I'm glad Saphira's not here. I'm ashamed I haven't noticed this before. Even you, Arya, and Oromis and every other elf I've met refuse to call them by name, as if they were dumb animals, undeserving of the honor. Do you do it on purpose? Is it because they were your enemies? Did none of your lessons speak of this?" asked Arya. She seemed genuinely surprised. "I think," he said, "Blader mentioned something about it to Saphira, but I'm not exactly sure. I was in the middle of a backbend during the dance of Snake and Crane, so I wasn't really paying attention to what Saphira was doing." He laughed a little, embarrassed by his lapse and feeling as if he had to explain himself. "It got confusing at times. Oromis would be talking to me while I was listening to Saphira's thoughts while she and Glader communicated with their minds. What's worse, Glader rarely uses a recognizable language with Saphira. He tends to use images, smells, and feelings, rather than words. Instead of names, he sends impressions of the people and objects he means. Do you recall nothing of what he said, whether with words or not?" Aragon hesitated, only that it concerned a name that was no name, or some such. "I couldn't make heads or tails out of it. What he spoke of," said Arya, "was Dunamar Orboda, the banishing of the names." The banishing of the names. Touching her dry blade of grass to the ground, she resumed writing in the dirt. "It is one of the most significant events that happened during the fighting between the Riders and the Forsworn. When the dragons realized that 13 of their own had betrayed them, that those 13 were helping Galbatorix to eradicate the rest of their race and that it was unlikely anyone could stop their rampage, the dragons grew so angry, every dragon not of the Forsworn combined their strength and wrought one of their inexplicable pieces of magic. Together, they stripped the 13 of their names. Ah crawled over Aragon. How is that possible? Did I not just say it was inexplicable? All we know is that after the dragons cast their spell, no one could utter the names of the 13. Those who remembered the names soon forgot them. And while you can read the names in scrolls and letters where they are recorded and even copy them if you look at only one glyph at a time, they are as gibberish. The dragons spared Jernunvosk, Galbatorix's first dragon, for it was not his fault he was killed by Urgles, and also Shrukin, for he did not choose to serve Galbatorix but was forced to by Galbatorix and Morzin. What a horrible fate, to lose one's name, thought Aragon. He shivered. If there's one thing I've learned since becoming a rider, it's that you never, ever want to have a dragon for an enemy. What about their true names? He asked. Did they erase those as well? Arya nodded. True names, birth names, nicknames, family names, titles. Everything. And as a result, the 13 were reduced to little more than animals. No longer could they say, I like this or, I dislike that, or, I have green scales, for to say that would be to name themselves. They could not even call themselves dragons. Word by word, the spell obliterated everything that defined them as thinking creatures, and the Forsworn had no choice but to watch in silent misery as their dragons descended into complete ignorance. The experience was so disturbing, at least 5 of the 13, and several of the Forsworn, went mad as a result. Arya paused, considering the outline of a glyph, then rubbed it out and redrew it. The banishing of the names is the main reason so many people now believe that dragons were nothing more than animals to ride from one place to another. They wouldn't believe that if they had met Saphira, said Aragon. Arya smiled. No, with a flourish, she completed the latest sentence she had been working on. He tilted his head and sidled closer in order to decipher the glyphs she had inscribed. They read, the trickster, the riddler, the keeper of the balance, he of the many faces who finds life in death and who fears no evil, he who walks through doors. What prompted you to write this? The thought that many things are not what they appear. Dust billowed around her hand as she patted the ground, effacing the glyphs from the surface of the earth. Has anyone tried to guess Galbatorix's true name? Aragon asked. It seems as if that would be the fastest way to end this war. To be honest, I think it might be the only hope we have of vanquishing him in battle. Were you not being honest with me before? Asked Arya, a gleam in her eyes. Her question forced him to chuckle. Of course not. It's just a figure of speech. And a poor one at that, she said. Unless you happen to be in the habit of lying. Aragon floundered for a moment before he caught hold of his thread of speech again and could say, I know it would be hard to find Galbatorix's true name, but if all the elves and all the members of the Varden who know the ancient language searched for it, we could not help but succeed. Like a pale, sun-bleached pennant, the dry blade of grass hung from between Arya's left thumb and forefinger. It trembled in sympathy with each surge of blood through her veins. Pinching it at the top with her other hand, she tore the leaf in half lengthwise, then did the same with each of the resulting strips, quartering the leaf. Then she began to play the strips, forming a stiff braided rod. She said, Galbatorix's true name is no great secret. 3 different elves, 1 a rider, and 2 ordinary spellcasters, discovered it on their own and many years apart. They did, exclaimed Aragon. Unperturbed, Arya picked another blade of grass, tore it into strips, inserted the pieces into the gaps in her braided rod, and continued plaiting in a different direction. We can only speculate whether Galbatorix himself knows his true name. I am of the opinion that he does not, for whatever it is, his true name must be so terrible, he could not go on living if he heard it. Unless he is so evil or so demented, the truth about his actions has no power to disturb him. Perhaps. Her nimble fingers flew so fast, twisting, braiding, weaving, that they were nearly invisible. She picked 2 more blades of grass. Either way, Galbatorix is certainly aware that he has a true name, like all creatures and things, and that it is a potential weakness. At some point before he embarked upon his campaign against the Riders, he cast a spell that kills whoever uses his true name. And since we do not know exactly how this spell kills, we cannot shield ourselves from it. You see, then, why we have all but abandoned that line of inquiry. Oromis is one of the few who are brave enough to continue seeking out Galbatorix's name, albeit in a roundabout manner. With a pleased expression, she held out her hands, palms upward. Resting on them was an exquisite ship made of green and white grass. It was no more than 4 inches long, but so detailed, Aragon described benches for rowers, tiny railings along the edge of the deck, and portholes the size of raspberry seeds. The curved prow was shaped somewhat like the head and neck of a rearing dragon. There was a single mast. "It's beautiful," he said. Arya leaned forward and murmured, "Flaga." She gently blew upon the ship, and it rose from her hands and sailed around the fire and then, gathering speed, slanted upward and glided off into the sparkling depths of the night sky. "How far will it go?" "Forever," she said. "It takes the energy to stay aloft from the plants below. Wherever there are plants, it can fly." The idea bemused Aragon, but he also found it rather sad to think of the pretty grass ship wandering among the clouds for the rest of eternity, with none but birds for company. Imagine the stories people will tell about it in years to come. Arya knit her long fingers together, as if to keep them from making something else. Many such oddities exist in the world. The longer you live and the farther you travel, the more of them you will see. Aragon gazed at the pulsing fire for a while, then said, "If it's so important to protect your true name, should I cast a spell to keep Galbatorix from using my true name against me?" "You can if you wish to," said Arya, "but I doubt it's necessary. True names are not so easy to find as you think. Galbatorix does not know you well enough to guess your name, and if he were inside your mind and able to examine your every thought and memory, you would be already lost to him, true name or no. If it is any comfort, I doubt that even I could divine your true name." "Couldn't you?" he asked. He was both pleased and displeased that she believed any part of him was a mystery to her. She glanced at him and then lowered her eyes. "No, I do not think so. Could you guess mine?" "No." Silence enveloped their camp. Above, the stars gleamed cold and white. A wind sprang up from the east and raced across the plains, battering the grass and wailing with a long, thin voice, as if lamenting the loss of a loved one. As it struck, the coals burst into flame again and a twisting mane of sparks trailed off to the west. Aragon hunched his shoulders and pulled the collar of his tunic close around his neck. There was something unfriendly about the wind. It bit at him with unusual ferocity, and it seemed to isolate him and Arya from the rest of the world. They sat motionless, marooned on their tiny island of light and heat, while the massive river of air rushed past, howling its angry sorrows into the empty expanse of land. When the gusts became more violent and began to carry the sparks farther away from the bare patch where Aragon had built the fire, Arya poured a handful of dirt over the wood. Moving forward onto his knees, Aragon joined her, scooping the dirt with both hands to speed the process. With the fire extinguished, he had difficulty seeing. The countryside had become a ghost of itself, full of writhing shadows, indistinct shapes, and silvery leaves. Arya made as if to stand, then stopped in a half-crouch, arms outstretched for balance, her expression alert. Aragon felt it as well. The air prickled and hummed, as if a bolt of lightning were about to strike. The hair on the back of his hands rose from his skin and waved freely in the wind. "What is it?" he asked. "We are being watched. Whatever happens, don't use magic or you may get us killed." "Who?" "Shish." Casting about, he found a fist-sized rock, pried it out of the ground, and hefted it, testing its weight. In the distance, a cluster of glowing multicolored lights appeared. They darted toward the camp, flying low over the grass. As they drew near, he saw that the lights were constantly changing in size, ranging from an orb no larger than a pearl to one several feet in diameter, and that their colors also varied, cycling through every hue in the rainbow. A crackling nimbus surrounded each orb, a halo of liquid tendrils that whipped and lashed, as if hungry to entangle something in their grasp. The lights moved so fast, he could not determine exactly how many there were, but he guessed it was about 24. The lights hurtled into the camp and formed a whirling wall around him and Arya. The speed with which they spun, combined with the barrage of pulsing colors, made Aragon dizzy. He put a hand on the ground to steady himself. The humming was so loud now, his teeth vibrated against one another. He tasted metal, and his hair stood on end. Arya's did the same, despite its additional length, and when he glanced at her, he found the sight so ridiculous, he had to resist the urge to laugh. "What do they want?" shouted Aragon, but she did not answer. A single orb detached itself from the wall and hung before Arya at eye level. It shrank and expanded like a throbbing heart, alternating between royal blue and emerald green, with occasional flashes of red. One of its tendrils caught hold of a strand of Arya's hair. There was a sharp pop, and for an instant, the strand shone like a fragment of the sun, then it vanished. The smell of burnt hair drifted toward Aragon. Arya did not flinch or otherwise betray alarm. Her face calm, she lifted an arm and, before Aragon could leap forward and stop her, laid her hand upon the lambent orb. The orb turned golden white, and it swelled until it was over 3 feet across. Arya closed her eyes and tilted her head back, radiant joy suffusing her features. Her lips moved, but whatever she said, Aragon could not hear. When she finished, the orb flushed blood red and then in quick succession shifted from red to green to purple to a ruddy orange to a blue so bright he had to avert his gaze and then to pure black fringed with a corona of twisting white tendrils, like the sun during an eclipse. Its appearance ceased to fluctuate then, as if only the absence of color could adequately convey its mood. Drifting away from Arya, it approached Aragon, a hole in the fabric of the world, encircled by a crown of flames. It hovered in front of him, humming with such intensity, his eyes watered. His tongue seemed plated with copper, his skin crawled, and short filaments of electricity danced on the tips of his fingers. Somewhat frightened, he wondered whether he should touch the orb as Arya had. He looked at her for advice. She nodded and gestured for him to proceed. He extended his right hand toward the void that was the orb. To his surprise, he encountered resistance. The orb was incorporeal, but it pushed against his hand the way a swift stream of water might. The closer he got, the harder it pushed. With an effort, he reached across the last few inches and came into contact with the center of the creature's being. Bluish rays shot out from between Aragon's palm and the surface of the orb, a dazzling, fan-like display that overwhelmed the light from the other orbs and bleached everything a pale blue-white. Aragon shouted with pain as the rays stabbed at his eyes, and he ducked his head, squinting. Then something moved inside the orb, like a sleeping dragon uncoiling, and a presence entered his mind, brushing aside his defenses as if they were dry leaves in an autumn storm. He gasped. Transcendent joy filled him. Whatever the orb was, it seemed to be composed of distilled happiness. It enjoyed being alive, and everything around it pleased it to a greater or lesser degree. Aragon would have wept with sheer gladness, but he no longer had control of his body. The creature held him in place, the shimmering rays still blazing from underneath his hand while it flitted through his bones and muscles, lingering at the sites where he had been injured, and then returned to his mind. Euphoric as Aragon was, the creature's presence was so strange and so unearthly, he wanted to flee from it, but inside his consciousness there was nowhere to hide. He had to remain in intimate contact with the fiery soul of the creature while it scoured his memories, dashing from one to the next with the speed of an elvish arrow. He wondered how it could comprehend so much information so quickly. While it searched, he tried to probe the orb's mind in return, to learn what he could about its nature and its origins, but it defied his attempts to understand it. The few impressions he gleaned were so different from those he had found in the minds of other beings, they were incomprehensible. After a final, nearly instantaneous circuit through his body, the creature withdrew. The contact between them broke like a twisted cable under too much tension. The panoply of rays outlining Aragon's hand faded into oblivion, leaving behind lurid pink afterimages streaked across his field of vision. Again changing colors, the orb in front of Aragon shrank to the size of an apple and rejoined its companions in the swirling vortex of light that encircled him and Arya. The humming increased to an almost unbearable pitch, and then the vortex exploded outward as the blazing orb scattered in every direction. They regrouped 100 feet or so from the dim camp, tumbling over each other like wrestling kittens, then raced off to the south and disappeared, as if they had never existed in the first place. The wind subsided to a gentle breeze. Aragon fell to his knees, arm outstretched toward where the orbs had gone, feeling empty without the bliss they had given him. "What?" he asked, and then had to cough and start over again, his throat was so dry. "What are they?" "Spirits," said Arya. She sat. "They didn't look like the ones that came out of Durza when I killed him." Spirits can assume many different guises, dictated by their whim. He blinked several times and wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of a finger. How can anyone bear to enslave them with magic? It's monstrous. I would be ashamed to call myself a sorcerer. Gah, and Triana boasts of being one. I'll have her stop using spirits or I'll expel her from Duvrangar Gata and ask Nasuda to banish her from the Barden. I would not be so hasty. Surely you don't think it's right for magicians to force spirits to obey their will. They are so beautiful that, he broke off and shook his head, overcome with emotion. Anyone who harms them ought to be thrashed within an inch of their life. With a hint of a smile, Arya said, I take it Oromas had yet to address the topic when you and Saphira left Elsmera. If you mean spirits, he mentioned them several times. But not in any great detail, I dare say. Perhaps not. In the darkness, the outline of her shape moved as she leaned to one side. Spirits always induce a sense of rapture when they choose to communicate with we who are made of matter, but do not allow them to deceive you. They are not as benevolent, content, or cheerful as they would have you believe. Pleasing those they interact with is their way of defending themselves. They hate to be bound in one place, and they realized long ago that if the person they are dealing with is happy, then he or she will be less likely to detain the spirits and keep them as servants. I don't know, said Aragon. They make you feel so good, I can understand why someone would want to keep them nearby, instead of releasing them. Her shoulders rose and fell. Spirits have as much difficulty predicting our behavior as we do theirs. They share so little in common with the other races of Algesia, conversing with them in even the simplest terms is a challenging prospect, and any meeting is fraught with peril, for one never knows how they will react. None of which explains why I shouldn't order Triana to abandon sorcery. Have you ever seen her summon spirits to do her bidding? No. I thought not. Triana has been with the Varden for nigh on 6 years, and in that time she has demonstrated her mastery of sorcery exactly once, and that after much coaxing on Ajihad's part and much consternation and preparation on Triana's. She has the necessary skills, she is no charlatan, but summoning spirits is exceedingly dangerous, and one does not embark upon it lightly. Aragon rubbed his shining palm with his left thumb. The hue of light changed as blood rushed to the surface of his skin, but his efforts did nothing to reduce the amount of light radiating from his hand. He scratched at the Gedwe Ignatia with his fingernails. This had better not last more than a few hours. I can't go around shining like a lantern. It could get me killed. And it's silly too. Whoever heard of a dragon rider with a glowing body part? Aragon considered what Brahm had told him. They aren't human spirits, are they? Nor elf, nor dwarf, nor those of any other creature. That is, they aren't ghosts. We don't become them after we die. No, and please do not ask me, as I know you are about to, what, then, they really are. It is a question for Oromis to answer, not me. The study of sorcery, if properly conducted, is long and arduous and should be approached with care. I do not want to say anything that may interfere with the lessons Oromis has planned for you, and I certainly don't want you to hurt yourself trying something I mentioned when you lack the proper instruction. And when am I supposed to return to Elsmera? He demanded. I can't leave the Varden again, not like this, not while Thorn and Murda are still alive. Until we defeat the Empire, or the Empire defeats us, Saphira and I have to support Nasuda. If Oromis and Glader really want to finish our training, they should join us, and Galbatorix be blasted. Please, Aragon, she said. This war shall not end as quickly as you think. The Empire is large, and we have but pricked its hide. As long as Galbatorix does not know about Oromis and Glader, we have an advantage. Is it an advantage if they never make full use of themselves? He grumbled. She did not answer, and after a moment, he felt childish for complaining. Oromis and Glader wanted more than anyone else to destroy Galbatorix, and if they chose to bide their time in Elsmera, it was because they had excellent reasons for doing so. Aragon could even name several of them if he was so inclined, the most prominent being Oromis's inability to cast spells that required large amounts of energy. Cold, Aragon pulled his sleeves down over his hands and crossed his arms. What was it you said to the spirit? It was curious why we had been using magic, that was what brought us to their attention. I explained, and I also explained that you were the one who freed the spirits trapped inside of Durza. That seemed to please them a great deal. Silence crept between them, and then she sidled toward the lily and touched it again. Oh, she said, they were indeed grateful, Naina. At her command, a wash of soft light illuminated the camp. By it, he saw that the leaf and stem of the lily were solid gold, the petals were a whitish metal he failed to recognize, and the heart of the flower, as Arya revealed by tilting the blossom upward, appeared to have been carved out of rubies and diamonds. Amazed, Aragon ran a finger over the curved leaf, the tiny wire hairs on it tickling him. Bending forward, he discerned the same collection of bumps, grooves, pits, veins, and other minute details with which he had adorned the original version of the plant. The only difference was they were now made of gold. It's a perfect copy, he said. And it is still alive. No, concentrating, he searched for the faint signs of warmth and movement that would indicate the lily was more than an inanimate object. He located them, strong as they ever were in a plant during the night. Fingering the leaf again, he said, "This is beyond everything I know of magic. By all rights, this lily ought to be dead. Instead, it is thriving. I cannot even imagine what would be involved in turning a plant into living metal. Perhaps Saphira could do it, but she would never be able to teach the spell to anyone else. The real question," said Arya, "is whether this flower will produce seeds that are fertile. It could spread. I would not be surprised if it does. Numerous examples of self-perpetuating magic exist throughout Algesia, such as the floating crystal on the island of Ohm and the dream well in Mani's caves. This would be no more improbable than either of those phenomena. Unfortunately, if anyone discovers this flower or the offspring it may have, they will dig them all up. Every fortune hunter in the land would come here to pick the golden lilies. They will not be so easy to destroy, I think, but only time will tell for sure." A laugh bubbled up inside of Aragon. With barely contained glee, he said, "I've heard the expression, 'to gild the lily,' before, but the spirits actually did it. They gilded the lily," and he fell to laughing, letting his voice boom across the empty plain. Arya's lips twitched. Well, their intentions were noble. We cannot fault them for being ignorant of human sayings. No, but, oh, ha, ha, ha. Arya snapped her fingers, and the wash of light faded into oblivion. "We have talked away most of the night. It is time we rested. Dawn is fast approaching, and we must depart soon thereafter." Aragon stretched himself out on a rock-free expanse of the ground, still chuckling as he drifted into his waking dreams. Amid the restless crowd. It was mid-afternoon when the Varden finally came into sight. Aragon and Arya stopped on the crest of a low hill and studied the sprawling city of grey tents that lay before them, teeming as it was with thousands of men, horses, and smoking cook fires. To the west of the tents, there wound the tree-lined Giant River. Half a mile to the east was a second, smaller camp, like an island floating close off the shore of its mother continent, where the Urgles led by Nargarsvog resided. Ranging for several miles around the perimeter of the Varden were numerous groups of horsemen. Some were riding patrol, others were banner-carrying messengers, and others were raiding parties either setting out on or returning from a mission. Two of the patrols spotted Aragon and Arya and, after sounding signal horns, galloped toward them with all possible speed. A broad smile stretched Aragon's face, and he laughed, relieved. "We made it," he exclaimed. "Murtaugh, Thorn, hundreds of soldiers, Galbatorix's pet magicians, the Rizak, none of them could catch us. Ha! How's that for taunting the king? This'll tweak his beard for sure when he hears of it." "He will be twice as dangerous then," warned Arya. "I know," he said, grinning even wider. "Maybe he'll get so angry, he'll forget to pay his troops and they will all throw away their uniforms and join the Varden. You are in fine fettle today." "And why shouldn't I be?" he demanded. Bouncing on the tips of his toes, he opened his mind as wide as he could and, gathering his strength, shouted, "Saphira!" sending the thought flying over the countryside like a spear. A response was not long in coming. Aragon. They embraced with their minds, smothering each other with warm waves of love, joy, and concern. They exchanged memories of their time apart, and Saphira comforted Aragon over the soldiers he had killed, drawing off the pain and anger that had accumulated within him since the incident. He smiled. With Saphira so close, everything seemed right in the world. "I missed you," he said. "And I you, little one." Then she sent him an image of the soldiers he and Arya had fought and said, "Without fail, every time I leave you, you get yourself in trouble. Every time. I hate to so much as turn tail on you for fear you will be locked in mortal combat the moment I take my eyes off you. Be fair, I've gotten into plenty of trouble when I am with you. It's not something that just happens when I'm alone. We seem to be lodestones for unexpected events." "No, you are a lodestone for unexpected events," she sniffed. "Nothing out of the ordinary ever occurs to me when I'm by myself. But you attract duels, ambushes, immortal enemies, obscure creatures such as the Rizak, long-lost family members, and mysterious acts of magic as if they were starving weasels and you were a rabbit that wandered into their den. What about the time you spent as Galbatorix's possession? Was that an ordinary event?" "I had not hatched yet," she said. "You cannot count that. The difference between you and me is that things happen to you, whereas I cause things to happen." "Maybe, but that's because I'm still learning. Give me a few years, and I'll be as good as Braum at getting things done, You can't say I didn't seize the initiative with Sloane." MMH. We still have to talk about that. If you ever surprise me like that again, I will pin you on the ground and lick you from head to toe. Aragon shivered. Her tongue was covered with hooked barbs that could strip hair, hide, and meat off a deer with a single swipe. I know, but I wasn't sure myself whether I was going to kill Sloane or let him go free until I was standing in front of him. Besides, if I had told you I was going to stay behind, you would have insisted on stopping me. He sensed a faint growl as it rumbled through her chest. She said, "You should have trusted me to do the right thing. If we cannot talk openly, how are we supposed to function as dragon and rider? Would doing the right thing have involved taking me from Helgrind, regardless of my wishes?" "It might not have," she said with a hint of defensiveness. He smiled. "You're right, though. I should have discussed my plan with you. I'm sorry. From now on, I promise I will consult with you before I do anything you don't expect. Is that acceptable?" "Only if it involves weapons, magic, kings, or family members," she said. Her flowers, she agreed. "I don't need to know if you decide to eat some bread and cheese in the middle of the night. Unless a man with a very long knife is waiting for me outside of my tent. If you could not defeat a single man with a very long knife, you would be a poor excuse for a rider indeed. Not to mention dead. Well, by your own argument, you should take comfort in the fact that while I may attract more trouble than most people, I am perfectly capable of escaping from situations that would kill most anyone else. Even the greatest warriors can fall prey to bad luck," she said. "Remember the dwarf King Kaga, who was killed by a novice swordsman, Swords Dwarf, when he tripped on a rock? You should always remain cautious, for no matter your skills, you cannot anticipate and prevent every misfortune fate directs your way." Agreed. Now, can we please abandon such weighty conversation? I have become thoroughly exhausted with thoughts of fate, destiny, justice, and other, equally gloomy topics over the past few days. As far as I am concerned, philosophic questioning is just as likely to make you confused and depressed as it is to improve your condition. Swiveling his head, Aragon surveyed the plain and sky, searching for the distinctive blue glitter of Saphira's scales. "Where are you? I can feel you are nearby, but I can't see you." "Right above you." With a bugle of joy, Saphira dove out of the belly of a cloud several thousand feet overhead, spiraling toward the ground with her wings tucked close to her body. Opening her fearsome jaws, she released a billow of fire, which streamed back over her head and neck like a burning mane. Aragon laughed and held his arms outstretched to her. The horses of the patrol galloping toward him and Arya shied at the sight and sound of Saphira and bolted in the opposite direction while their riders frantically tried to rein them in. "I had hoped we could enter the camp without attracting undue attention," Arya said, "but I suppose I should have realized we could not be unobtrusive with Saphira around. A dragon is hard to ignore." "I heard that," said Saphira, spreading her wings and landing with a thunderous crash. Her massive thighs and shoulders rippled as she absorbed the force of the impact. A blast of air struck Aragon's face, and the earth shuddered underneath him. He flexed his knees to maintain his balance. Folding her wings so they lay flat upon her back, she said, "I can be stealthy if I want." Then she cocked her head and blinked, the tip of her tail whipping from side to side. "But I don't want to be stealthy today. Today I am a dragon, not a frightened pigeon trying to avoid being seen by a hunting falcon." "When are you not a dragon?" asked Aragon as he ran toward her. Light as a feather, he leapt from her left foreleg to her shoulder and thence to the hollow at the base of her neck that was his usual seat. Settling into place, he put his hands on either side of her warm neck, feeling the rise and fall of her banded muscles as she breathed. He smiled again, with a profound sense of contentment. "This is where I belong, here with you." His legs vibrated as Saphira hummed with satisfaction, her deep rumbling following a strange, subtle melody he did not recognize. "Greetings, Saphira," said Arya, and twisted her hand over her chest in the elf's gesture of respect. Crouching low and bending her long neck, Saphira touched Arya upon the brow with the tip of her snout, as she had when she blessed Elva in Farthendur, and said, "Greetings, Alpha Kona. Welcome, and may the wind rise under your wings." She spoke to Arya with the same tone of affection that, until then, she had reserved for Aragon, as if she now considered Arya part of their small family and worthy of the same regard and intimacy as they shared. Her gesture surprised Aragon, but after an initial flare of jealousy, he approved. Saphira continued speaking. "I am grateful to you for helping Aragon to return without harm. If he had been captured, I do not know what I would have done. Your gratitude means much to me, said Arya, and bowed. As for what you would have done if Galbatorix had seized Aragon, why, you would have rescued him, and I would have accompanied you, even if it was to Uruivane itself. Yes, I like to think I would have rescued you, Aragon, said Saphira, turning her neck to look at him, but I worry that I would have surrendered to the Empire in order to save you, no matter the consequences for Algesia. Then she shook her head and kneaded the soil with her claws. Ah, these are pointless meanderings. You are here and safe, and that is the true shape of the world. To while away the day contemplating evils that might have been is to poison the happiness we already have. Ellipsis. At that moment, a patrol galloped toward them and, halting 30 yards away because of their nervous horses, asked if they might escort the three to Nasuda. One of the men dismounted and gave his steed to Arya, and then as a group, they advanced toward the Sea of Tents to the southwest. Saphira set the pace. A leisurely crawl that allowed her and Aragon to enjoy the pleasure of each other's company before they immersed themselves in the noise and chaos that were sure to assault them once they neared the camp. Aragon inquired after Roran and Katrina, then said, "Have you been eating enough fireweed? Your breath seems stronger than usual." "Of course I have. You only notice it because you have been gone for many days. I smell exactly as a dragon should smell, and I'll thank you not to make disparaging comments about it unless you want me to drop you on your head. Besides, you humans have nothing to brag about, sweaty, greasy, pungent things that you are. The only creatures in the wild as smelly as humans are male goats and hibernating bears. Compared to you, the scent of a dragon is a perfume as delightful as a meadow of mountain flowers. Come now, don't exaggerate. Although, he said, wrinkling his nose, since the Agati Blodrin, I have noticed that humans tend to be rather smelly. But you cannot lump me in with the rest, for I am no longer entirely human." "Perhaps not, but you still need a bath." As they crossed the plain, more and more men congregated around Aragon and Saphira, providing them with a wholly unnecessary but very impressive honor guard. After so long spent in the wilds of Algesia, the dense press of bodies, the cacophony of high, excited voices, the storm of unguarded thoughts and emotions, and the confused motion of flailing arms and prancing horses were overwhelming for Aragon. He retreated deep within himself, where the discordant mental chorus was no louder than the distant thunder of crashing waves. Even through the layers of barriers, he sensed the approach of 12 elves, running in formation from the other side of the camp, swift and lean as yellow-eyed mountain cats. Wanting to make a favorable impression, Aragon combed his hair with his fingers and squared his shoulders, but he also tightened the armor around his consciousness so that no one but Saphira could hear his thoughts. The elves had come to protect him and Saphira, but ultimately their allegiance belonged to Queen Islandzadi. While he was grateful for their presence, and he doubted their inherent politeness would allow them to eavesdrop on him, he did not want to provide the Queen of the Elves with any opportunity to learn the secrets of the Varden, nor to gain a hold over him. If she could wrest him away from Nasuda, he knew she would. On the whole, the elves did not trust humans, not after Galbatorix's betrayal, and for that and other reasons, he was sure Islandzadi would prefer to have him and Saphira under her direct command. And of the potentates he had met, he trusted Islandzadi the least. She was too imperious and too erratic. The 12 elves halted before Saphira. They bowed and twisted their hands as Arya had done and, one by one, introduced themselves to Aragon with the initial phrase of the elves, traditional greeting, to which he replied with the appropriate lines. Then the lead elf, a tall, handsome male with glossy blue-black fur covering his entire body, proclaimed the purpose of their mission to everyone within earshot and formally asked Aragon and Saphira if the 12 might assume their duties. "You may," said Aragon. "You may," said Saphira. Then Aragon asked, "Blodgarm Goder, did I perchance see you at the Agati Blodrin?" For he remembered watching an elf with a similar pelt gambling among the trees during the festivities. Blodgarm smiled, exposing the fangs of an animal. "I believe you met my cousin Leotha. We share a most striking family resemblance, although her fur is brown and flecked, whereas mine is dark blue. I would have sworn it was you. Unfortunately, I was otherwise engaged at the time and was unable to attend the celebration. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity when next the occasion occurs, 100 years from now." "Would you not agree," Saphira said to Aragon, "that he has a pleasant aroma?" Aragon sniffed the air. "I don't smell anything, and I would if there was anything to smell." "That's odd." She provided him then with the range of odors she had detected, and at once he realized what she meant. Bloodgarm's musk surrounded him like a cloud, thick and heady, a warm, smoky scent that contained hints of crushed juniper berries and that set Saphira's nostrils to tingling. All the women in the Varden seem to have fallen in love with him, she said. They stalk him wherever he goes, desperate to talk with him but too shy to utter so much as a squeak when he looks at them. Maybe only females can smell him. He cast a concerned glance at Arya. She does not seem to be affected. She has protection against magical influences. I hope so. Do you think we should put a stop to Bloodgarm? What he is doing is a sneaky, underhanded way of gaining a woman's heart. Is it any more underhanded than adorning yourself with fine clothing to catch the eye of your beloved? Bloodgarm has not taken advantage of the women who are fascinated by him, and it seems improbable that he would have composed the notes of his scent to appeal specifically to human women. Rather, I would guess it is an unintended consequence and that he created it to serve another purpose altogether. Unless he discards all semblance of decency, I think we should refrain from interfering. What about Nasuda? Is she vulnerable to his charms? Nasuda is wise and wary. She had Triana place a ward around her that protects her against Bloodgarm's influence. Good. When they arrived at the tents, the crowd swelled in size until half the Varden appeared to be gathered around Saphira. Aragon raised his hand in response as people shouted, Argetlam, and, Shadeslayer, and he heard others say, Where have you been, Shadeslayer? Tell us of your adventures. A fair number referred to him as the bane of the Rizak, which he found so immensely satisfying, he repeated the phrase 4 times to himself under his breath. People also shouted blessings upon his health and Saphira's too, and invitations to dine, and offers of gold and jewelry, and piteous requests for aid. Would he please heal a son who had been born blind, or would he remove a growth that was killing a man's wife, or would he fix a horse's broken leg or repair a bent sword, for as the man bellowed, it was my grandfather's. Twice a woman's voice cried out, Shadeslayer, will you marry me? And while he looked, he was unable to identify the source. Throughout the commotion, the 12 elves hovered close. The knowledge that they were watching for that which he could not see and listening for that which he could not hear was a comfort to Aragon and allowed him to interact with the masked Varden with an ease that had escaped him in the past. Then from between the curving rows of woolen tents, the former villagers of Carvajal began to appear. Dismounting, Aragon walked among the friends and acquaintances of his childhood, shaking hands, slapping shoulders, and laughing at jokes that would be incomprehensible to anyone who had not grown up around Carvajal. Horst was there, and Aragon grasped the smith's brawny forearm. Welcome back, Aragon. Well done. We're in your debt for avenging us on the monsters that drove us from our homes. I'm glad to see you are still in one piece, E.H. The Rizak would have had to move a sight faster to chop any parts off of me, said Aragon. Then he found himself greeting Horst's sons, Albrecht and Baldor, and then luring the shoemaker and his 3 sons, Tira and Morn, who had owned Carvajal's tavern, Fisk, Felda, Calitha, Delwyn and Lena, and then fierce-eyed Birgit, who said, I thank you, Aragon son of none. I thank you for ensuring that the creatures who ate my husband were properly punished. My hearth is yours, now and forever. Before Aragon could respond, the crowd swept them apart. Son of none, he thought. Ha, I have a father, and everyone hates him. Then to his delight, Roran shouldered his way out of the throng, Katrina beside him. He and Roran embraced, and Roran growled, that was a fool thing to do, staying behind. I ought to knock your block off for abandoning us like that. Next time, give me advance warning before you traipse off on your own. It's getting to be a habit with you. And you should have seen how upset Saphira was on the flight back. Aragon put a hand on Saphira's left foreleg and said, I'm sorry I could not tell you beforehand that I planned to stay, but I did not realize it was necessary until the very last moment. And why was it exactly you remained in those foul caverns? Because there was something I had to investigate. When he failed to expand upon his answer, Roran's broad face hardened, and for a moment Aragon feared he would insist upon a more satisfactory explanation. But then Roran said, well, what hope has an ordinary man like myself of understanding the whys and wherefores of a dragon rider, even if he is my cousin? All that matters is that you helped free Katrina and you are here now, safe and sound. He craned his neck, as if he were trying to see what lay on top of Saphira, then he looked at Arya, who was several yards behind them, and said, you lost my staff. I crossed the entire breadth of Algesia with that staff. Couldn't you manage to hold on to it for more than a few days? It went to a man who needed it more than I, said Aragon. Oh, stop nipping at him, Katrina said to Roran, and after a moment's hesitation, she hugged Aragon. He is really very glad to see you, you know. He just has difficulty finding the words to say it. With a sheepish grin, Roran shrugged. She's right about me, as always. The two of them exchanged a loving glance. Aragon studied Katrina closely. Her copper hair had regained its original luster, and for the most part, the marks left by her ordeal had faded away, although she was still thinner and paler than normal. Moving closer to him, so none of the Varden clustered around them could overhear, she said, I never thought that I would owe you so much, Aragon. That we would owe you so much. Since Saphira brought us here, I have learned what you risked to rescue me, and I am most grateful. If I had spent another week in Helgrind, it would have killed me or stripped me of reason, which is a living death. For saving me from that fate, and for repairing Roran's shoulder, you have my utmost thanks, but more than that, you have my thanks for bringing the two of us back together again. If not for you, we never would have been reunited. Somehow I think Roran would have found a way to extricate you from Helgrind, even without me, commented Aragon. He has a silver tongue when roused. He would have convinced another spellcaster to help him, Angela the Herbalist, perhaps, and he would have succeeded all the same. Angela the Herbalist, scoffed Roran. That prating girl would have been no match for the Rizak. You would be surprised. She's more than she appears, or sounds. Then Aragon dared to do something that he never would have attempted when he was living in Palanquer Valley but that he felt was appropriate in his role as a rider. He kissed Katrina upon her brow, and then he kissed Roran upon his, and he said, Roran, you are as a brother to me. And, Katrina, you are as a sister to me. If ever you are in trouble, send for me, and whether you need Aragon the farmer or Aragon the rider, everything I am shall be at your disposal. And likewise, said Roran, if ever you are in trouble, you have but to send for us, and we shall rush to your aid. Aragon nodded, acknowledging his offer, and refrained from mentioning that the troubles he was most likely to encounter would not be of a sort either of them could assist him with. He gripped them both by the shoulders and said, May you live long, may you always be together and happy, and may you have many children. Katrina's smile faltered for a moment, and Aragon wondered at it. At Saphira's urging, they resumed walking toward Nasuda's red pavilion in the center of the encampment. In due time, they and the host of cheering Varden arrived at its threshold, where Nasuda stood waiting, King Orin to her left and scores of nobles and other notables gathered behind a double row of guards on either side. Nasuda was garbed in a green silk dress that shimmered in the sun, like the feathers on the breast of a hummingbird, in bright contrast to the sable shade of her skin. The sleeves of the dress ended in lace ruffs at her elbows. White linen bandages covered the rest of her arms to her narrow wrists. Of all the men and women assembled before her, she was the most distinguished, like an emerald resting on a bed of brown autumn leaves. Only Saphira could compete with the brilliance of her appearance. Aragon and Arya presented themselves to Nasuda and then to King Orin. Nasuda gave them formal welcome on behalf of the Varden and praised them for their bravery. She finished by saying, I, Galbatorix may have a rider and dragon who fight for him even as Aragon and Saphira fight for us. He may have an army so large that it darkens the land. And he may be adept at strange and terrible magics, abominations of the spellcaster's art. But for all his wicked power, he could not stop Aragon and Saphira from invading his realm and killing 4 of his most favored servants, nor Aragon from crossing the empire with impunity. The pretender's arm has grown weak indeed when he cannot defend his borders, nor protect his foul agents within their hidden fortress. Amid the Varden's enthusiastic cheering, Aragon allowed himself a secret smile at how well Nasuda played upon their emotions, inspiring confidence, loyalty, and high spirits in spite of a reality that was far less optimistic than she portrayed it. She did not lie to them. To his knowledge, she did not lie, not even when dealing with the Council of Elders or other of her political rivals. What she did was report the truths that best supported her position in her arguments. In that regard, he thought, she was like the elves. When the Varden's outpouring of excitement had subsided, King Orin greeted Aragon and Arya as Nasuda had. His delivery was staid compared with hers, and while the crowd listened politely and applauded afterward, it was obvious to Aragon that however much the people respected Orin, they did not love him as they loved Nasuda, nor could he fire their imagination as Nasuda fired it. The smooth-faced king was gifted with a superior intellect, but his personality was too rarefied, too eccentric, and too subdued for him to be a receptacle for the desperate hopes of the humans that opposed Galbatorix. If we overthrow Galbatorix, Aragon said to Saphira, Orin should not replace him in Uruivane. He would not be able to unite the land as Nasuda has united the Varden. Agreed. At length, King Orin concluded. Nasuda whispered to Aragon, now it is your turn to address those who have assembled to catch a glimpse of the renowned dragon rider. Her eyes twinkled with suppressed merriment. Me. It is expected. Then Aragon turned and faced the multitude, his tongue dry as sand. His mind was blank, and for a handful of panic-stricken seconds, he thought the use of language would continue to elude him and he would embarrass himself in front of the entire Varden. Somewhere a horse nickered, but otherwise the camp seemed frightfully quiet. It was Saphira who broke his paralysis by nudging his elbow with her snout and saying, tell them how honored you are to have their support and how happy you are to be back among them. With her encouragement, he managed to find a few fumbling words, and then, as soon as it was acceptable, he bowed and retreated a step. Forcing a smile while the Varden clapped and cheered and beat their swords against their shields, he exclaimed, that was horrible. I would rather fight a shade than do that again. Really, it was not that hard, Aragon. Yes, it was. A puff of smoke drifted up from her nostrils as she snorted with amusement. A fine dragon rider you are, afraid of talking to a large group. If only Galbatorix knew, he could have you at his mercy if he but asked you to make a speech to his troops. Ha! It's not funny, he grumbled, but she still continued to chuckle. To answer a king. After Aragon gave his address to the Varden, Nasuda gestured and Jormungandr leapt to her side. Have everyone here return to their posts. If we were attacked now, we would be overwhelmed. Yes, my lady. Beckoning to Aragon and Arya, Nasuda placed her left hand on King Orin's arm and, with him, entered the pavilion. What about you? Aragon asked Saphira as he followed. Then he stepped inside the pavilion and saw that a panel at the back had been rolled up and tied to the wooden frame above so that Saphira might insert her head and participate in the goings-on. He had to wait but a moment before her glittering head and neck swung into view around the edge of the opening, darkening the interior as she settled into place. Purple flecks of light adorned the walls, projected by her blue scales onto the red fabric. Aragon examined the rest of the tent. It was barren compared with when he had last visited, a result of the destruction Saphira had caused when she crawled into the pavilion to see Aragon in Nasuda's mirror. With only 4 pieces of furniture, the tent was austere even by military standards. There was the polished high-backed chair where Nasuda was sitting, King Orin standing next to her, the selfsame mirror, which was mounted at eye level on a carved brass pole, a folding chair, and a low table strewn with maps and other documents of import. An intricately knotted dwarf rug covered the ground. Besides Arya and himself, a score of people were already gathered before Nasuda. They were all looking at him. Among them he recognized Narheim, the current commander of the dwarf troops, Triana and other spellcasters from Duvrangar Gada, Sabre, Umerth, and the rest of the Council of Elders, save for Jormungandr, and a random assortment of nobles and functionaries from King Orin's court. Those who were strangers to him he assumed also held positions of distinction in one of the many factions that made up the Varden's army. 6 of Nasuda's guards were present, 2 stationed by the entrance and 4 behind Nasuda, and Aragon detected the convoluted pattern of Elva's dark and twisted thoughts from where the witch child was hidden at the far end of the pavilion. Aragon, said Nasuda, you have not met before, but let me introduce Sagabado no Inapashana Fador, chief of the Inapashana tribe. He is a brave man. For the next hour, Aragon endured what seemed like an endless procession of introductions, congratulations, and questions that he could not answer forthrightly without revealing secrets that were better left unsaid. When all of the guests had conversed with him, Nasuda bade them take their leave. As they filed out of the pavilion, she clapped her hands and the guards outside ushered in a second group, and then, when the second group had enjoyed the dubious fruits of their visitation with him, a third. Aragon smiled the whole while. He shook hand after hand. He exchanged meaningless pleasantries and strove to memorize the plethora of names and titles that besieged him and otherwise acted with perfect civility the role he was expected to play. He knew that they honored him not because he was their friend but because of the chance of victory he embodied for the free peoples of Algesia, because of his power, and because of what they hoped to gain by him. In his heart, he howled with frustration and longed to break free of the stifling constraints of good manners and polite conduct and to climb on Saphira and fly away to somewhere peaceful. The one part of the process Aragon enjoyed was watching how the supplicants reacted to the 2 Urgles who loomed behind Nasuda's chair. Some pretended to ignore the horned warriors, although from the quickness of their motions and the shrill tones of their voices, Aragon could tell that the creatures unnerved them, while others glared at the Urgles and kept their hands on the pommels of their swords or daggers, and still others affected a false bravado and belittled the Urgles, notorious strength and boasted of their own. Only a few people truly seemed unaffected by the sight of the Urgles. Foremost among them was Nasuda, but their number also included King Orin, Triana, and an earl who said he had seen Morzin and his dragon lay waste to an entire town when he had been but a boy. When Aragon could bear no more, Saphira swelled her chest and released a low, humming growl, so deep that it shook the mirror in its frame. The pavilion became as silent as a tomb. Her growl was not overtly threatening, but it captured everyone's attention and proclaimed her impatience with the proceedings. None of the guests were foolish enough to test her forbearance. With hurried excuses, they gathered their things and filed out of the pavilion, quickening their pace when Saphira tapped the tips of her claws against the ground. Nasuda sighed as the entrance flap swung closed behind the last visitor. Thank you, Saphira. I am sorry that I had to subject you to the misery of public presentation, Aragon, but as I am sure you are aware, you occupy an exalted position among the Varden, and I cannot keep you to myself anymore. You belong to the people now. They demand that you recognize them and that you give them what they consider their rightful share of your time. Neither you nor Orin nor I can refuse the wishes of the crowd. Even Galbatorix in his dark seat of power at Uruibane fears the fickle crowd, although he may deny it to everyone, including himself. With the guests departed, King Orin abandoned the guise of royal decorum. His stern expression relaxed into one of more human relief, irritation, and ferocious curiosity. Rolling his shoulders beneath his stiff robes, he looked at Nasuda and said, I do not think we require your Nighthawks to wait on us any longer. Agreed. Nasuda clapped her hands, dismissing the 6 guards from the inside of the tent. Dragging the spare chair over to Nasuda's, King Orin seated himself in a tangle of sprawling limbs and billowing fabric. Now, he said, switching his gaze between Aragon and Arya, let us have a full account of your doings, Aragon Shadowslayer. I have heard only vague explanations for why you chose to delay at Helgrind, and I have had my fill of evasions and deceptive answers. I am determined to know the truth of the matter, so I warn you, do not attempt to conceal what actually transpired while you were in the Empire. Until I am satisfied you have told me everything there is to tell, none of us shall so much as step outside of this tent. Her voice cold, Nasuda said, you assume too much, your majesty. You do not have the authority to bind me in place, nor Aragon, who is my vassal, nor Saphira, nor Arya, who answers to no mortal lord but rather to one more powerful than the 2 of us combined. Nor do we have the authority to bind you. The 5 of us are as close to equals as any of us is likely to find in Algesia. You would do well to remember that. King Orin's response was equally flinty. Do I exceed the bounds of my sovereignty? Well, perhaps I do. You are right, I have no hold over you. However, if we are equals, I have yet to see evidence of it in your treatment of me. Aragon answers to you and only you. By the trial of the Long Knives, you have gained dominion over the wandering tribes, many of which I have long counted among my subjects. And you command as you will both the Varden and the men of Serda, who have long served my family with bravery and determination beyond that of ordinary men. It was you yourself who asked me to orchestrate this campaign, said Nasuda. I have not deposed you. It was at my request you assumed command of our disparate forces. I am not ashamed to admit you have had more experience and success than I in waging war. Our prospects are too precarious for you, me, or any of us to indulge in false pride. However, since your investiture, you seem to have forgotten that I am still the king of Serda, and we of the Langfeld family can trace our line back to Thanebrand the Ring-Giver himself, he who succeeded old, Mad Palanker and who was the first of our race to sit on the throne in what is now Uruibane. Considering our heritage and the assistance the House of Langfeld has rendered you in this cause, it is insulting of you to ignore the rights of my office. You act as if yours was the only verdict of moment and the opinions of others are of no account, to be trampled over in pursuit of whatever goal you have already determined is best for the portion of free humanity that is fortunate enough to have you as their leader. You negotiate treaties and alliances, such as that with the Urgles, of your own initiative and expect me, and others, to abide by your decisions, as if you speak for us all. You arrange preemptive visits of state, such as that with Blodgarm Boter, and do not trouble to alert me of his arrival, nor wait for me to join you so we might greet his embassy together as equals. And when I have the temerity to ask why Aragon, the man whose very existence is the reason I have staked my country in this venture, when I have the temerity to ask why this all-important person has elected to endanger the lives of Serdans and those of every creature who opposes Galbatorix by tarrying in the midst of our enemies, how is it you respond? By treating me as if I were no more than an overzealous, over-inquisitive underling whose childish concerns distracted you from more pressing matters. Bah, I will not have it, I tell you. If you cannot bring yourself to respect my station and to accept a fair division of responsibility, as two allies ought to, then it is my opinion that you are unfit to command a coalition such as ours, and I shall set myself against you however I may. What a long-winded fellow, Saphira observed. Alarmed by the direction the conversation had taken, Aragon said, what should I do? I had not intended to tell anyone else about Sloane, except for Nasuda. The fewer people who know he's alive, the better. A flickering sea-blue shimmer ran from the base of Saphira's head to the crest of her shoulders as the tips of the sharp, diamond-shaped scales along the sides of her neck rose a fraction of an inch from the underlying skin. The jagged layers of projecting scales gave her a fierce, ruffled appearance. I cannot tell you what is best, Aragon. In this, you must rely upon your own judgment. Listen closely to what your heart says and perhaps it will become clear how to win free of these treacherous downdrafts. In response to King Orin's sally, Nasuda clasped her hands in her lap, her bandages startling white against the green of her dress, and in a calm, even voice said, if I have slighted you, sire, then it was due to my own hasty carelessness and not to any desire on my part to diminish you or your house. Please forgive my lapses. They shall not happen again, that I promise you. As you have pointed out, I have but recently ascended to this post, and I have yet to master all of the accompanying niceties. Orin inclined his head in a cool but gracious acceptance of her words. As for Aragon and his activities in the Empire, I could not have provided you with specific details, for I have had no further intelligence myself. It was not, as I am sure you can appreciate, a situation that I wished to advertise. No, of course not. Therefore, it seems to me that the swiftest cure for the dispute that afflicts us is to allow Aragon to lay bare the facts of his trip that we may apprehend the full scope of this event and render judgment upon it. Of its own, that is not a cure, said King Orin. But it is the beginning of a cure, and I will gladly listen. Then let us tarry no longer, said Nasuda. Let us begin this beginning and have done with our suspense. Aragon, it is time for your tale. With Nasuda and the others gazing at him with wondering eyes, Aragon made his choice. Lifting his chin, he said, what I tell you in confidence. I know I cannot expect either you, King Orin, or you, Lady Nasuda, to swear that you will keep this secret bound within your hearts from now until the day you die, but I beg you to act as if you had. It could cause a great deal of grief if this knowledge were to be whispered in the wrong ears. A king does not remain king for long unless he appreciates the value of silence, said Orin. Without further ado, Aragon described everything that had happened to him in Helgrand and in the days that had followed. Afterward, Arya explained how she had gone about locating Aragon and then corroborated his account of their travels by providing several facts and observations of her own. When they had both said their fill, the pavilion was quiet as Orin and Nasuda sat motionless upon their chairs. Aragon felt as if he were a child again, waiting for Garrow to tell him what his punishment would be for doing something foolish on their farm. Orin and Nasuda remained lost deep in reflection for several minutes, then Nasuda smoothed the front of her dress and said, King Orin may be of a different opinion, and if so, I look forward to hearing his reasons, but for my part, I believe that you did the right thing, Aragon. As do I, said Orin, surprising them all. You do, exclaimed Aragon. He hesitated. I don't mean to sound impertinent, for I'm glad you approve, but I didn't expect you to look kindly upon my decision to spare Sloane's life. If I may ask, why? King Orin interrupted. Why do we approve? The rule of law must be upheld. If you had appointed yourself Sloane's executioner, Aragon, you would have taken for yourself the power that Nasuda and I wield. For he who has the audacity to determine who should live and who should die no longer serves the law but dictates the law. And however benevolent you might be, that would be no good thing for our species. Nasuda and I, at least, answer to the one Lord even kings must kneel before. We answer to Angbard, in his realm of eternal twilight. We answer to the gray man on his gray horse. Death, we could be the worst tyrants in the whole of history, and given enough time, Angbard would bring us to heel. But not you. Humans are a short-lived race, and we should not be governed by one of the undying. not need another Galbatorix. A strange laugh escaped from Orin then, and his mouth twisted in a humorless smile. Do you understand, Aragon? You are so dangerous, we are forced to acknowledge the danger to your face and hope that you are one of the few people able to resist the lure of power. King Orin laced his fingers together underneath his chin and gazed at a fold in his robes. I have said more than I intended. So, for all those reasons, and others besides, I agree with Nasuda. You were right to stay your hand when you discovered this Sloane in Helgrin. As inconvenient as this episode has been, it would have been far worse, and for you as well, if you had killed to please yourself and not in self-defense or in service to others. Nasuda nodded. That was well spoken. Throughout, Arya listened with an inscrutable expression. Whatever her own thoughts on the matter were, she did not divulge them. Orin and Nasuda pressed Aragon with a number of questions about the oaths he had laid upon Sloane, as well as queries about the remainder of his trip. The interrogation continued for so long, Nasuda had a tray of cold cider, fruit, and meat pies brought into the pavilion, along with the haunch of a steer for Saphira. Nasuda and Orin had ample opportunity to eat between questions. However, they kept Aragon so busy talking, he managed to consume only 2 bites of fruit and a few sips of cider to wet his throat. At long last King Orin bade them farewell and departed to review the status of his cavalry. Arya left a minute later, explaining that she needed to report to Queen Islandzadi and to, as she said, heat a tub of water, wash the sand from my skin, and return my features to their usual shape. I do not feel myself, with the tips of my ears missing, my eyes round and level, and the bones of my face in the wrong places. When she was alone with Aragon and Saphira, Nasuda sighed and leaned her head against the back of the chair. Aragon was shocked by how tired she appeared. Gone were her previous vitality and strength of presence. Gone was the fire from her eyes. She had, he realized, been pretending to be stronger than she was in order to avoid tempting her enemies and demoralizing the Varden with the spectacle of her weakness. Are you ill? He asked. She nodded toward her arms. Not exactly. It's taking me longer to recuperate than I had anticipated. Some days are worse than others. If you want, I can. No, thank you, but no. Do not tempt me. One rule of the Trial of the Long Knives is that you must allow your wounds to heal at their own pace, without magic. Otherwise, the contestants will not have endured the full measure of pain from their cuts. That's barbaric. A slow smile touched her lips. Maybe so, but it is what it is, and I would not fail so late in the trial merely because I could not withstand a bit of an ache. What if your wounds fester? Then they fester, and I shall pay the price for my mistake. But I doubt they will while Angela ministers to me. She has an amazing storehouse of knowledge where medicinal plants are concerned. I half believe she could tell you the true name of every species of grass on the plains east of here merely by feeling their leaves. Saphira, who had been so still she appeared asleep, now yawned, nearly touching the floor and the ceiling with the tips of her open jaws, and shook her head and neck, sending the flecks of light reflected by her scales spinning about the tent with dizzying speed. Straightening in her seat, Nasuda said, "Ah, I am sorry. I know this has been tedious. You have both been very patient. Thank you." Aragon knelt and placed his right hand over hers. "You do not need to worry about me, Nasuda. I know my duty. I have never aspired to rule, that is not my destiny. And if ever I am offered the chance to sit upon a throne, I shall refuse and see that it goes to someone who is better suited than I to lead our race." "You are a good person, Aragon," murmured Nasuda, and pressed his hand between hers. Then she chuckled. "What with you, Rorin, and Murtaugh, I seem to spend most of my time worrying about members of your family." Aragon bridled at the statement. "Murtaugh is no family of mine." "Of course. Forgive me. But still, you must admit it's startling how much bother the three of you have caused both the Empire and the Varden." "It's a talent of ours," joked Aragon. "It runs in their blood," said Saphira. "Wherever they go, they get themselves entangled in the worst danger possible." She nudged Aragon in the arm. "Especially this one. What else can you expect of people from Palanquin Valley? Descendants all of a mad king." "But not mad themselves," said Nasuda. "At least I don't think so. It's hard to tell at times." She laughed. "If you, Rorin, and Murtaugh were locked in the same cell, I'm not sure who would survive." Aragon laughed as well. "Rorin, he's not about to let a little thing like death stand between him and Katrina." Nasuda's smile became slightly strained. "No, I suppose he wouldn't at that. For a score of heartbeats, she was silent. Then, goodness me, how selfish I am. The day is almost done, and here I am detaining you merely so I can enjoy a minute or two of idle conversation. The pleasure is mine. Yes, but there are better places than this for talk among friends. After what you have been through, I expect you would like a wash, a change, and a hearty meal. No. You must be famished. Aragon glanced at the apple he still held and regretfully concluded it would be impolite to continue eating it when his audience with Nasuda was drawing to a close. Nasuda caught his look and said, "Your face answers for you, Shadeslayer. You have the guise of a winter-starved wolf. Well, I shall not torment you any longer. Go and bathe and garb yourself in your finest tunic. When you are presentable, I would be most pleased if you would consent to join me for my evening meal. Understand, you would not be my only guest, for the affairs of the Barden demand my constant attention, but you would brighten the proceedings considerably for me if you chose to attend." Aragon fought back a grimace at the thought of having to spend hours more parrying verbal thrusts from those who sought to use him for their own advantage or to satisfy their curiosity about riders and dragons. Still, Nasuda was not to be denied, so he bowed and agreed to her request. A feast with friends. Aragon and Saphira left Nasuda's Crimson Pavilion with the contingent of elves ranged about them and walked to the small tent that had been assigned to him when they had joined the Varden at the Burning Plains. There he found a hogshead of boiling water waiting for him, the coils of steam opalescent in the oblique light from the large evening sun. Ignoring it for the moment, he ducked inside the tent. After checking to ensure that none of his few possessions had been disturbed during his absence, Aragon unburdened himself of his pack and carefully removed his armor, storing it beneath his cot. It needed to be wiped and oiled, but that was a task that would have to wait. Then he reached even farther underneath the cot, his fingers scraping the fabric wall beyond, and groped in the darkness until his hand came into contact with a long, hard object. Grasping it, he laid a heavy cloth-wrapped bundle across his knees. He picked apart the knots in the wrapping, and then, starting at the thickest end of the bundle, began to unwind the coarse strips of canvas. Inch by inch, the scuffed leather hilt of Murtaugh's hand and a half-sword came into view. Aragon stopped when he had exposed the hilt, the cross guard, and a fair expanse of the gleaming blade, which was as jagged as a saw from where Murtaugh had blocked Aragon's blows with Zarok. Aragon sat and stared at the weapon, conflicted. He did not know what had prompted him, but the day after the battle, he had returned to the plateau and retrieved the sword from the morass of trampled dirt where Murtaugh had dropped it. Even after only a single night exposed to the elements, the steel had acquired a mottled veil of rust. With a word, he had dispelled the scrim of corrosion. Perhaps it was because Murtaugh had stolen his own sword that Aragon felt compelled to take up Murtaugh's, as if the exchange, unequal and involuntary though it was, minimized his loss. Perhaps it was because he wished to claim a memento of that bloody conflict. And perhaps it was because he still harbored a sense of latent affection for Murtaugh, despite the grim circumstances that had turned them against each other. No matter how much Aragon abhorred what Murtaugh had become, and pitied him for it too, he could not deny the connection that existed between them. Theirs was a shared fate. If not for an accident of birth, he would have been raised in Uruibane, and Murtaugh in Palanquer Valley, and then their current positions might well have been reversed. Their lives were inexorably intertwined. As he gazed at the silver steel, Aragon composed a spell that would smooth the wrinkles from the blade, close the wedge-shaped gaps along the edges, and restore the strength of the temper. He wondered, however, if he ought to. The scar that Durza had given him he had kept as a reminder of their encounter, at least until the dragons erased it during the Agati Blodrin. Should he keep this scar as well, then? Would it be healthy for him to carry such a painful memory on his hip? And what sort of message would it send to the rest of the Varden if he chose to wield the blade of another betrayer? Zarok had been a gift from Brahm. Aragon could not have refused to accept it, nor was he sorry he had. But he was under no such compulsion to claim as his own the nameless blade that rested upon his thighs. I need a sword, he thought. But not this sword. He wrapped the blade again in its shroud of canvas and slid it back under the cot. Then, with a fresh shirt and tunic tucked under his elbow, he left the tent and went to bathe. When he was clean and garbed in the fine lamare shirt and tunic, he set out to meet with Nasuda near the tents of the healers, as she had requested. Saphira flew, for as she said, "It is too cramped for me on the ground, I keep knocking over tents. Besides, if I walk with you, such a herd of people will gather around us, we will hardly be able to move." Nasuda was waiting for him by a row of 3 flagpoles, upon which a half-dozen gaudy pennants hung limp in the cooling air. She had changed since they had parted and now wore a light summer frock, the color of pale straw. Her dense, moss-like hair she had piled high on her head in an intricate mass of knots and braids. A single white ribbon held the arrangement in place. She smiled at Aragon. He smiled in return and quickened his pace. As he drew close, his guards mingled with her guards with a conspicuous display of suspicion on the part of the Nighthawks and studied indifference on the part of the elves. Nasuda took his arm and, while they spoke in comfortable tones, guided his steps as they ambled through the sea of tents. Above, Saphira circled the camp, content to wait until they arrived at their destination before she went to the effort of landing. Aragon and Nasuda spoke of many things. Little of consequence passed between their lips, but her wit, her gaiety, and the thoughtfulness of her remarks charmed him. It was easy for him to talk to her and easier to listen, and that very ease caused him to realize how much he cared for her. Her hold on him far exceeded that of a legal lord over her vassal. It was a new feeling for him, their bond. Aside from his Aunt Marion, of whom he had but faint memories, he had grown up in a world of men and boys, and he had never had the opportunity to be friends with a woman. His inexperience made him uncertain, and his uncertainty made him awkward, but Nasuda did not seem to notice. She stopped him before a tent that glowed from within with the light of many candles and that hummed with a multitude of unintelligible voices. Now we must dive into the swamp of politics again. Prepare yourself. She swept back the entrance flap to the tent, and Aragon jumped as a host of people shouted, "Surprise!" A wide trestle table laden with food dominated the center of the tent, and at the table were sitting Roran and Katrina, 20 or so of the villagers from Carvajal, including Horst and his family, Angela the herbalist, Jayot and his wife, Helen, and several people Aragon did not recognize but who had the look of sailors. A half-dozen children had been playing on the ground next to the table. They paused in their games and stared at Nasuda and Aragon with open mouths, seemingly unable to decide which of these two strange figures deserved more of their attention. Aragon grinned, overwhelmed. Before he could think of what to say, Angela raised her flagon and piped, "Well, don't just stand there gaping. Come in, sit down. I'm hungry." As everyone laughed, Nasuda pulled Aragon toward the two empty chairs next to Roran. Aragon helped Nasuda to her seat, and as she sank into the chair, he asked, "Did you arrange this?" Roran suggested whom you might want to attend, but yes, the original idea was mine. And I made a few additions of my own to the table, as you can see. "Thank you," said Aragon, humbled. "Thank you so much." He saw Elva sitting cross-legged in the far left corner of the tent, a platter of food on her lap. The other children shunned her. Aragon could not imagine they had much in common, and none of the adults, save Angela, seemed comfortable in her presence. The small, narrow-shouldered girl gazed up at him from under her black bangs with her horrible violet eyes and mouthed what he guessed was, "Greetings, Shadeslayer." "Greetings, Farseer," he mouthed in return. Her small pink lips parted in what would have been a charming smile if not for the fell orbs that burned above them. Aragon gripped the arms of his chair as the table shook, the dishes rattled, and the walls of the tent flapped. Then the back of the tent bulged and parted as Saphira pushed her head inside. "Meat," she said. "I smell meat." For the next few hours, Aragon lost himself in a blur of food, drink, and the pleasure of good company. It was like returning home. The wine flowed like water, and after they had drained their cups once or twice, the villagers forgot their deference and treated him as one of their own, which was the greatest gift they could give. They were equally generous with Nasuda, although they refrained from making jokes at her expense, as they sometimes did with Aragon. Pale smoke filled the tent as the candles consumed themselves. Beside him, Aragon heard the boom of Roran's laughter ring forth again, and across the table the even deeper boom of Horst's laugh. Muttering an incantation, Angela set to dancing a small man she had fashioned from a crust of sourdough bread, much to everyone's amusement. The children gradually overcame their fear of Saphira and dared to walk up to her and pet her snout. Soon they were clambering over her neck, hanging from her spikes, and tugging at the crests above her eyes. Aragon laughed as he watched. Jayot entertained the crowd with a song he had learned from a book long ago. Tara danced a jig. Nasuda's teeth flashed as she tossed her head back. And Aragon, by popular request, recounted several of his adventures, including a detailed description of his flight from Carvajal with Brom, which was of special interest to his listeners. "To think," said Gertrude, the round-faced healer tugging on her shawl, "we had a dragon in our valley and we never even knew it." With a pair of knitting needles produced from within her sleeves, she pointed at Aragon. To think I nursed you when your legs had been scraped from flying on Saphira and I never suspected the cause. Shaking her head and clucking her tongue, she cast on with brown wool yarn and began to knit with speed born of decades of practice. Elaine was the first to leave the party, pleading exhaustion brought on by her advanced stage of pregnancy. One of her sons, Valdor, went with her. Half an hour later, Nasuda also made to leave, explaining that the demands of her position prevented her from staying as long as she would like, but that she wished them health and happiness and hoped they would continue to support her in her fight against the Empire. As she moved away from the table, Nasuda beckoned to Aragon. He joined her by the entrance. Turning her shoulder to the rest of the tent, she said, Aragon, I know that you need time to recover from your journey and that you have affairs of your own that you must tend to. Therefore, tomorrow and the day after are yours to spend as you will. But on the morning of the third day, present yourself at my pavilion and we shall talk about your future. I have a most important mission for you. My lady, then he said, you keep Elva close at hand wherever you go, do you not? Aye, she is my safeguard against any danger that might slip past the Nighthawks. Also, her ability to divine what it is that pains people has proved enormously helpful. It is so much easier to obtain someone's cooperation when you are privy to all of their secret hurts. Are you willing to give that up? She studied him with a piercing gaze. You intend to remove your curse from Elva? I intend to try. Remember, I promised her I would. Yes, I was there. The crash of a falling chair distracted her for an instant, then she said, your promises will be the death of us. Elva is irreplaceable. No one else has her skill. And the service she provides, as I just testified, is worth more than a mountain of gold. I have even thought that, of all of us, she alone might be able to defeat Galbatorix. She would be able to anticipate his every attack, and your spell would show her how to counter them, and as long as countering them did not require her to sacrifice her life, she would prevail. For the good of the Varden, Aragon, for the good of everyone in Algesia, couldn't you feign your attempt to cure Elva? No, he said, biting off the word as if it offended him. I would not do it even if I could. It would be wrong. If we force Elva to remain as she is, she will turn against us, and I do not want her as an enemy. He paused, then at Nasuda's expression added, besides, there is a good chance I may not succeed. Removing such a vaguely worded spell is a difficult prospect at best. If I may make a suggestion. What? Be honest with Elva, explain to her what she means to the Varden, and ask her if she will continue to carry her burden for the sake of all free people. She may refuse, she has every right to, but if she does, her character is not one we would want to rely upon anyway. And if she accepts, then it shall be of her own free will. With a slight frown, Nasuda nodded. I shall speak with her tomorrow. You should be present as well, to help me persuade her and to lift your curse if we fail. Be at my pavilion 3 hours after dawn. And with that, she swept into the torch-lit night outside. Much later, when the candles guttered in their sockets and the villagers began to disperse in 2s and 3s, Roran grasped Aragon's arm by the elbow and drew him through the back of the tent to stand by Saphira's side, where the others could not hear. What you said earlier about Helgrind, was that all of it? Asked Roran. His grip was like a pair of iron pincers clamped around Aragon's flesh. His eyes were hard and questioning, and also unusually vulnerable. Aragon held his gaze. If you trust me, Roran, never ask me that question again. It's not something you want to know. Even as he spoke, Aragon felt a deep sense of unease over having to conceal Sloane's existence from Roran and Katrina. He knew the deception was necessary, but it still made him uncomfortable to lie to his family. For a moment, Aragon considered telling Roran the truth, but then he remembered all the reasons he had decided not to and held his tongue. Roran hesitated, his face troubled, then he set his jaw and released Aragon. I trust you. That's what family is for. After all, trust. That and killing each other. Roran laughed and rubbed his nose with a thumb. That too. He rolled his thick, round shoulders and reached up to massage his right one, a habit he had fallen into since the Rizak had bitten him. I have another question. Oh. It is a boon, a favor I seek of you. A wry smile touched his lips, and he shrugged. I never thought I would speak to you of this. You're younger than I, you've barely reached your manhood, and you're my cousin to boot. Speak of what? Stop beating around the bush. Of marriage, said Roran, and lifted his chin. Will you marry Katrina and me? It would please me if you would, and while I have refrained from mentioning it to her until I had your answer, I know Katrina would be honored and delighted if you would consent to join us as man and wife. Astonished, Aragon was at a loss for words. At last he managed to stammer, me. Then he hastened to say, I would be happy to do it, of course, but, me. Is that really what you want? I'm sure Nasuda would agree to marry the two of you. You could have King Orin, a real king. He would leap at the chance to preside over the ceremony if it would help him earn my favor. I want you, Aragon, said Rorin, and clapped him on the shoulder. You are a rider, and you are the only other living person who shares my blood. Murtaugh does not count. I cannot think of anyone else I would rather have tie the knot around my wrist and hers. Then, said Aragon, I shall. The air whooshed out of him as Rorin embraced him and squeezed with all of his prodigious strength. He gasped slightly when Rorin released him and then, once his breath had returned, said, when? Nasuda has a mission planned for me. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm guessing it will keep me busy for some time. So, maybe early next month, if events allow. Rorin's shoulders bunched and nodded. He shook his head like a bull sweeping its horns through a clump of brambles. What about the day after tomorrow? So soon. Isn't that rushing it a bit? There would hardly be any time to prepare. People will think it's unseemly. Rorin's shoulders rose, and the veins on his hands bulged as he opened and closed his fists. It can't wait. If we're not married and quick, the old women will have something far more interesting to gossip about than my impatience. Do you understand? It took Aragon a moment to grasp Rorin's meaning, but once he did, Aragon could not stop a broad smile from spreading across his face. Rorin's going to be a father. He thought. Still smiling, he said, I think so. The day after tomorrow it is. Aragon grunted as Rorin hugged him again, pounding him on the back. With some difficulty, he freed himself. Grinning, Rorin said, I'm in your debt. Thank you. Now I must go share the news with Katrina, and we must do what we can to ready a wedding feast. I will let you know the exact hour once we decide on it. That sounds fine. Rorin began walking toward the tent, then he spun around and threw his arms out in the air as if he would gather the entire world to his breast. Aragon, I'm going to be married. With a laugh, Aragon waved his hand. Go on, you fool. She's waiting for you. Aragon climbed onto Saphira as the flaps of the tent closed over Rorin. Bloodgarm, he called. Quiet as a shadow, the elf glided into the light, his yellow eyes glowing like coals. Saphira and I are going to fly for a little while. We will meet you at my tent. Shadeslayer, said Bloodgarm, and tilted his head. Then Saphira raised her massive wings, ran forward 3 steps, and launched herself over the rows of tents, battering them with wind as she clapped hard and fast. The movements of her body beneath him shook Aragon, and he gripped the spike in front of him for support. Saphira spiraled upward above the twinkling camp until it was an inconsequential patch of light dwarfed by the dark landscape that surrounded it. There she remained, floating between the heavens and the earth, and all was silent. Aragon lay his head on her neck and stared up at the glittering band of dust that spanned the sky. Rest if you want, little one, said Saphira. I shall not let you fall. And he rested, and visions beset him of a circular stone city that stood in the center of an endless plain and of a small girl who wandered among the narrow, winding alleys within and who sang a haunting melody. And the night wore on toward morning. Intersecting sagas. It was just after dawn and Aragon was sitting on his cot, oiling his mail hauberk, when one of the Varden's archers came to him and begged him to heal his wife, who was suffering from a malignant tumor. Even though he was supposed to be at Nasuda's pavilion in less than an hour, Aragon agreed and accompanied the man to his tent. Aragon found his wife much weakened from the growth, and it took all of his skill to extract the insidious tendrils from her flesh. The effort left him tired, but he was pleased that he was able to save the woman from a long and painful death. Afterward, Aragon rejoined Saphira outside of the archer's tent and stood with her for a few minutes, rubbing the muscles near the base of her neck. Humming, Saphira flicked her sinuous tail and twisted her head and shoulders so that he had better access to her smooth-plated underside. She said, while you were occupied in there, other petitioners came to seek an audience with you, but Bloodgarm and his ilk turned them away, for their requira. Only, you will have to be careful that you do not expend too much of your energy on people's demands. We must be ready to fight the Empire at a moment's notice. She pushed her neck against his hand, humming even louder. I need a sword, Aragon said. Then get one. MMH, ellipsis. toward the center of the camp in Nasuda's pavilion. It was less than a quarter of a mile away, so Saphira walked with him instead of soaring among the clouds, as she had before. About 100 feet from the pavilion, they chanced upon Angela the herbalist. She was kneeling between two tents, pointing at a square of leather draped across a low, flat rock. On the leather lay a jumbled pile of finger-length bones branded with a different symbol on each facet, the knuckle bones of a dragon, with which she had read Aragon's future in Term. Opposite Angela sat a tall woman with broad shoulders, tanned, weather-beaten skin, black hair braided in a long, thick rope down her back, and a face that was still handsome despite the hard lines that the years had carved around her mouth. She wore a russet dress that had been made for a shorter woman, her wrists stuck out several inches from the ends of her sleeves. She had tied a strip of dark cloth around each wrist, but the strip on the left had loosened and slipped toward her elbow. Aragon saw thick layers of scars where it had been. They were the sort of scars one could only get from the constant chafing of manacles. At some point, he realized she had been captured by her enemies, and she had fought until she had torn open her wrists to the bone, if her scars were anything to judge by. He wondered whether she had been a criminal or a slave, and he felt his countenance darken as he considered the thought of someone being so cruel as to allow such harm to befall a prisoner under his control, even if it was self-inflicted. Next to the woman was a serious-looking teenage girl just entering into the full bloom of her adult beauty. The muscles of her forearms were unusually large, as if she had been an apprentice to a smith or a swordsman, which was highly improbable for a girl, no matter how strong she might be. Angela had just finished saying something to the woman and her companion when Aragon and Saphira halted behind the curly-haired witch. With a single motion, Angela gathered up the knuckle bones in the leather square and tucked them under the yellow sash at her waist. Standing, she flashed Aragon and Saphira a brilliant smile. "My, you both have the most impeccable sense of timing. You always seem to turn up whenever the drop spindle of fate begins to spin." "The drop spindle of fate?" questioned Aragon. She shrugged. "What, you can't expect brilliance all the time, not even from me." She gestured at the two strangers, who had also stood, and said, "Aragon, will you consent to give them your blessing? They have endured many dangers, and a hard road yet lies before them. I am sure they would appreciate whatever protection the benediction of a dragon rider may convey." Aragon hesitated. He knew that Angela rarely cast the dragon bones for the people who sought her services, usually only for those whom Solembum deigned to speak with, as such a prognostication was no false act of magic but rather a true foretelling that could reveal the mysteries of the future. That Angela had chosen to do this for the handsome woman with the scars on her wrists and the teenage girl with the forearms of a sword fighter told him they were people of note, people who had had, and would have, important roles in shaping the Algesia to be. As if to confirm his suspicions, he spotted Solembum in his usual form of a cat with large, tufted ears lurking behind the corner of a nearby tent, watching the proceedings with enigmatic yellow eyes. And yet Aragon still hesitated, haunted by the memory of the first and last blessing he had bestowed. How, because of his relative unfamiliarity with the ancient language, he had distorted the life of an innocent child. "Saphira," he asked. Her tail whipped through the air. "Do not be so reluctant. You have learned from your mistake, and you shall not make it again. Why, then, should you withhold your blessing from those who may benefit from it? Bless them, I say, and do it properly this time." "What are your names?" he asked. "If it please you, Shadeslayer," said the tall, black-haired woman, with a hint of an accent he could not place. "Names have power, and we would prefer ours remain unknown." She kept her gaze angled slightly downward, but her tone was firm and unyielding. The girl uttered a small gasp, as if shocked by the woman's effrontery. Aragon nodded, neither upset nor surprised, although the woman's reticence had piqued his curiosity even more. He would have liked to know their names, but they were not essential for what he was about to do. Pulling the glove off his right hand, he placed his palm on the middle of the woman's warm forehead. She flinched at the contact but did not retreat. Her nostrils flared, the corners of her mouth thinned, a crease appeared between her eyebrows, and he felt her tremble, as if his touch pained her and she were fighting the urge to knock aside his arm. In the background, Aragon was vaguely aware of Blodgarm stalking closer, ready to pounce on the woman should she prove to be hostile. Disconcerted by her reaction, Aragon broached the barrier in his mind, immersed himself in the flow of magic, and, with the full power of the ancient language, said, "Adra Julia on Ilian Tother ono on Adra ono ways scoliro fra rother." By imbuing the phrase with energy, as he would the words of a spell, he ensured that it would shape the course of events and thereby improve the woman's lot in life. He was careful to limit the amount of energy he transferred into the blessing, for unless he put checks on it, a spell of that sort would feed off his body until it absorbed all of his vitality, leaving him an empty husk. Despite his caution, the drop in his strength was more than he expected. His vision dimmed and his legs wobbled and threatened to collapse underneath him. A moment later, he recovered. It was with a sense of relief that he lifted his hand from the woman's brow, a sentiment that she seemed to share, for she stepped back and rubbed her arms. She looked to him like a person trying to cleanse herself of some foul substance. Moving on, Aragon repeated the procedure with the teenage girl. Her face widened as he released the spell, as if she could feel it becoming part of her body. She curtsied. "Thank you, Shadowslayer. We are in your debt. I hope that you succeed in defeating Galbatorix and the Empire." She turned to leave but stopped when Saphira snorted and snaked her head past Aragon and Angela, so she loomed above the two women. Bending her neck, Saphira breathed first upon the face of the older woman and then upon the face of the younger, and projecting her thoughts with such force as to overwhelm all but the thickest defenses, for she and Aragon had noticed that the black-haired woman had a well-armored mind, she said, "Good hunting, O wild ones. May the wind rise under your wings, may the sun always be at your backs, and may you catch your prey napping. And, Wolf Eyes, I hope that when you find the one who left your paws in his traps, you do not kill him too quickly." Both women stiffened when Saphira began to speak. Afterward, the elder clapped her fists against her chest and said, "That I shall not, O beautiful huntress." Then she bowed to Angela, saying, "Train hard, strike first, seer. Bladesinger." With a swirl of skirts, she and the teenager strode away and soon were lost from sight in the maze of identical gray tents. "What? No marks upon their foreheads?" Aragon asked Saphira. "Elva was unique. I shall not brand anyone else in a like manner. What happened in Farth and Duer just happened. Instinct drove me. Beyond that, I cannot explain." As the three of them walked toward Nasuda's pavilion, Aragon glanced at Angela. "Who were they?" Her lips quirked. "Pilgrims on their own quest." "That is hardly an answer," he complained. "It is not my habit to hand out secrets like candied nuts on winter solstice. Especially not when they belong to others." He was silent for a few paces. Then, "When someone refuses to tell me a certain piece of information, it only makes me that much more determined to find out the truth. I hate being ignorant. For me, a question unanswered is like a thorn in my side that pains me every time I move until I can pluck it out." "You have my sympathy." "Why is that?" "Because if that is so, you must spend every waking hour in mortal agony, for life is full of unanswerable questions." 60 feet from Nasuda's pavilion, a contingent of pikemen marching through camp blocked their way. While they waited for the warriors to file past, Aragon shivered and blew on his hands. "I wish we had time for a meal." "Quick as ever," Angela said. "It's the magic, isn't it? It has worn you down." He nodded. Sticking a hand into one of the pouches that hung from her sash, Angela pulled out a hard brown lump flecked with shiny flax seeds. "Here, this will hold you until lunch." "What is it?" She thrust it at him, insistent. "Eat it. You'll like it. Trust me." As he took the oily lump from between her fingers, she grasped his wrist with her other hand and held him in place while she inspected the half-inch high calluses on his knuckles. "How very clever of you," she said. "They are as ugly as the warts on a toad, but who cares if they help keep your skin intact, eh? I like this. I like this quite a lot. Were you inspired by the dwarf's Ascot Gamelin?" "Nothing escapes you, does it?" he asked. "Let it escape. I only concern myself with things that exist." Aragon blinked, thrown as he often was by her verbal trickery. She tapped a callus with the tip of one of her short fingernails. "I would do this myself, except that it would catch on the wool when I'm spinning or knitting." "You knit with your own yarn," he said, surprised that she would engage in anything so ordinary. "Of course. It's a wonderful way to relax. Besides, if I didn't, where would I get a sweater with Devaller's ward against mad rabbits knit in the Lijuan cavity across the inside of the chest, or a snood that was dyed yellow, green, and bright pink? Mad rabbits." She tossed her thick curls. "You would be amazed how many magicians have died after being bitten by mad rabbits. It's far more common than you might think." Aragon stared at her. "Do you think she's jesting?" he asked Saphira. "Ask her and find out." she would only answer with another riddle. The pikemen having gone, Aragon, Saphira, and Angela continued toward the pavilion, accompanied by Solembum, who had joined them without Aragon noticing. Picking her way around piles of dung left by the horses of King Orin's cavalry, Angela said, "So tell me, aside from your fight with the Rizak, did anything terribly interesting happen to you during your trip? You know how I love to hear about interesting things." Aragon smiled, thinking of the spirits that had visited him and Arya. However, he did not want to discuss them, so instead he said, "Since you asked, quite a few interesting things happened. For example, I met a hermit named Tenga living in the ruins of an elf tower. He possessed the most amazing library. In it were 7. Angela stopped so abruptly, Aragon kept walking another 3 paces before he caught himself and turned back. The witch seemed stunned, as if she had taken a hard knock to her head. Padding toward her, Solembum leaned against her legs and gazed upward. Angela wet her lips, then said, she coughed once. "Are you sure his name was Tenga? Have you met him?" Solembum hissed, and the hair on his back stood straight out. Aragon edged away from the werecat, eager to escape the reach of his claws. "Met him." With a bitter laugh, Angela planted her hands on her hips. "Met him? Why, I did better than that. I was his apprentice for an unfortunate number of years." Aragon had never expected Angela to willingly reveal anything about her past. Eager to learn more, he asked, "When did you meet him? And where?" "Long ago and far away. However, we parted badly, and I have not seen him for many, many years." Angela frowned. "In fact, I thought he was already dead." Saphira spoke then, saying, "Since you were Tenga's apprentice, do you know what question he's trying to answer?" "I have not the slightest idea. Tenga always had a question he was trying to answer. If he succeeded, he immediately chose another one, and so on. He may have answered 100 questions since I last saw him, or he may still be gnashing his teeth over the same conundrum as when I left him." Which was whether the phases of the moon influence the number and quality of the opals that form in the roots of the Bior Mountains, as is commonly held among the dwarves. "But how could you prove that?" objected Aragon. Angela shrugged. "If anyone could, it would be Tenga. He may be deranged, but his brilliance is none the less for it." "He is a man who kicks at cats," said Solembum, as if that summed up Tenga's entire character. Then Angela clapped her hands together and said, "No more. Eat your sweet, Aragon, and let us go to Nasuda." Making amends. "You are late," said Nasuda as Aragon and Angela found seats in the row of chairs arranged in a semicircle before Nasuda's high-backed throne. Also seated in the semicircle were Elva and her caretaker, Greta, the old woman who had pleaded with Aragon and Farthendur to bless her charge. As before, Saphira lay outside the pavilion and stuck her head through an opening at one end so that she could participate in the meeting. Solembum had curled up in a ball next to her head. He appeared to be sound asleep, except for occasional flicks of his tail. Along with Angela, Aragon made his apologies for their tardiness, and then he listened as Nasuda explained to Elva the value of her abilities to the Varden. As if she doesn't already know, Aragon commented to Saphira, and entreated her to release Aragon from his promise to try to undo the effects of his blessing. She said she understood that what she was asking of Elva was difficult, but the fate of the entire land was at stake, and was it not worth sacrificing one's own comfort to help rescue Algesia from Galbatorix's evil clutches? It was a magnificent speech, eloquent, impassioned, and full of arguments intended to appeal to Elva's more noble sentiments. Elva, who had been resting her small, pointed chin on her fists, raised her head and said, "No." Shocked silence pervaded the pavilion. Transferring her unblinking gaze from one person to the next, she elaborated, "Aragon, Angela, you both know what it is like to share someone's thoughts and emotions as they die. You know how horrible, how wrenching it is, how it feels as if part of yourself has vanished forever. And that is only from the death of one person. Neither of you has to endure the experience unless you want to, whereas I have no choice but to share them all. I feel every death around me. Even now I can feel the life ebbing out of Sefton, one of your swordsmen, Nasuda, who was wounded on the burning plains, and I know what words I could say to him that would lessen his terror of obliteration. His fear is so great, oh, it makes me tremble." With an incoherent cry, she cast up her arms before her face, as if to ward off a blow. Then, he has gone. But there are others. There are always others. The line of dead never ends. The bitter mocking quality of her voice intensified, a travesty of a child's normal speech. Do you truly understand, Nasuda, Lady Nightstalker, she who would be queen of the world? Do you truly understand? I am privy to all of the agony around me, whether physical or mental. I feel it as if it were my own, and Aragon's magic drives me to alleviate the discomfort of those who suffer, regardless of the cost to myself. And if I resist the urge, as I am this very moment, my body rebels against me. My stomach turns acid, my head throbs as if a dwarf is hammering on it, and I find it hard to move, much less think. Is this what you would wish on me, Nasuda? Night and day I have no respite from the pain of the world. Since Aragon blessed me, I have known nothing but hurt and fear, never happiness or pleasure. The lighter side of life, the things that make this existence bearable, these are denied me. Never do I see them. Never do I share in them. Only darkness, only the combined misery of all the men, women, and children within a mile, battering at me like a midnight storm. This blessing has deprived me of the opportunity to be like other children. It has forced my body to mature faster than normal, and my mind even faster still. Aragon may be able to remove this ghastly ability of mine and the compulsion that accompanies it, but he cannot return me to what I was, nor what I should be, not without destroying who I have become. I am a freak, neither a child nor an adult, forever doomed to stand apart. I am not blind, you know. I see how you recoil when you hear me speak. She shook her head. No, this is too much to ask of me. I will not continue like this for the sake of you, Nasuda, nor the Varden, nor the whole of Algesia, nor even for my dear mother, were she still alive today. It is not worth it, not for anything. I could go live by myself, so that I would be free of other people's afflictions, but I do not want to live like that. No, the only solution is for Aragon to attempt to correct his mistake. Her lips curved in a sly smile. And if you disagree with me, if you think I am being stupid and selfish, why, then, you would do well to remember that I am hardly more than a swaddling babe and have yet to celebrate my 2nd birthday. Only fools expect an infant to martyr herself for the greater good. But infant or not, I have made my decision, and nothing you can say will convince me otherwise. In this, I am as iron. Nasuda reasoned with her further, but as Elva had promised, it proved to be a futile prospect. At last Nasuda asked Angela, Aragon, and Saphira to intervene. Angela refused on the grounds that she could not improve on Nasuda's words and that she believed Elva's choice was a personal one and therefore the girl ought to be able to do as she wished without being harried like an eagle by a flock of jays. Aragon was of a similar opinion, but he consented to say, Elva, I cannot tell you what you should do. Only you can determine that, but do not reject Nasuda's request out of hand. She is trying to save us all from Galbatorix, and she needs our support if we are to have any chance of success. The future is hidden to me, but I believe that your ability might be the perfect weapon against Galbatorix. You could predict his every attack. You could tell us exactly how to counteract his wards. And above all else, you would be able to sense where Galbatorix is vulnerable, where he is most weak, and what we could do to hurt him. You will have to do better than that, Ryder, if you want to change my mind. I don't want to change your mind, said Aragon. I only want to make sure you have given due consideration to the implications of your decision and that you are not being overly hasty. The girl shifted but did not respond. Then Saphira asked, What is in your heart, O shining brow? Elva answered in a soft tone, with no trace of malice. I have spoken my heart, Saphira. Any other words would be redundant. If Nasuda was frustrated by Elva's obstinacy, she did not allow it to show, although her expression was stern, as befitted the discussion. She said, I do not agree with your choice, Elva, but we will abide by it, for it is obvious that we cannot sway you. I suppose I cannot fault you, as I have no experience with the suffering you are exposed to on a daily basis, and if I were in your position, it is possible I would act no differently. Aragon, if you will. At her bidding, Aragon knelt in front of Elva. Her lustrous violet eyes bored into him as he placed her small hands between his larger ones. Her flesh burned against his as if she had a fever. Will it hurt, Shadowslayer? Greta asked, the old woman's voice quavering. It shouldn't, but I do not know for sure. Removing spells is a much more inexact art than casting them. Magicians rarely if ever attempt it because of the challenges it poses. The wrinkles on her face contorted with worry, Greta patted Elva on the head, saying, Oh, be brave, my plum. Be brave. She did not seem to notice the look of irritation Elva directed at her. Aragon ignored the interruption. Elva, listen to me. There are 2 different methods for breaking an enchantment. One is for the magician who originally cast the spell to open himself to the energy that fuels our magic. That's the part one always had difficulty with, said Angela. It's why I rely more upon potions and plants and objects that are magical in and of themselves than upon incantations. If you don't mind. Her cheeks dimpling, Angela said, I'm sorry. Proceed. Right, growled Aragon. One is for the original magician to open himself. Or herself, Angela interjected. Will you please let me finish? Sorry. Aragon saw Nasuda fight back a smile. He opens himself to the flow of energy within his body and, speaking in the ancient language, recants not only the words of his spell but also the intention behind it. This can be quite difficult, as you might imagine. Unless the magician has the right intent, he will end up altering the original spell instead of lifting it. And then he would have to unsay 2 intertwined spells. The other method is to cast a spell that directly counteracts the effects of the original spell. It does not eliminate the original spell, but if done properly, it renders it harmless. With your permission, this is the method I intend to use. A most elegant solution, Angela proclaimed, but who, pray tell, provides the continuous stream of energy needed to maintain this counterspell? And since someone must ask, what can go wrong with this particular method? Aragon kept his gaze fixed on Elva. The energy will have to come from you, he told her, pressing her hands with his. It won't be much, but it will still reduce your stamina by a certain amount. If I do this, you will never be able to run as far or lift as many pieces of firewood as someone who does not have a similar incantation leeching on them. Why can't you provide the energy? Asked Elva, arching an eyebrow. You are the one who is responsible for my predicament, after all. I would, but the farther away I got from you, the harder it would be to send the energy to you. And if I went too far, a mile, say, or maybe a bit more, the effort would kill me. As for what can go wrong, the only risk is that I will word the counterspell improperly and it won't block all of my blessing. If that happens, I will simply cast another counterspell. And if that falls short as well? He paused. Then I can always resort to the first method I explained. I would prefer to avoid that, however. It is the only way to completely do away with a spell, but if the attempt were to go amiss, and it very well might, you could end up worse off than you are now. Elva nodded. I understand. Have I your permission to proceed, then? When she dipped her chin again, Aragon took a deep breath, readying himself. His eyes half closed from the strength of his concentration, he began to speak in the ancient language. Each word fell from his tongue with the weight of a hammer blow. He was careful to enunciate every syllable, every sound that was foreign to his own language, so as to avoid a potentially tragic mishap. The counterspell was burned into his memory. He had spent many hours during his trip from Helgrand inventing it, agonizing over it, challenging himself to devise better alternatives, all in anticipation of the day he would attempt to atone for the harm he had caused Elva. As he spoke, Saphira channeled her strength into him, and he felt her supporting him and watching closely, ready to intervene if she saw in his mind that he was about to mangle the incantation. The counterspell was very long and very complicated, for he had sought to address every reasonable interpretation of his blessing. As a result, a full 5 minutes passed before Aragon uttered the last sentence, word, and then syllable. In the silence that followed, Elva's face clouded with disappointment. I can still sense them, she said. Nasuda leaned forward in her seat. Who? You, him, her, everyone who's in pain. They haven't gone away. The urge to help them, that's gone, but this agony still courses through me. Nasuda leaned forward in her throne. Aragon. He frowned. I must have missed something. Give me a little while to think, and I'll put together another spell that may do the trick. There are a few other possibilities I considered, but, he trailed off, troubled by the fact that the counterspell had not performed as expected. Moreover, deploying a spell specifically to block the pain Elva was feeling would be far more difficult than trying to undo the blessing as a whole. One wrong word, one poorly constructed phrase, and he might destroy her sense of empathy, or preclude her from ever learning how to communicate with her mind, or inhibit her own sense of pain, so she would not immediately notice when she was injured. Aragon was in the midst of consulting with Saphira when Elva said, no. Puzzled, he looked at her. An ecstatic glow seemed to emanate from Elva. Her round, pearl-like teeth gleamed as she smiled, her eyes flashing with triumphant joy. No, don't try again. But, Alva, why would? Because I don't want any more spells feeding off me. And because I just realized I can ignore them. She gripped the arms of her chair, trembling with excitement. Without the urge to aid everyone who is suffering, I can ignore their troubles, and it doesn't make me sick. I can ignore the man with the amputated leg. I can ignore the woman who just scalded her hand. I can ignore them all, and I feel no worse for it. It's true I can't block them perfectly, not yet at least, but oh, what a relief. Silence. Blessed silence. No more cuts, scrapes, bruises, or broken bones. No more petty worries of airheaded youths. No more anguish of abandoned wives or cuckolded husbands. No more the thousands of unbearable injuries of an entire war. No more the gut-wrenching panic that precedes the final darkness. With tears starting down her cheeks, she laughed, a husky warble that set Aragon's scalp a-tingle. What madness is this? Asked Saphira. Even if you can put it out of your mind, why remain shackled to the pain of others when Aragon may yet be able to free you of it? Elva's eyes glowed with unsavory glee. I will never be like ordinary people. If I must be different, then let me keep that which sets me apart. As long as I can control this power, as it seems I now can, I have no objection to carrying this burden, for it shall be by my choice and not forced upon me by your magic, Aragon. Ha! From now on, I shall answer to no one and no thing. If I help anyone, it will be because I want to. If I serve the Varden, it will be because my conscience tells me I should and not because you ask me to, Nasuda, or because I'll throw up if I don't. I will do as I please, and woe unto those who oppose me, for I know all their fears and shall not hesitate to play upon them in order to fulfill my wishes. Elva, exclaimed Greta, do not say such terrible things. You cannot mean them. The girl turned toward her so sharply, her hair fanned out behind her. Ah yes, I had forgotten about you, my nursemaid. Ever faithful, always fussing. I am grateful to you for adopting me after my mother died, and for the care you've given me since Barth Endure, but I do not require your assistance anymore. I will live alone, tend to myself, and be beholden to no one. Cowed, the old woman covered her mouth with the hem of a sleeve and shrank back. What Elva said appalled Aragon. He decided that he could not allow her to retain her ability if she was going to abuse it. With Saphira's assistance, for she agreed with him, he picked the most promising of the new counterspells he had been contemplating earlier and opened his mouth to deliver the lines. Quick as a snake, Elva clamped a hand over his lips, preventing him from speaking. The pavilion shook as Saphira snarled, nearly deafening Aragon, with his enhanced hearing. As everyone reeled, save for Elva, who kept her hand pressed against Aragon's face, Saphira said, "Let him go, hatchling." Drawn by Saphira's snarl, Nasuda's 6 guards charged inside, brandishing their weapons, while Blodgarm and the other elves ran up to Saphira and stationed themselves on either side of her shoulders, pulling back the wall of the tent so they could all see what was happening. Nasuda gestured, and the Nighthawks lowered their weapons, but the elves remained poised for action. Their blades gleamed like ice. Neither the commotion she had engendered nor the swords leveled at her seemed to perturb Elva. She cocked her head and gazed at Aragon as if he were an unusual beetle she had found crawling along the edge of her chair, and then she smiled with such a sweet, innocent expression, he wondered why he did not have greater faith in her character. In a voice like warm honey, she said, "Aragon, cease. If you cast that spell, you will hurt me as you hurt me once before. You do not want that. Every night when you lay yourself down to sleep, you will think of me, and the memory of the wrong you have committed will torment you. What you were about to do was evil, Aragon. Are you the judge of the world? Will you condemn me in the absence of wrongdoing merely because you do not approve of me? That way lies the depraved pleasure of controlling others for your own satisfaction. Galbatorix would approve." She released him then, but Aragon was too troubled to move. She had struck at his very core, and he had no counter-arguments with which to defend himself, for her questions and observations were the very ones he directed at himself. Her understanding of him sent a chill crawling down his spine. "I am grateful to you also, Aragon, for coming here today to correct your mistake. Not everyone is as willing to acknowledge and confront their shortcomings. However, you have earned no favor with me today. You have righted the scales as best you could, but that is only what any decent person ought to have done. You have not compensated me for what I have endured, nor can you. So when next we cross paths, Aragon Shadeslayer, count me not as a friend or foe. I am ambivalent toward you, Ryder. I am just as prepared to hate you as I am to love you. The outcome is yours alone to decide. Saphira, you gave me the star upon my brow, and you have always been kind to me. I am and shall always remain your faithful servant. Lifting her chin to maximize her 3.5 foot height, Elva surveyed the interior of the pavilion. Aragon, Saphira, Nasuda, Angela. Good day. And with that, she swept off toward the entrance. The Nighthawks parted ranks as she passed between them and went outside. Aragon stood, feeling unsteady. What sort of monster have I created? The two Virgil Nighthawks touched the tip of each of their horns, which he knew was how they warded off evil. To Nasuda, he said, I'm sorry. I seem to have only made things worse for you, for all of us. Calm as a mountain lake, Nasuda arranged her robes before answering, no matter. The game has gotten a little more complicated, that is all. It is to be expected the closer we get to Eurymane and Galbatorix. A moment later, Aragon heard the sound of an object rushing through the air toward him. He flinched, but fast as he was too slow to avoid a stinging slap that knocked his head to one side and sent him staggering against a chair. He rolled across the seat of the chair and sprang upright, his left arm lifted to ward off an oncoming blow, his right arm pulled back, ready to stab with the hunting knife he had snatched from his belt during the maneuver. To his astonishment, he saw that it was Angela who had struck him. The elves were gathered inches behind the fortune teller, ready to subdue her if she should attack them again or to escort her away should Aragon order it. Solembum was at her feet, teeth and claws bared, and his hair standing on end. Right then, Aragon could care less about the elves. What did you do that for? He demanded. He winced as his split lower lip stretched, tearing the flesh farther apart. Warm, metallic-tasting blood trickled down his throat. Angela tossed her head. Now I'm going to have to spend the next 10 years teaching Elva how to behave. That's not what I had in mind for the next decade. Teach her, exclaimed Aragon. She won't let you. She'll stop you as easily as she stopped me. Humph. Not likely. She doesn't know what bothers me, nor what might be about to hurt me. I saw that the day she and I first met. Would you share this spell with us? Nasuda asked. After how this has turned out, it seems prudent for us to have a means of protecting ourselves from Elva. No, I don't think I will, said Angela. Then she too marched out of the pavilion, and Solembum stalked after her, waving his tail ever so gracefully. The elves sheathed their blades and retreated to a discreet distance from the tent. Nasuda rubbed her temples with a circular motion. Magic, she cursed. Magic, agreed Aragon. The pair of them started as Greta cast herself upon the ground and began to weep and wail while pulling at her thin hair, beating herself on the face, and ripping at her bodice. Oh, my poor dear. I've lost my lamb. Lost. What will become of her, all alone? Oh, woe is me, my own little blossom rejecting me. It's a shameful reward it is for the work I've done, bending my back like a slave I have. What a cruel, hard world, always stealing your happiness from you. She groaned. My plum, my rose, my pretty sweet pea, gone, and no one to look after her. Shadeslayer, will you watch over her? Aragon grasped her by the arm and helped her to her feet, consoling her with assurances that he and Saphira would keep a close eye on Elva. If only, as Saphira said to Aragon, because she might attempt to slip a knife between our ribs. Gifts of gold. Aragon stood next to Saphira, 50 yards from Nasuda's crimson pavilion. Glad to be free of all the commotion that had surrounded Elva, he gazed up at the clear azure sky and rolled his shoulders, already tired from the events of the day. Saphira intended to fly out to the giant river and bathe herself in its deep, slow-moving water, but his own intentions were less definite. He still needed to finish oiling his armor, prepare for Roran and Katrina's wedding, visit with Jayad, locate a proper sword for himself, and also, he scratched his chin. How long will you be gone? He asked. Saphira unfurled her wings in preparation for flight. A few hours. I'm hungry. Once I am clean, I am going to catch 2 or 3 of those plump deer I've seen nibbling the grass on the western bank of the river. The Varden have shot so many of them, though, I may have to fly a half-dozen leagues toward the spine before I find any game worth hunting. Don't go too far, he cautioned, else you might encounter the Empire. I won't, but if I happen upon a lone group of soldiers, she licked her chops. I would enjoy a quick fight. Besides, humans taste just as good as deer. Saphira, you wouldn't. Her eyes sparkled. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on whether they are wearing armor. I hate biting through metal, and scooping my food out of a shell is just as annoying. I see. He glanced over at the nearest elf, a tall, silver-haired woman. The elves won't want you to go alone. Will you allow a couple of them to ride on you? Otherwise, it will be impossible for them to keep pace. Not today. Today, I hunt alone. With a sweep of her wings, she took off, soaring high overhead. As she turned west, toward the giant river, her voice sounded in his mind, fainter than before because of the distance between them. When I return, we will fly together, won't we, Aragon? Yes, when you return, we will fly together, just the two of us. Her pleasure at that caused him to smile as he watched her arrow away toward the west. Aragon lowered his gaze as Blodgarm ran up to him, lithe as a forest cat. The elf asked where Saphira was going and seemed displeased with Aragon's explanation, but if he had any objections, he kept them to himself. Right, Aragon said to himself as Blodgarm rejoined his companions. First things first. He strode through the camp until he found a large square of open space where 30-some Barding were practicing with a wide assortment of weapons. To his relief, they were too busy training to notice his presence. Crouching, he laid his right hand palm upward on the trampled earth. He chose the words he would need from the ancient language, then murmured, Hulder, Risa Lam It Un Malthane Unimballer. The soil beside his hand appeared unchanged, although he could feel the spell sifting through the dirt for hundreds of feet in every direction. Not more than 5 seconds later, the surface of the earth began to boil like a pot of water left to sit for too long over a high flame, and it acquired a bright yellow sheen. Aragon had learned from Oromus that wherever one went, the land was sure to contain minute particles of nearly every element, and while they would be too small and scattered to mine with traditional methods, a knowledgeable magician could, with great effort, extract them. From the center of the yellow patch, a fountain of sparkling dust arched up and over, landing in the middle of Aragon's palm. There each glittering mote melded into the next, until 3 spheres of pure gold, each the size of a large hazelnut, rested on his hand. Let up, said Aragon, and released the magic. He sat back on his heels and braced himself against the ground as a wave of weariness washed over him. His head drooped forward, and his eyelids descended halfway as his vision flickered and dimmed. Taking a deep breath, he admired the mirror-smooth orbs in his hand while he waited for his strength to return. So pretty, he thought. If only I could have done this when we were living in Palanquin Valley. It would almost be easier to mine the gold, though. A spell hasn't taken so much out of me since I carried Sloane down from the top of Helgrind. He pocketed the gold and set out again through the camp. He found a cook tent and ate a large lunch, which he needed after casting so many arduous spells, then headed toward the area where the villagers from Carvajal were staying. As he approached, he heard the ring of metal striking metal. Curious, he turned in that direction. Aragon stepped around a line of 3 wagons parked across the mouth of the lane and saw Horst standing in a 30-foot gap between the tents, holding one end of a 5-foot-long bar of steel. The other end of the bar was bright cherry red and rested on the face of a massive 200-pound anvil that was staked to the top of a low, wide stump. On either side of the anvil, Horst's burly sons, Albrecht and Baldor, alternated striking the steel with sledgehammers, which they swung over their heads in huge circular blows. A makeshift forge glowed several feet behind the anvil. The hammering was so loud, Aragon kept his distance until Albrecht and Baldor had finished spreading the steel and Horst had returned the bar to the forge. Waving his free arm, Horst said, "Ho, Aragon." Then he held up a finger, forestalling Aragon's reply, and pulled a plug of felted wool out of his left ear. "Ah, now I can hear again. What brings you about, Aragon?" While he spoke, his son scooped more charcoal into the forge from a bucket and set about tidying up the tongs, hammers, dies, and other tools that lay on the ground. All 3 men gleamed with sweat. "I wanted to know what was causing such a commotion," said Aragon. "I should have guessed it was you. No one else can create as big an uproar as someone from Carvajal." Horst laughed, his thick, spade-shaped beard pointed up toward the sky until his mirth was exhausted. "Ah, that tickles my pride, it does. And aren't you the living truth of it, E.H.?" "We all are," Aragon replied. "You, me, Roran, everyone from Carvajal. Algesia will never be the same once the lot of us are done." He gestured at the forge and the other equipment. "Why are you here? I thought that all the smiths were." "So they are, Aragon. So they are. However, I convinced the captain who's in charge of this part of the camp to let me work closer to our tent." Horst tugged at the end of his beard. "It's on account of Elaine, you know. This child, it goes hard with her. and no wonder, considering what we went through to get here. She's always been delicate, and now I worry that, well, he shook himself like a bear ridding itself of flies. Maybe you could look in on her when you get a chance and see if you can ease her discomfort. I'll do that, Aragon promised. With a satisfied grunt, Horst lifted the bar partway out of the coals to better judge the color of the steel. Plunging the bar back into the center of the fire, he jerked his beard toward Albrecht. Here now, give it some air. It's almost ready. As Albrecht began to pump the leather bellows, Horst grinned at Aragon. When I told the Varden I was a smith, they were so happy, you would have thought I was another dragon rider. They don't have enough metalworkers, you see. And they gave me what tools I was missing, including that anvil. When we left Carvajal, I wept at the prospect that I would not have the opportunity to practice my craft again. I am no swordsmith, but here there is enough work to keep Albrecht, Baldor, and me busy for the next 50 years. It doesn't pay very well, but at least we're not stretched out on a rack in Galbatorix's dungeons. Or the Razat could be nibbling on our bones, observed Baldor. Aye, that too. Horst motioned for his sons to take up the sledgehammers again and then, holding the felt plug beside his left ear, said, "Is there anything else you wish of us, Aragon? The steel is ready, and I cannot leave it in the fire any longer without weakening it. Do you know where Gedrick is?" Gedrick, the furrow between Horst's eyebrows deepened. He should be practicing the sword and spear along with the rest of the men, that-a-way about a quarter of a mile. Horst pointed with a thumb. Aragon thanked him and departed in the direction Horst had indicated. The repetitive ring of metal striking metal resumed, clear as the peals of a bell and as sharp and piercing as a glass needle stabbing the air. Aragon covered his ears and smiled. It comforted him that Horst had retained his strength of purpose and that, despite the loss of his wealth and home, he was still the same person he had been in Carvajal. Somehow the smith's consistency and resiliency renewed Aragon's faith that if only they could overthrow Galbatorix, everything would be all right in the end, and his life and those of the villagers from Carvajal would regain a semblance of normalcy. Aragon soon arrived at the field where the men of Carvajal were drilling with their new weapons. Gedrick was there, as Horst had suggested he would be, sparring with Fisk, Darman, and Morn. A quick word on the part of Aragon with the one-armed veteran who was leading the drills was sufficient to secure Gedrick's temporary release. The tanner ran over to Aragon and stood before him, his gaze lowered. He was short and swarthy, with a jaw like a mastiff's, heavy eyebrows, and arms thick and gnarled from stirring the foul-smelling vats where he had cured his hides. Although he was far from handsome, Aragon knew him to be a kind and honest man. "What can I do for you, Shadeslayer?" Gedrick mumbled. "You have already done it, and I have come here to thank and repay you." "Aye, how have I helped you, Shadeslayer?" He spoke slowly, cautiously, as if afraid Aragon were setting a trap for him. "Soon after I ran away from Carvajal, you discovered that someone had stolen 3 ox hides from the drying hut by the vats. Am I right?" Gedrick's face darkened with embarrassment, and he shuffled his feet. "Ah, well now, I didn't lock that hut, you know. Anyone might have snuck in and carried those hides off. Besides, given what's happened since, I can't see as it's much important. I destroyed most of my stock before we trooped into this mine, to keep the Empire and those filthy Razak from getting their claws on anything of use. Whoever took those hides saved me from having to destroy 3 more. So let bygones be bygones, I say." "Perhaps," said Aragon, "but I still feel honor-bound to tell you that it was I who stole your hides." Gedrick met his gaze then, looking at him as if he were an ordinary person, without fear, awe, or undue respect, as if the tanner were re-evaluating his opinion of Aragon. "I stole them, and I'm not proud of it, but I needed the hides. Without them, I doubt I would have survived long enough to reach the elves into Weldenbarden. I always preferred to think that I had borrowed the hides, but the truth is, I stole them, for I had no intention of returning them. Therefore, you have my apologies. And since I am keeping the hides, or what is left of them, it seems only right to pay you for them." From within his belt, Aragon removed one of the spears of gold, hard, round, and warm from the heat of his flesh, and handed it to Gedrick. Gedrick stared at the shiny metal pearl, his massive jaw clamped shut, the lines around his thin-lipped mouth harsh and unyielding. He did not insult Aragon by weighing the gold in his hand, nor by biting it, but when he spoke, he said, "I cannot accept this, Aragon. I was a good tanner, but the leather I made was not worth this much. Your generosity does you credit, but it would bother me to keep this gold. I would feel as if I hadn't earned it. Unsurprised, Aragon said, you would not deny another man the opportunity to haggle for a fair price, would you? No. Good. Then you cannot deny me this. Most people haggle downward. In this case, I have chosen to haggle upward, but I will still haggle as fiercely as if I were trying to save myself a handful of coins. To me, the hides are worth every ounce of that gold, and I would not pay you a copper less, not even if you held a knife to my throat. Gedric's thick fingers closed around the gold orb. Since you insist, I will not be so churlish as to keep refusing you. No one can say that Gedric Ostbenson allowed good fortune to pass him by because he was too busy protesting his own unworthiness. My thanks, Shadeslayer. He placed the orb in a pouch on his belt, wrapping the gold in a patch of wool cloth to protect it from scratches. Garrow did right by you, Aragon. He did right by both you and Roran. He may have been sharp as vinegar and as hard and dry as a winter rutabaga, but he raised the two of you well. He would be proud of you, I think. Unexpected emotion clogged Aragon's chest. As Gedric turned to rejoin the other villagers, he paused. If I may ask, Aragon, why were those hides worth so much to you? What did you use them for? Aragon chuckled. Use them for? Why, with Brom's help, I made a saddle for Saphira out of them. She doesn't wear it as often as she used to, not since the elves gave us a proper dragon saddle, but it served us well through many a scrape and fight, and even the Battle of Farthendur. Astonishment raised Gedric's eyebrows, exposing pale skin that normally lay hidden in deep folds. Like a split in blue-gray granite, a wide grin spread across his jaw, transforming his features. A saddle, he breathed. Imagine, me tanning the leather for a rider's saddle. And without a hint of what I was doing at the time, no less. No, not a rider, the rider. He who will finally cast down the Black Tyrant himself. If only my father could see me now. Kicking up his heels, Gedric danced an impromptu jig. With his grin undiminished, he bowed to Aragon and trotted back to his place among the villagers, where he began to relate his tale to everyone within earshot. Eager to escape before the lot of them could descend upon him, Aragon slipped away between the rows of tents, pleased with what he had accomplished. It might take me a while, he thought, but I always settle my debts. Before long, he arrived in another tent, close to the eastern edge of the camp. He knocked on the pole between the two front flaps. With a sharp sound, the entrance was yanked aside to reveal Jayad's wife, Helen, standing in the opening. She regarded Aragon with a cold expression. You've come to talk with him, I suppose. If he's here, which Aragon knew perfectly well he was, for he could sense Jayad's mind as clearly as Helen's. For a moment, Aragon thought Helen might deny the presence of her husband, but then she shrugged and moved aside. You might as well come in, then. Aragon found Jayad sitting on a stool, poring over an assortment of scrolls, books, and sheets of loose papers that were piled high on a cot bare of blankets. A thin shock of hair hung across Jayad's forehead, mimicking the curve of the scar that stretched from his scalp to his left temple. Aragon, he cried as he saw him, the lines of concentration on his face clearing. Welcome, welcome. He shook Aragon's hand and then offered him the stool. Here, I shall sit on the corner of the bed. No, please, you are our guest. Would you care for some food or drink? Nasuna gives us an extra ration, so do not restrain yourself for fear that we will go hungry on your account. It is poor fare compared with what we served you in Term, but then no one should go to war and expect to eat well, not even a king. A cup of tea would be nice, said Aragon. Tea and biscuits it is. Jayad glanced at Helen. Snatching the kettle off the ground, Helen braced it against her hip, fit the nipple of a water skin in the end of the spout, and squeezed. The kettle reverberated with a dull roar as a stream of water struck the bottom. Helen's fingers tightened around the neck of the water skin, restricting the flow to a languorous trickle. She remained thus, with the detached look of a person performing an unpleasant task, while the water droplets drummed out a maddening beat against the inside of the kettle. An apologetic smile flickered across Jayad's face. He stared at a scrap of paper beside his knee as he waited for Helen to finish. Aragon studied a wrinkle in the side of the tent. The bombastic trickle continued for over 3 minutes. When the kettle was finally full, Helen removed the deflated water skin from the spout, hung it on a hook on the center pole of the tent, and stormed out. Aragon raised an eyebrow at Jayad. Jayad spread his hands. My position with the Varden is not as prominent as she had hoped, and she blames me for the fact. She agreed to flee Term with me, expecting, or so I believe, that Nasuda would vault me into the inner circle of her advisors, or grant me lands and riches fit for a lord, or some other extravagant reward for my help stealing Saphira's egg those many years ago. What Helen did not bargain on was the unglamorous life of a common swordsman, sleeping in a tent, fixing her own food, washing her own clothes, and so on. It's not that wealth and status are her only concerns, but you have to understand, she was born into one of the richest shipping families of Term, and for most of our marriage, I was not unsuccessful in my own ventures. She is unused to such privations as these, and she has yet to reconcile herself to them. His shoulders rose and fell a fraction of an inch. My own hope was that this adventure, if it deserves such a romantic term, would narrow the rifts that have opened between us in recent years, but as always, nothing is ever as simple as it seems. Do you feel that the Varden ought to show you greater consideration? Asked Aragon. For myself, no. For Helen, Jayad hesitated. I want her to be happy. My reward was in escaping from Gilead with my life when Rom and I were attacked by Morzin, his dragon, and his men, in the satisfaction of knowing that I had helped strike a crippling blow against Galbatorix, in being able to return to my previous life and yet still help further the Varden's cause, and in being able to marry Helen. Those were my rewards, and I am more than content with them. Any doubts I had vanished the instant I saw Saphira fly out of the smoke of the burning flames. I do not know what to do about Helen, though. But I forget myself. These are not your troubles, and I should not lay them upon you. Aragon touched a scroll with the tip of his index finger. Then tell me, why so many papers? Have you become a copyist? The question amused Jayad. Hardly, although the work is often as tedious. Since it was I who discovered the hidden passageway into Galbatorix's castle, in Uruivane, and I was able to bring with me some of the rare books from my library in Term, Nasuda has set me to searching for similar weaknesses in the other cities of the Empire. If I could find mention of a tunnel that led underneath the walls of Dros Leona, for example, it might save us a great deal of bloodshed. Where are you looking? Everywhere I can. Jayad brushed back the lock of hair that was hanging over his forehead. Mysteries, myths, legends, poems, songs, religious tracts, the writings of writers, magicians, wanderers, madmen, obscure potentates, various generals, anyone who might have knowledge of a hidden door or a secret mechanism or something of that ilk that we might turn to our advantage. The amount of material I have to sift through is immense, for all of the cities have stood for hundreds of years, and some antedate the arrival of humans in Algesia. Is it likely you will actually find anything? No, not likely. It is never likely that you will succeed in ferreting out the secrets of the past. But I may still prevail, given enough time. I have no doubt that what I am searching for exists in each of the cities. They are too old not to contain surreptitious ways in and out through their walls. However, it is another question entirely whether records of those ways exist and whether we possess those records. People who know about concealed trapdoors and the like usually want to keep the information to themselves. Jayad grasped a handful of the papers next to him on the cot and brought them closer to his face, then snorted and tossed the papers away. I'm trying to solve riddles invented by people who didn't want them to be solved. He and Aragon continued talking about other, less important matters until Helen reappeared, carrying 3 mugs of steaming hot red clover tea. As Aragon accepted his mug, he noted that her earlier anger seemed to have subsided, and he wondered if she had been listening outside to what Jayad had said about her. She handed Jayad his mug and, from somewhere behind Aragon, procured a tin plate laden with flat biscuits and a small clay pot of honey. Then she withdrew a few feet and stood leaning against the center pole, blowing on her own mug.